surrounded by friends and family. That's most people's choice of how they'd like to leave this world. In their sleep, maybe? Or smiling at the ceiling with the sun on their face and the sound of grandchildren laughing in another room. Golden years. A legacy. A life full of meaning, pride, closure. All those things people tell themselves they'll have when the end finally taps them on the shoulder. Me? Well, all that went out the window the moment I downed that bottle of pills and that half a bottle of whiskey. Cheap shit, too. Burned on the way down. It almost made me puke before the real nausea even kicked in. It wasn't planned, really. Not the kind of thing I've been stewing on for years like some people do. It just sort of happened. Like someone else's hand dropped those pills into mine and whispered, "You're done." And I was. Done with pretending Lily's voice wasn't still in the walls. Done with watching the world move on like her smile didn't light up entire rooms. Done with the constant, hollow echo of why her, why not me? She was the best of us. If there was anyone who ever deserved a quiet death in their sleep at 98, it was her. She was kind in a world that punishes kindness. She volunteered, she prayed, she laughed at my dumb jokes. She left notes in my lunchbox like a teenager. And then one day, she was driving to work and someone ran a stop sign. Some kid in a lifted truck doing double the limit on a wet road. Hit her straight on. He walked away with a few bruises and a broken headlight. She never walked again. Never breathed again, and God didn't even blink. I don't remember lying down after I took the pills. Just waking up on the floor, cheek against cold tile, the taste of metal in my mouth and a ringing in my ears. My fingers had gone numb. My limbs followed. I remember thinking, well, that was fast. I closed my eyes and let the silence take me. But I didn't stay there. First came the cold. A damp, sucking cold, like being submerged in mud that's just starting to freeze. It clung to my skin, soaked through to my bones. And then there was pressure. My chest felt caved in, like the weight of 1,000 hands were pressing me down into the earth. I opened my mouth to scream, and I choked on dirt. I panicked. No thoughts, just instinct. My arms thrashed against something thick and heavy above me. Roots, wet soil, and stones. I kicked and clawed and gagged, lungs screaming for air that wasn't there. I felt my fingers snap back trying to dig, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. And then finally I broke the surface. I erupted from the ground like something born wrong. I was gasping, wheezing, sputtering mud and bile from my mouth. My eyes were full of grit. My hands were raw. I rolled onto my back and coughed until blood joined the vomit. The sky above me was gray. Not cloudy, just gray. Uniform and endless. Like paint rolled across the firmament and left to dry. The rain was falling, light but constant, needling into my skin with a chill that made my teeth chatter. No sun. No wind. No sound but the rain. I was naked, caked in wet black earth. Every breath burned like I'd never used my lungs before. I tried to sit up, and that's when I saw it. A beam of light. Not sunlight, but golden fire. It screamed up from the hole I'd just clawed out of, stabbing into the sky like a divine flare. It didn't warm me. It didn't heal me. It just was. I felt it in my bones, a vibration, a pressure. And just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. I collapsed onto my side, shivering violently, trying to understand what the hell had just happened. Was I in hell? Was this the afterlife? Where were the angels, the judgment? I barely had time to breathe before I heard the shouting. Voices, footsteps fast. I turned my head and saw them. 3 people, 2 men and a woman. All soaked, filthy, skin cracked and peeling like they'd been boiled alive and then left to rot. They moved like animals, barefoot, eyes wide and glassy. The woman had what looked like a femur bone sharpened into a spear. I didn't even get to stand before the first one hit me. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I saw white, then black, then color again. They were on me instantly. One held me down while the other 2 kicked and clawed. I felt ribs crack, teeth shatter. Something sharp dug into my shoulder and twisted. I screamed, loud and desperate. The woman laughed. Not a joyous sound, not amused. Hungry. She leaned in close and whispered, "Fresh meat." Then she bit my ear clean off. I don't remember how long it went on. Maybe a minute? Maybe 10? It felt like hours. One of them, the tall one with burns across his face, started peeling strips of flesh from my legs with something that looked like a knife made from obsidian or a broken mirror, jagged and wet. Every slice burned like fire. I screamed until my throat collapsed in on itself. The woman bit me again. Not my ear this time, my cheek. I felt her teeth sink in, tear and pull away skin like jerky. She chewed it in front of me. Swallowed, grinned with blood in her teeth. The last man dropped onto my chest and started breaking my fingers one by one, laughing each time he heard a knuckle pop. He shoved 2 into his mouth when he was done, crunching down until they split like chicken bones. I thrashed, begged, sobbed, tried to crawl. One of them kicked me in the spine so hard I lost control of my bladder. The smell of piss mixed with iron, mixed with copper. None of it mattered. This didn't seem like hell. This felt like something worse. This was what people do when there's no one left to stop them. No judgment, no law, no God watching. Eventually they stopped. Not because of mercy. Because they lost interest. I was too broken to scream. Too soft to fight back. I couldn't move. Couldn't blink. Just lay in the cold mud, skin flayed, bones exposed, watching steam rise from my ruined body into the rain. I remember looking up at that gray sky again and wondering, was this God's plan? And then I died. Again. It wasn't peaceful the second time. There was no fade to black, no warm tunnel, just pain that dissolved into numbness. And then nothing, for a while, until the cold came back, until I started clawing again. I woke up choking. There was no fanfare, no angels singing me back into being, just mud, packed into my throat like concrete. My hands shot upward on instinct, fingers clawing through cold dirt until I broke the surface like a drowning man reaching for light. The light. There it was again. That same beam of golden fire ripped up into the sky from my half-dug grave. A column of divine fire screaming to the world, "He's here! Come eat!" I dragged myself out of the hole, coughing, heaving, gasping in the cold rain. My skin felt raw. My muscles felt like they'd been stripped from the bone and stretched too thin. Every part of me screamed, but my brain only gave me one command this time. Run. So I did. Bare feet slapping against wet stone and rotting leaves. My body barely responding. I didn't know which way I was going. I just moved. Over broken terrain, past a thicket of skeletal trees, through a ditch filled with bone-white worms that burst underfoot. Something snarled in the distance. I didn't look back. I only stopped when my knees gave out. I collapsed behind a crumbling stone wall that might have once been part of a church. The building it led to was half sunk into the earth, eaten by moss and rot. A corner of roof still held. It would have to do. I crawled inside and curled up in the shadows. I don't know how long I stayed there. Could have been an hour. The rain never stopped, never slowed. My breathing eventually calmed, though the cold never left. Then I started to hear them. They were close. Not the ones who killed me last time, but others. I peeked out from a crack in the rotting wall. There was a clearing not 30 yards from where I lay, lit by a broken street lamp that somehow flickered. 6 men stood in a loose circle. One of them, maybe 17, rail thin, was tied to a rusted pole by his wrists. He was naked, shivering and crying. The others were laughing. A heavy-set man with a crown of old nails hammered into his skull held a chain. At the end of the chain was a dog. At least, it used to be one. Its spine curled unnaturally, arcing like a scorpion's tail. Its jaw split wrong. Teeth growing out of the gums like crooked fence posts. It foamed at the mouth. "Do it," one of them said, and the dog was loosed. It didn't go for the throat. It started with the boy's legs, tore chunks from the calves while the kid shrieked and bucked and begged. Blood sprayed in arcs against the rain. The men clapped. One of them imitated the screams, mocking the pitch. Another dropped to his knees and mimed prayer, laughing hysterically. I watched until the boy stopped moving. I didn't cry. I didn't throw up. I didn't scream. I just understood. There was no mercy here. No morality, no judgment, just want, just teeth. This was what people became when no one's watching. "First time." The voice came from behind me, calm and low. I spun, hands raised to fight or die trying. A man sat cross-legged near the back of the ruin, half in shadow. Older, maybe 50. Sunken eyes, hair like wet straw. He didn't move. "You're one of the new ones. I saw the light." I didn't answer. He nodded as if I had. "That's your beacon. Your life or death alarm. They all see it when someone comes back. Some come to hunt, others come to eat. Some just come." "What the fuck is this place?" I rasped. He tilted his head slightly. "Purgatory? Probably. That's the word that gets thrown around here the most. But it don't matter. All that matters is you're here." I sat down slowly. My body felt like it had been microwaved. "I died. Back there, they tore me apart." He nodded. "And you'll die again, and again, and again, and again. Until your body forgets what being whole ever felt like. Until you're more mud than man." "How long have you been here?" He didn't answer. Instead, he stood, slowly, joints cracking, and walked to the front of the building. He looked out at the clearing. The men were gone, nothing left but blood and bone. "You need to move often. The shelter's only safe for a day or two before someone smells you out. Don't fight packs. Don't make friends. Don't eat the ones with black veins. They're diseased. And don't let them find you when the light goes up again." He turned to me, face slack with something like pity. "You get one chance to leave. Not now. Not until you're clean. Until then." His words stopped. His head jerked. Then the wall behind him exploded. Something crashed through, covered in wet hair and bark and bone. I saw tusks, eyes like ash, a snout split open into 4 pieces. It gored the man clean through. He didn't even scream, just stared at me as it lifted him from the ground and flung him across the room. He hit the far wall with a sound like meat dropped from a great height. Bones scattered, blood sprayed. The creature turned toward me, snorted. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. Then it turned and left, vanishing back into the rain. I was alone again. No safety, no guidance, just the rain. And the gray sky and the sound of screams somewhere off in the distance. I didn't move for a long time after the creature vanished. After the old man's body stopped twitching. After the rain finished washing the blood from the dirt floor and left only steaming red puddles like reflections of a world gone wrong. I sat there naked and trembling, my back to a crumbling wall and my eyes fixed on the ragged hole the beast had come through. I watched the shadows, watched the breath of the forest heave in and out with the pulse of the rainfall, and tried to remember how to be a person. But whatever piece of me had known that felt like it was already gone. Eventually the cold became unbearable again. Not the sharp cold of snow or ice, but that slow, creeping rot of wetness that settles into your bones and chews through your nerves like termites in old wood. My skin was raw, my feet were blistered, and every inch of me ached like I'd been exhumed twice, which I guess I had. I needed warmth, I needed clothing, and I needed to eat. I didn't know what passed for food here, but I figured if people could be eaten, something else could too. Something quieter. I crept from the ruin like an animal. My legs barely worked at first, more instinct than muscle. I used my hands. I crawled through puddles, over roots slick with moss and blood. Every tree looked the same, like they'd grown from sorrow instead of soil. Tall, black, bark peeling back like skin, branches like claws dragging across the low-hanging mist. I didn't know where I was going, only that staying still meant dying again, and I was tired of dying. 2 was enough for now. I found some boots by accident. They were still on someone's feet, what was left of them anyway. He'd been dragged off the main trail and dumped under a split tree trunk half buried in mulch and flies. Most of his skin was gone, peeled off in sheets like overripe fruit. His ribcage was broken open. Birds had taken his eyes. His arms were stretched out, palms facing upward like he'd died reaching for something no one ever gave him. But the boots, dark leather, steel-toed, laces mostly intact, were still good. I hesitated. It felt wrong, like grave robbing, like a desecration. But then I looked at my feet, caked in dirt, split open, and I stepped over the line without another thought. I pried the boots from his bloated legs and shoved my feet inside. They were too big, but I didn't care. The warmth was immediate, filthy as it was. I stood and felt like I'd won something. And in this place, even the smallest victory feels sacred. A sound caught my attention. I didn't see the boy until I felt the rock hit the side of my head. He came from the trees, small, maybe 16, rail thin like the ones I used to see skulking behind gas stations late at night back home. He had a rusted length of pipe and the look of someone who'd killed before and liked it. Nice boots," he said. I stumbled back, blood dripping from my temple. My hands went up instinctively, but I had nothing to defend myself with. Just mud and bruises and the kind of desperate fear that doesn't save you, just makes dying louder. He swung the pipe. I dodged, barely. It scraped my shoulder and tore open a strip of flesh. I screamed. "Take 'em off," he said. I wasn't thinking. I wasn't planning, I was just reacting. When he swung again, I dropped low, tackled him around the waist, and we both went down hard into the muck. He shouted, twisted, tried to bring the pipe down on my spine, but I got a hand around it, jammed my thumb into his throat, and bit him. Not in the shoulder, but in his face. My teeth sank into the soft space between his cheekbone and jaw. He screamed like something caught in machinery. Blood flooded my mouth, hot and coppery. He let go of the pipe and I grabbed it. I brought it down on his skull until he stopped moving. I don't know how many times. 10? 20? The sound it made wasn't human. It was wet, heavy, and final. When I stopped, my arms were shaking and my mouth was full of bile. I rolled off of him, coughing, and crawled back to the tree. Sat there staring at what I'd done. The rain washed the blood from my hands, but couldn't touch the stink. I'd killed someone, and I'd do it again. His pack was half buried in the bushes. Inside, I found a chunk of dried meat wrapped in cloth, a jagged shard of bone honed into a knife, and a length of twine. I sat in the mud and chewed the meat, gagging at first, then swallowing. It was tough, sour, and smoky. Might have been animal. Might not have been. I didn't care. I ate. And for the first time since I woke up here, I felt not strong, but less weak. That night, I slept in the remnants of a chapel. Not a real one. Just a collapsed building with 2 surviving walls and a stone altar built and buried beneath vines. The rain came harder there. Thunder rolled across the sky like a warning. On the wall, behind the altar, someone had scratched words into the brick. Hundreds of words and dozens of hands layered over one another like prayers stacked on the back of ghosts. Most were nonsense. Names, curses, pleas for mercy. But one phrase etched deeper than the rest, carved into the mortar itself. One chance. One climb. Below it, a drawing of a mountain. Black lines, jagged and sharp, reaching toward a sunless sky. I stared at it for a long time. The fire crackling, the rain hissing against the stones. Somewhere in the distance, someone screamed. Not in fear. Agony. Then silence. I traced the words with my finger. One chance, one climb. Whatever this place was, whatever rules governed it, there was something more. A way out, there had to be. Something, I mean, this couldn't be my eternity. And then I felt a hunger. Not for food, not really. For something deeper. For meaning. For direction. For a path out of this purgatory hell with no name and no end. I stared at the words. One chance, one climb. Until the darkness crept close again, brushing the edges of my vision like fingers too shy to strike. I didn't sleep. I listened. I waited. And when the first light of day rose, not sunlight, but a dim silver glow like the world had a dying bulb screwed into its sky, I left the chapel and moved on. I didn't have a destination. You don't in a place like this. You just keep moving until something kills you or changes you. I'd already died twice. I figured if I could stay one step ahead of the light, that beam comes down from the sky, one breath ahead of the butcher packs, maybe I could learn something. Maybe I could... What? Escape? Climb the mountain I didn't even know was real? I didn't know. I just walked. The forest changed as I moved through it, though I couldn't tell if it was really changing or if I was just losing my grip. The trees leaned in close. Their trunks looked like they were made from twisted limbs, fingers frozen in poses of agony. Vines hung like nooses. The mud thickened and the rain never stopped. And then I saw her. It was sudden. One moment I was alone, trudging through knee-deep mire, and the next she was there, standing still, maybe 10 feet ahead, half hidden in the fog, one arm raised and the other gripping a spear fashioned from a broken crutch and sharpened metal. She didn't move and neither did I. For a moment we just stood there, two ghosts staring across the breach. Her hair was plastered to her skull, shaved unevenly on one side. Her clothes were cobbled together from old denim, leather scraps, strips of canvas that looked like they might have once been curtains. A belt made from rope and bone hung at her hip. Her face was lined, not with age, but with experience. The kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from time, but from watching too many people die too close and too often. "I saw your light," she said, her voice low, almost reverent. "The other night near the chapel?" I didn't respond at first. My hands tightened around the pipe I'd stolen from the boy I killed. She saw it and didn't flinch. "You kill him?" she asked. "Yeah." "Good. He was a fucking animal." Her eyes didn't leave mine. Not once. She didn't smile, didn't soften. There was no joy in seeing another soul, not here. Just calculation. Just risk assessment. "You following me?" "I was watching." "How long?" "Long enough to know you're not feral. Yet." "Yet?" "Give it time." Another pause. The rain dripped off her spear. She finally lowered it and turned slightly, just enough to gesture behind her with a nod. "Come on, I know a place." "Why?" She glanced back, her eyes hard. "Because I'm tired of watching people die alone." The shelter she had led me to wasn't much, but it was shelter. An old cellar built into the base of a hill, half hidden behind thick vines and mud. The door was rusted but solid. It smelled like rotten old wood, but it was dry, and the air was warmer than outside. A fire pit had been dug into the floor, surrounded by cracked bricks. A blanket made from stitched animal pelts lay in the corner. Hooks dangled from the ceiling, holding strips of dried meat. She lit a small fire with a small flint and settled against the far wall, her spear never more than an arm's reach away. I sat opposite, hands out, eyes never fully leaving hers. "What's your name?" She hesitated. "Mara?" "I'm Noah." She nodded. "How long have you been here?" Her eyes flicked up. "Time... it's hard to tell here. Not that it even really matters, even if I counted the days and the nights. This is where I'll be for quite a while. I stopped counting after the first 100 deaths." "You remember all of them?" "Not the pain, just the accumulation." She leaned back against the wall, legs crossed, one boot tapping softly against the stone. "I don't think this place wants you to forget." I looked at the meat strips hanging above the fire. My throat tightened. That human? Deer, or something close enough. Antlers are wrong, but it tastes the same. I nodded. The silence stretched for a long time before she broke it. I saw your second death. They tore you apart like a holiday feast. I remember. You're lucky. My eyes flickered towards her, still guarded. How's that lucky? She shrugged, the motion slow and tired. Some people wake up screaming, buried too deep, or with mud packed so far down their throats it takes them hours to cough it clear. Some come back blind for the first few minutes, swinging at anything that moves. Most of us don't even get clothes. Just dirt and cold and a golden flare in the sky calling every damn lunatic within 10 miles. I nodded slowly. That tracked. I'd come back naked twice. But I remembered passing someone out there once, not long after my first death. A man in a long wool coat and leather boots, slumped dead against the tree with the throat open like a second mouth. There hadn't been a scratch on his clothes, like he could have walked right out of church and straight into a horror film. No rhyme or reason to it? I asked. None. I came back once wearing a denim jacket I hadn't owned since high school. Another time I woke up with a rosary around my neck. I haven't seen it since. Some say it's random, others say it's God screwing with us, testing how well we do when we've got nothing left. My fingers drifted to the rope belt tied around my waist, the one I'd stolen off the boy I killed. It still smelled like wet leather and iron. I could taste his blood if I thought too hard. It's the chaos that breaks people, she said, softer now, like she was talking to herself more than me. Not the pain, not even the dying. It's never knowing what comes next. Never knowing what you'll wake up with or without. Outside, the rain thickened again, coming down in curtains, heavy and straight, no wind, no thunder. Just that endless gray static that made the whole world feel like it was melting slowly into rot. I shifted uncomfortably. How do you know when it ends? It doesn't, not really. So there's no way out? There's a way, if you believe the legends. Not many take it and fewer survive. My eyes narrowed. The mountain? Her head turned sharply. You've heard about it? Saw a drawing in a chapel. The words, one chance, one climb. She let out a single breath that might have once been a laugh. Yeah, that's the one. What is it? Her fingers toyed with a charm around her neck. 3 twisted nails bound with a loop of hair. No one really knows. I've seen it once, years ago. You don't get to choose when it calls you. One day you wake up and you feel it. Like a hook in your spine. Or it just hits you out of nowhere. Like gravity in reverse, you just start walking. And when you get there? I don't know, but I think this is purgatory. You say this is purgatory, but that doesn't make sense. This place isn't about cleansing, it's just madness and chaos, it seems. And maybe that's the point. Maybe it's not fire and brimstone or clouds and harps. Maybe it's this. The in-between. The place where all the leftover people go. Leftover? You weren't good enough for heaven, but weren't evil enough for hell? You took your own life, didn't you? I nodded, ashamed. So did I. So did a lot of the people here. I think most of the ones on this island took their own life. There are other islands here. She gestured toward the cellar door. But others? They just failed at being human. Hurt too many people, never repented, never tried. This place gives us all a second chance, I think. Then why does it feel like a punishment? Because cleansing isn't supposed to feel good. We talked until the fire burned low, until the rain became a whisper on the roof above. She told me of the 3 islands, how they all feel the same, but the sky changes shade ever so slightly. The trees grow different shapes. The air shifts from wet heat to bone saw cold. She told me how the island moves you without warning, sometimes after 1 death, sometimes after a dozen. You wake up clawing your way from the earth in a different place, a different island, with different predators watching the light from the dark. There's no mercy here, but there's still meaning if you look hard enough. And the mountain? She leaned her head back against the wall and closed her eyes. If it calls you, you'll know. And once it calls, you don't get to resist. I lay down after that. Sleep didn't come easy, but eventually exhaustion overpowered fear. The last thing I saw before slipping under was Mara sitting at the fire's edge, sharpening her spear, watching the door. Outside, the rain thickened again, coming down in curtains, heavy and straight. No wind, no thunder. Just that endless gray static that made the whole world feel like it was melting slowly. We didn't talk much for the next few days. Not because we had nothing to say, but because in this place, words, noise made you a target. Even breathing too suddenly could draw something from the trees. Mara walked the ground like it might betray her. Low, careful, measured, and I followed her lead because I didn't want to die again. Not yet, not in front of her. She showed me things I never would have known without her. How the deer bled black and had antlers that twisted into their own skulls. How some of the birds mimicked human screams to lure you off path. How you could eat moss that grew beneath certain trees, but only if it glowed faint blue when the light hit it just right. Everything here was edible or deadly both, and often there wasn't enough time to tell the difference. Some shelters were bait, some caves were nests, some abandoned houses were worse. Scenes of cruelty etched into every wall, bone fragments threaded into curtains, bodies crucified not out of religion but out of boredom. This entire time we were naked, but not too long ago we found bodies that didn't need their clothes anymore. We found one house still smoldering from a fire that hadn't spread. The flames had stopped neatly at the doorstep, as if the rest of the forest had refused to accept the blood soaked into the foundation. Inside were rows of nailed hands along the baseboards, fresh and still twitching. I didn't ask questions anymore. What passed for sleep was shallow and restless. Curled in some corner under a sagging roof, the fire too small and too dangerous to grow. Mara prayed sometimes before closing her eyes. Not with words, not with names, not aloud. Just her fingers pressed to her lips and her breath held like it might be her last. I never asked what she prayed to. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe it was God. Maybe it didn't matter. In this place, maybe the act alone was what kept the last pieces of a soul intact. But it was the things we saw, what others did, that broke something in me. We passed a tree where bodies hung upside down, ankles bound in sinew, torsos split from groin to sternum, like gutted animals at a slaughterhouse. They twitched when the wind blew. One of them was still alive, or something close to it, his mouth working silently, his eyes rolled white, blinking in rhythm with the rain. His arms were bound behind him. His feet jerked now and then like he was still trying to run. Mara looked up at him and put her bone spear through his heart and put him out of his misery. We came upon a pit 2 days later, a crater more like, wide and slick. The mud inside churned with motion. I crept closer and looked down. It took me a moment to understand what I was seeing. Dozens, maybe hundreds of people clawing their way up from the dirt. Reborn souls, all writhing in a single mass, crawling over one another screaming. Some made it halfway up the slope before being dragged back down. One man reached the lip and got his fingers over the edge, only to have a woman clamp her teeth on his wrist and yank him down like bait. He didn't even scream, just thudded into the bodies below and disappeared. They all died too close together, Mara said behind me. Sometimes that happens. A raid, a slaughter, all of them coming back at once. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. One woman was crawling with her face half torn off, her jaw dangling by threads. She made it 5 feet before a hand wrapped around her ankle and pulled her backward. The mud covered her again. Gone. They keep doing it. They keep trying. That night, we slept in what used to be a factory. Just bones of walls left. Rusted steel ribs poking out of concrete like broken teeth. Mara lit a fire using dried stalks and the innards of some animal that burned oily and slow. She skinned it with a blade made from a rusted trowel. I helped her hold the limbs down while she worked. It shrieked the whole time. No eyes, just a slit where the mouth should have been, and something inside that pulsed like it was breathing. I didn't ask what it was. I ate it anyway. She handed me the meat without a word. We sat across from each other, knees nearly touching. The rain splattered softly in the metal around us. "You're getting colder. Harder," she said finally. "I have to." "No, you don't. What's the alternative?" She didn't answer, just looked at me in that quiet way of hers, eyes pale and unmoving, like she was weighing something. "I've seen people lose everything in here, and not just their lives, the parts that matter. Kindness, empathy, memory. You can get all the way to the mountain and still fail because there's nothing left in you worth saving. How do you know?" "Because I've seen it." She was silent for a long time. Then she reached into her coat and pulled something out. A folded strip of leather, stiff with age, wrapped in twine. She unrolled it slowly and laid it in my lap. A drawing, inked in charcoal and blood. A mountain impossibly tall, jagged like a broken sword stabbed into the horizon. Coils of darkness wound around its base. At the top, a crown of light. Not sun, not fire. Something stranger, something purer. A radiance too bright to understand. Beneath it, etched in trembling letters, "One chance, one climb." "I saw it," she said, voice barely audible over the fire. "Years ago, maybe. There was a break in the sky. A flash of gold, a shadow on the horizon." Her voice trailed off. I stared at the mountain in the drawing. I didn't know if it was real, but something in me ached for it. Something buried beneath all the horror and exhaustion and rage. I didn't know if it was madness or hope. Maybe there's no difference anymore. We stayed there until the fire burned down to coals. The rain never let up. The wind scraped against the ruins like claws. I curled beside the fire and closed my eyes, listening to the soft rustle of Mara's breath, the weight of her silence, the sound of something shifting in the darkness just beyond the walls. I knew then that if the mountain ever called me, I'd go. I wouldn't hesitate, not anymore. With all of this on my mind, I somehow found sleep. But then I woke. Not to a sound, but the lack of one. The absence pulled me upright like a wire tugged through my chest. I looked around, and the gray half-light of the ruin we'd holed up in, the bones of an old mill or church, or maybe just a house too broken to remember what it used to be. We left the factory a while ago. Mara was still beside me, curled in her cloak with her back to the wind. Or maybe she wasn't sleeping at all. Maybe she was just listening. The air had changed. It felt cleaner somehow, which was strange, because the rot and ash and meat smoke that usually hung over this world were still faintly there, just buried. I stood. So did Mara. Neither of us said anything because we felt it. Not in the way you feel a hunger or a wound. This was deeper. A pull from beneath the ribs. A pressure in the blood. It wasn't pain, but it wasn't far from it. It was like a divine magnetism, drawing us forward. Not toward food or shelter or even survival. This wasn't instinct, it was calling. There was no doubt in my mind, no confusion, no resistance. I looked to Mara, and she was already looking back. Something flickered behind her eyes. Fear, maybe. Or faith. We shouldered our packs and left the ruin without a word. We didn't look back. We didn't need to. After, the island felt different. Not safer, just quieter. It's hard to explain, but wherever we walked, the world seemed to move around us. It didn't part like some holy sea, not dramatically, but it felt like it yielded. Shadows stepped back. Paths opened up where there had been nothing but bramble. Trees I was sure hadn't been there the day before bent aside, leaving narrow clearings of dead grass and thornless mud. The rot still churned, but it made way for us. We walked all day and we walked all night. And then we saw it at dusk. The spine of God. It didn't look like salvation. It didn't look like anything holy. It looked like a wound in the horizon. Black, jagged, cutting the sky open from earth to stars. Though no stars could be seen above it. The sky was still a black void here. Its base was impossibly wide, its peak lost in the dense charcoal clouds overhead. It wasn't just tall, it was wrong. We stood on a rise, Mara and I, side by side, looking up at it. Neither of us said a word. There was no need to ask, is this it? We both knew. There were no birds, no wind, just the sound of our breath and the faint hum beneath our boots. Not a sound, really. More like a frequency you feel in your teeth, in your spine, in the hollow behind your eyes. Like the mountain was alive and waiting. We made our way down the slope, feet slipping on loose gravel slick with old rot. The land grew quiet in a new way. Not absence, but anticipation. The final stretch before the mountain was dead ground. No birds, no bodies, no bramble. Just bare soil the color of dried blood, pocked with old impact craters and the long drag marks of those who had fallen and still tried to crawl forward. And waiting there, exactly where the climb must begin, he stood. Not a demon, not a saint, just a man. He was dressed immaculately in a deep, blood-red suit, tailored sharp enough to draw lines in the mist. His skin was too pale, like it hadn't seen sunlight in centuries, though there was something youthful about him, unaging, unweathered. He stood like he owned the mountain. He had a cane that was sleek black, capped with an ivory tip that glinted in the gloom. He wore no coat despite the chill and showed no signs of discomfort. His hair was slicked back, not a strand at a place. He smiled when he saw us, not warmly, not cruelly, Just a smile meant for people who had arrived exactly on time. Oh, Noah and Mara, welcome to the foot, to the spine of God, he said, his voice low and rich and dry as ancient parchment. My throat was dry, but I managed to speak. You know our names. I know all names that matter. Only those called reach this place. You've earned that much. I looked up at the slope behind them. There was no trail, no markers, no carved path. Just stone, jagged and damp, and descending into the black, impossibly high. I could feel it trembling beneath my feet, like it was alive, like it wanted us. What's at the top? I asked. He chuckled, not mockingly, but gently, as though I were a child asking something simple and profound. No one comes back to tell me. And if we fall? His smile didn't change, but something in his eyes went still. Then you go somewhere else. Possibly nowhere at all. Or you go to hell. But you could also go back to your body. Back to your old life. Mara stepped forward, voice firm. How long does it take? He turned toward her, slowly and respectfully. As long as it needs to. She clenched her jaw. I could see the old doubt in her again, the wariness that had kept her here for years. But she didn't step back. I looked at him, studied the crease in his collar, the wrinkleless red fabric that somehow never got wet despite the moisture in the air. And if we change our minds? He tapped the tip of his cane gently against the stone behind him. Once you start, you cannot come back down. We stood there in silence, Mara and I side by side, as the mountain loomed and the man in red awaited, patient as a gravestone. He didn't rush us, didn't pressure us. There was no speech, no revelation, just the path and the knowing and the choice. He gestured behind us with a gloved hand. You've already seen what lies behind. Every horror, every echo of your worst self. The climb offers something else. Not answers, not quite salvation, but maybe. But also a chance. To go back to Earth? He tilted his head. Maybe. Or somewhere better, or somewhere worse, or nowhere at all. And if we don't climb, you'll live and die, and live and die, and live and die here forever. Now all you need to do is decide what eternity you're comfortable with. My hands were shaking. I didn't realize how tightly I'd been holding the leather strap of Mara's pack until Mara touched my wrist. She was staring up the slope now, her expression unreadable. I've waited long enough. He bowed just slightly, cane tucked behind his back. Then ascend. The mountain remembers the weight of all who've tried. It will know your names before long. We said nothing more. We passed him in silence. As we did, he spoke again, not loudly, but just enough for the words to follow us like breath on our necks. If you fear what's waiting above, consider what still waits below. I didn't look back, not once. The stone was cold under my palms as I began to climb. It gave no comfort beneath my hands. Cold, wet, and jagged, every inch of it was pain. It wasn't just a mountain. It was a monument to agony, a colossus sculpted by divine indifference. As Mara and I began to ascend, there was no signal, no thunderclap or voice from above. The red-suited man had vanished the moment we touched the rock, and all that remained was the slope and the sound of our breathing, ragged and already shallow in the thinning air. The first stretch gave us the lie. It welcomed us gently. A shallow incline, cracks wide enough for boots, ledges like footholds. But that was just the trap. The first hour, if it was an hour, was only to break you slowly. Then the stone steepened. The cold began to bite, not like a wind, but like claws. And the rain. Oh, it returned, not in mist, but in needles. Sharp, slanted sheets of icy rain came screaming down from the void above, lashing us like we owed it something. Each drop stung. Each gust of wind tore heat from us like a tax, and the mountain never relented. The skin of my palms split open early. I could feel each tear like a prayer gone unanswered. Could see the red of myself left behind with every grip and pull. My knees ground against the jagged slope, the cloth of my pants long since shredded, the flesh beneath exposed to the black shale. And still we climbed. There was no speech between us. What was there to say? Our mouths were busy with breath, our minds reduced to the primitive rhythm of endure, hold, pull, and bleed. We passed the first courts before the second hour. A man, maybe, or a woman? Hard to tell. The body was half buried in the stone itself, as if the mountain had grown around it. Mouth frozen open in a silent scream, eyes hollowed out by time or birds or something worse. The fingers were still clawing upward, bone and sinew fused to the slope. A warning. Then another, and then another. Bodies weren't rare here. Some were rotted, some seemed fossilized. One was just a skeleton with the spine bent backward, a head tilted to face the sky like it had been praying when it died. Mara didn't look at them, and I couldn't stop. I needed to see what happened to the ones who didn't make it. Needed to remind myself that I might be one of them if I hesitated for even a second. The slope grew worse. Soon there were no ledges, hardly any handholds. We were improvising everything, climbing with fingers jammed into cracks too narrow, with bleeding toes dug into seams that screamed protest with every shift, my boots long since gone. And the rain didn't let up, not once. It drilled into us, cold as judgment. At one point I slipped. My foot slid on a patch of green-black moss, and I dropped half a body length before catching myself on a ridge of broken stone. My stomach turned. My shoulder felt like it dislocated with a pop that sent light exploding behind my eyes. But I held on. I screamed, but I held. Mara caught up to me a few minutes later, dragging her body up the incline like a revenant, rain pouring off of her in rivers, blood dripping from her hands. She didn't ask if I was okay. She just nodded and kept going. And then she faltered. It was higher than I could guess. Our fingers touched. I gripped her wrist as tightly as I could, anchoring myself with my left hand to a jagged outcrop. The stone cut through me like glass, but I didn't let go. Her eyes locked to mine. Rain washed blood from her lips. Don't, I rasped. Don't you fucking dare let go. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She just stared at me, her face terrifyingly calm. You can't pull me. You'll fall too. I don't care. You should. The wind tore at us both. My body began to slip. My body screamed at me to let go, to live, to finish the climb. Mara leaned her head against the stone, eyes closing. It's okay. It's my time. I knew it would be. I'm just glad I tried. No. Yes, you still have to go. My fingers were failing. The blood was too much. I couldn't hold her and stay anchored, not both. Her lips moved again. A prayer. A goodbye. And then she let go. I watched her fall, not tumbling or screaming, just dropping like a stone into the rain, into the fog below. She was there, and then she wasn't. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, I had nothing left. I turned back to the rock and I climbed. But something had changed. The mountain had already been cruel, but now it felt sentient, offended maybe, that I hadn't joined her in the fall. The slope seemed sharper, the stone more brittle. My grip found fewer holds and the rain poured harder, as if the sky itself wanted to scrape me off the cliffside and send me hurtling after her. Every inch upward was a prayer screamed into a silent void. I didn't know what I was praying to anymore. Maybe not God, maybe not anything. Maybe just to survive long enough for this to mean something. Pain blurred everything. I was climbing on instinct now. Some dumb animal part of me that refused to die even after the soul had been hollowed out. My body felt like it was no longer mine. It was a ragged, leaking vessel driven by spite and loss and the sick, stubborn refusal to end like this. My shoulder, still dislocated, could hardly support my body weight. My fingers were torn open to the bone. Each pull peeled more skin away. I could feel the slickness of blood under the rain, the way it made the stone even harder to grip. My legs trembled with every stretch. My knees buckled if I paused even for a second. The wind began to scream, high and predatory. I kept my eyes on the stone, because looking down was unthinkable, because I couldn't bear to see that endless void where Mara had vanished. Her absence followed me, haunted every reach and grasp like a phantom limb. I imagined her still falling, still watching me, waiting at the base in whatever broken shape this world allowed. Time lost meaning. The rain, the blood, the stone, it was all the same now. I was no longer climbing up, just onward. I tore a fingernail off on a broken ridge and didn't even notice until I saw the trail of blood painting a long arc behind me. I slipped once, skidded down 10 feet on my stomach, scraping ribs raw and cracking my chin on a blunt edge. I tasted copper and screamed into the stone until I had no voice left. And still I climbed. The slope grew even steeper until I was climbing vertically, fingers jammed into cracks no wider than what felt like a coin, feet scrabbling for traction on stone that hated me. Every movement was blind faith. My arms burned. The rain poured so hard it felt like I was drowning upright. I don't remember how long the final stretch took. Maybe an hour, maybe a year for all I know, with how time went by up there. But then, somehow, impossibly, I saw it. A lip of stone. A flatness. A line in the sky where the slope ended. I screamed, loud and ugly and full of fire. I dragged my ruined body toward it, clawing at the final yards like an animal. My shoulder popped again, maybe back into place, maybe out of place even worse. And I collapsed onto the summit. Not standing, not triumphant, just broken, just there. I stood at the summit, though stood may be too generous a word. I existed at the summit, barely, a tattered thing held together by blood and by will. The wind didn't reach here and the rain had stopped. Even the cold felt subdued, like the mountain itself was finished with me. The stone underfoot was smooth and polished. There was nothing here. No throne, no altar. No burst of divine light or epiphany to make sense of the pain. Just a vast, quiet emptiness, lit in a dull, colorless haze. The sky above was still that terrible black, starless and infinite. But here it didn't seem threatening anymore. It simply was. And in the middle of the plateau stood a door. A simple thing, wooden, tall, freestanding without hinges or frame or wall. Just there, impossibly out of place, and yet the most important object in all existence. And beside it, a man. He looked like the one at the base, the one in red, but where the other had worn elegance like menace, this man radiated stillness, rightness. He wore a suit of blinding white, trimmed with gold thread so fine it shimmered with every breath he took. His skin was luminous, not bright, but softly lit from within. His eyes were ancient and kind and bottomless. He smiled when he saw me, not warmly, not sadly, just completely. "You made it," he said. I tried to speak, but my throat was raw from screaming, my lungs ragged from the climb. What came out was more whisper than voice. "What now?" The man turned slightly, gesturing with his open palm toward the door. "You've climbed. You've endured. Now, you step through." I stared at the door. There were no carvings, no handle, no markings of any kind. Just wood, weathered, warped, and eternal. What's on the other side? No one knows until they go. Is this heaven?" He smiled again. "It's not a place. It's a path. And you are still walking it." The words sounded like scripture, though they offered no certainty. "Will it hurt?" "You've already endured worse." I hesitated. My hands trembled at my sides. One leg twitched beneath me, trying to buckle. Will I see her again?" He didn't answer right away. That smile returned, but now it was softer, touched with something I couldn't name. "Step through," he said. There was no wind, no tension in the air, no booming voices from on high. Just that door waiting, the threshold between what was and what might be. I stepped forward. My body barely obeyed, but I made it to the door and reached out with fingers I couldn't feel. I pressed the door open and was swallowed by light. Not golden, not blue, not radiant in any earthly sense, just pure. A white so complete it erased everything else. No sense of ground, no up or down, no air, no smell, no sound. Only brilliance. And it devoured me. I took one step, solid footing, the door still behind me. I took a second, and the ground vanished. I fell. Not downward, not anywhere, just unmoored, and that was when the pain began. Not pain of flesh, not knives or fire or broken bones. I'd take all of that again, gladly to escape what came next. This pain didn't touch my body, it touched me. It knew me. It peeled me open cell by cell, memory by memory, every lie I'd ever told, every kindness I'd withheld, every cowardly silence, every small cruelty I'd justified as survival. All of it was dragged to the surface, each moment laid bare like raw nerve. The agony wasn't in the exposure, it was in the correction. Like a holy fire pouring through my soul, not burning, but purifying. Every sin I didn't even realize I committed was scraped away like rust from iron. I couldn't scream. I had no mouth. I had no body. Only the echo of what I'd been, and in that echo I wept. I begged not for forgiveness, but for mercy. But that was the point, wasn't it? This was mercy. To return to the world cleansed, I had to leave nothing impure behind. So I let it happen. I endured. For Lily, for Mara, for myself. And then, stillness. A long, breathless quiet that felt like a hand settling on your shoulder after a storm. Not comfort, but peace. And then darkness. Not the darkness of the purgatory skies. Not blackness, just absence. I woke to beeping. Soft and slow and utterly alien. A ceiling above me? Fluorescent lights humming? Linoleum? The smell of antiseptic and plastic tubing? I blinked. The light here was real. There were walls, machines, a drip in my arm, gauze wrapped around my hands, a heart monitor beside me chirping like a bird too polite to cry out. Outside the window, a road, a tree, a parking lot, Earth. My breath hitched. A nurse stepped into the room, froze in place and gasped. He's awake. I turned my head, slowly. Everything felt like it was learning itself again. I didn't say anything, but I remembered everything. The climb, the rain, the mud, Mara, the mountain, the door, the fall. I remembered it all. And as the morning sun touched my face through that narrow hospital window, I felt warmth again. Not heat, not light, but a soul-deep cleansing. A single tear slipped down my cheek. Not of grief, not of fear, but of release. They don't believe me. The doctors call it a coma-induced hallucination. The nurses whisper about trauma and oxygen loss. Some of them, those with crosses around their necks, just nod quietly. But I know what I saw. I know what I endured. And I know what waits on the other side for those like me. And I'm writing this because someone has to. I don't care if they call it madness. I don't care if they laugh or dismiss it as a dream wrung from guilt and grief. This isn't a parable. It's not a... It's a record. A soul that ends its own life does not vanish into nothing. A soul too good for hell and too bad for heaven, it does not fall screaming into hell. It falls into something else. A gray world of rot and rain. A purgatory stitched together not by fire, but by man. There are no devils there. No horns, no pitchforks, no circles of sin. Just people. People left alone too long with their pain and their teeth. I walked through that world. I clawed out of the earth with lungs still full of poison. I bled in the mud. I was hunted and I was broken. I saw the worst of what we become when there are no rules, no angels, no judgment. And I climbed. I climbed through agony and storm and loss. I climbed when my body had nothing left. I climbed after I watched the last good thing in that place fall into the mist without a sound. And at the summit, there was no prize, no answer, just a man and a door, and what waited behind it purified me. Not gently, not kindly, but fully. So I write this for the ones still here. The ones who feel the weight pulling them toward the edge. The ones who think that ending their life will bring peace. Because let me tell you, it won't. There is no peace in purgatory. Only the long scream of survival. Only the endless, aching question. When your calling comes, will you choose to climb? Hey everybody, Kevin from Nightmares Nightly here. If you made it this far, I want to thank you for listening. I love bringing these stories to life, and I've recently been writing a lot of my own. If you'd like to support the channel and what I do, and hear more of my own stories, please consider becoming a member, where I try to upload exclusive, ad-free stories every week. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody. So yeah, that's how I ended up in a pair of Target khakis and a panic erection. Not exactly the Viking funeral I always imagined, but life's funny like that. 1 minute you're alive and halfway through a microwaved burrito, and the next, you're blinking under fluorescent lights that hum like they've got something to say. I wish I could tell you the exact moment I died, but it's all kind of a blur. Maybe it was the cholesterol, maybe it was karma. Maybe it was the third time I replied, "That's what she said," to a grieving widow on a customer service call. I don't know. But I woke up here, wherever here is, with my shoes missing and a stale taste in my mouth like someone had poured regret through a Brita filter and made me gargle it. The room I was in looked like a DMV in a dentist's office had a kid and decided to raise it in a Walmart break room. The walls were a kind of off beige that actively sapped joy from the air. The floor was linoleum but sticky in places, like it had been mopped with soda and shame. There was a row of chairs along the wall, all occupied by people who looked equally confused and equally miserable. Some were crying, some just stared into space like they were waiting for a delayed flight that had been canceled 5 years ago. I made the mistake of trying to talk to the guy next to me, a middle-aged dude in a bathrobe who smelled like onions and disappointment. But he just blinked slowly and whispered, "I chose poorly," before returning to his 1,000-yard stare. There were no clocks. That's important. No clocks, no windows, no music. No indication that time was doing anything other than looping in on itself like a snake chewing its own ass. Every few eternities, a screen would flash a number. People would glance down at their tickets in their hands, sigh, and one of them would get up and vanish through the door at the far end of the room. I had a number 2, 6666. Of course, the screen called 6665, then it blinked, then it called 6667. That happened 4 times. I laughed the first time. The second time I chuckled. The third time, I flipped off the screen and said, "Nice guys, real original." By the fourth, I was ready to pull a fire alarm, if I could find one, or if I believed the laws of physics still applied. But that's the thing, right? You're not in Kansas anymore. You're not even in a place with states or countries or oxygen you can trust. You're in a holding pattern where your last thought was probably, "Is this how it really ends?" Eventually, Eventually, a door creaked open and a woman appeared. Not a receptionist, not a nurse. Just a woman in a beige cardigan and a tired expression like she'd just come from mediating a PTA fight about gluten-free cupcakes. She called my name without looking up. "Keith Snyder." I stood, smiled, did a little finger gun thing I immediately regretted. In the disappointing flesh. She handed me a manila folder without saying a word. I flipped it open. Inside were poorly lit childhood photos, a list of search histories I don't remember making, and a typed sheet that just said, "Final score, 43%. There was no conversation, no gavel, no scales, no booming voice from the clouds saying I'd been weighed and found wanting. Just a uniform in my size, gray slacks, bland polo, black shoes I felt a half size too tight, and a finger pointed toward a door labeled, in simple white block letters, "The Not So Good Place." No fire, no thunder, no dramatic music. Just that door waiting. And me, with nothing left to do but open it. I stood there longer than I meant to, a folder in one hand, polyester polo in the other, staring at the door like it might change its mind. Like maybe, just maybe, there'd been a clerical error and the real Keith Snyder was still out there, flipping off pedestrians and microwaving sadness in burrito form. I glanced back at the waiting room, hoping for what, I don't know. An appeal process? A customer satisfaction survey? But no one looked up. No one cared. The receptionist had already disappeared, her chair slowly swiveling to a stop like she'd melted out of existence. It was just me now in the door. It wasn't even a scary door, that's the thing. You expect hell to come wrapped in barbed wire or to be made of bones, or at least to smell like sulfur and childhood trauma. But no. It looked like something you'd find in the back hallway of a vape shop. Matte black, slightly chipped around the handle, scuffed near the bottom from too many shoes. The words, "The Not So Good Place," were printed in big, dumb Helvetica. Someone had stuck a faded employees only sticker just below the knob, like the devil had outsourced maintenance to a guy named Ron who doesn't believe in email. I laughed, or tried to. It came out weird, tight and dry. Not my usual kind of laugh, the one I use when I'm pretending everything's fine. This one sounded more like it was clawing its way out of me, like something that had been waiting for this moment a long time. So I said something, because silence felt dangerous. "Well, this is gonna suck." I slipped into the uniform. It fit, of course, too well, like it had been measured for the exact shape of my regrets. The collar itched, the waistband pressed just slightly into my gut. It wasn't uncomfortable, not really. Just enough to remind me I didn't have a true body anymore. Not the way I remembered it. I looked down and saw that my shadow didn't move with me. It just sort of watched me. And then I reached for the knob. It was warm. Not hot. Not burn your flesh a hellfire hot, just warm. Familiar. In that deeply unnerving way that something is when you realize you've been heading toward it your whole life without knowing. I opened the door. There was a hallway on the other side. Red walls, black floor, ceiling like scorched stone. A flickering sign buzzed overhead, casting a sickly yellow light that made everything look jaundiced. I stepped through, and the door clicked shut behind me like a vault ceiling. That was the moment it hit me. Not the fear, not yet. Not the regret. Just this low, quiet thought, clear as a bell. They didn't even bother to tell me why I'd been sent here. No monologue, no explanation. No list of sins carved into the sky. Just a folder, a polo, and a door. Hell doesn't need to explain itself, it already knows you. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. Not in a mystical mind-bending way. More like a cheap optical illusion in a bad haunted house. The lights buzzed overhead, pulsing just enough to make my eye twitch. Somewhere far off I could hear screaming. It was hard to tell if it was the I'm on fire kind or the they're playing Nickelback on loop kind. But either way, it didn't inspire confidence. Then came the smell. Burnt toast, cheap cologne and gym socks, and something sour-sweet underneath, like sugar that had gone moldy and then caught on fire. It was the scent of despair marinated in Axe body spray. My eyes watered. That's when I heard him. Look at you. Fresh meat with a nice clean shirt and the what the fuck just happened to me look in his eye. Love to see it. Warms the cockles of what used to be my heart. It really does. He stepped into view like a stage magician doing a low-effort reveal. Smoke, dramatic pause, one finger gun and a bow. He was short, wiry, and wore a blazer 2 sizes too big with a lapel pin shaped like a crying face. His skin was the kind of red that looked painful, like a sunburn that never healed. And his smile, geez, his smile looked like it had been carved into his face with a butter knife and frozen there sometime around the Nixon administration. Yeah, I'm Goth, he said, as if that meant anything. Welcome to the not-so-good place. Trademark pendant. Please don't sue. I'll be your greeter, tour guide, emotional support demon, and personal torment consultant for the duration of your orientation. He stuck out a hand. It was smoking slightly. Not metaphorically, actual smoke. I hesitated. Oh, come on, I don't bite. That's HR's job. I just show you around the place. Make sure you don't get lost in the eternal screaming chasm, or accidentally wander into the mouse room. You'd hate the mouse room. It's damp. I shook his hand. Instantly regretted it. It was like grabbing a hot coal wrapped in greasy sausage casing. He winked like we were old pals. Look at that face. You're thinking I'm some crusty little troll here to make your afterlife miserable. And you're right. But hey, chin up. At least you get the deluxe package. Most souls just get thrown into a pit and told to figure it out on the way down. I don't remember signing up for a tour. Nobody remembers, Garth said, spinning on his heels like a game show host. But don't you worry. You've got potential. I can smell it. Not like the guy before you. Gary Glenn. He pissed himself twice before we get past the welcome mat. You're a talker. I read your file. A sarcastic little shit. I like that. You'll last longer. Last where? Garth looked over his shoulder, grin sharpening. In the system, mate. Then he turned back to face me fully, arms wide like he was showing off a used Toyota with 3 missing doors and a squirrel living in the engine. Now then, shall we begin our tour of hell's most underappreciated and overpopulated district? Grab your socks, Keith. The not-so-good place awaits. And oh boy, does it have plans for you. And with that, he started walking. I followed, because what else was I gonna do? We walked in silence for a while. Garth humming something that sounded suspiciously like Karma Chameleon, except the lyrics had been replaced with variations of burn forever, send your soul. I was too busy trying to keep my shoes from sticking to the floor to ask questions. The ground felt like someone had poured syrup over hot linoleum and then walked through it in despair. Every step made a little wet schlup sound. It wasn't comforting. We stopped in front of a large archway made of what looked like melted IKEA furniture and crying. Hanging above it was a neon sign flickering just enough to cause a headache. It read, "Welcome to the Hall of Minor Inconveniences. Because eternal suffering doesn't always have to be dramatic." Garth clapped his hands and turned to me with a salesman's grin. "Right then, time to get your toes wet. Figuratively and literally if the sock floor is still active, which knowing facilities it is. You're gonna spend a little time in here, my friend. Not long. Just enough to soak in, you know? Build character, shave down the soul, standard stuff." I looked through the archway. It didn't seem so bad at first glance. There was a hallway, carpeted, bad wallpaper, ambient music playing softly. It looked like a very long dentist's office corridor. What? Wait, this is it? Where's the fire, the blood, the screaming faces? Garth patted my back, too hard, like he was trying to knock the air out of me. No. See, this is starter-level suffering. Intro to misery, the gateway drug. Fire and brimstones for the meatheads down on level 6. Up here, it's all about irritation. The kind that crawls under your skin and refuses to leave. You'll see. He waved a hand. The floor opened beneath me. I dropped. I landed in a room that looked like a DMV had exploded inside a waiting room inside a community college with mold problems. The lights buzzed overhead, flickering just enough to give me a low-grade migraine. A woman in scrubs sneezed directly into her hand, then high-fived a toddler holding a juice box. The kid looked at me and drooled. I started walking. Every few feet, something happened. My sock, just the one, was damp. Not soaked, not wet enough to completely justify removing it, just damp. It squished slightly every time I stepped. The overhead music wasn't even music. It was the loading screen theme from a mobile game. It looped every 17 seconds. A ceiling tile was dripping. Every few minutes it would fall directly behind me and splash my back with something lukewarm and suspiciously lemon-scented. A line of vending machines beckoned me with flashing lights. I walked up, checked my pocket, and found a crumpled dollar. I tried to insert it, and the machine rejected it. I smoothed it out. Rejected again. I turned it around. Rejected. I tried 6 more times. The slot swallowed it and spit out a coupon for 1 free breath you won't enjoy. There were chairs, dozens, all plastic, all shaped just slightly wrong. No matter how I sat, one part of my spine was in open revolt. A phone rang in the distance. It never stopped. No one answered it. A man walked past me muttering passwords, and trying to remember his own name. I tried to laugh. It came out like a wheeze. I realized my lips were dry. I went to lick them and they cracked. It went on like that. For hours, for days, for years, I couldn't tell. Time got weird in there. And the worst part? It never escalated. No dramatic twist, no giant flaming spider bursting through the wall. Just the same crap over and over. until it ground something down inside me. I found myself begging to be impaled, just something big, something sharp. Anything that didn't feel like death by paper cuts and frozen yogurt machine beeps. Then, just as I was contemplating licking the floor out of sheer rebellion, a trapdoor opened under me again, and I dropped. I landed at Garth's feet. He was sipping from a coffee cup labeled Tears of the Recently Deceased.
"Well, what did I tell ya?"
he said. I glared at him. My sock is still damp.
"Perfect. That means it's working."
He extended a hand. I didn't take it. He shrugged.
"Suit yourself. All right, sunshine. Next stop's a personal favorite of mine. Little place we call the Q."
He winked.
"Hope you like waiting."
At first, it felt manageable. Just a line. I mean, I've waited it worse. Black Friday electronic sales, a Kanye West pop-up merch truck in 2017. Hell, I once stood in line for 2 hours just to get rejected from a club that I'm pretty sure was just a back alley with speakers. So yeah, I know lines. But this wasn't a line, this was a sentence. There was no visible movement, no announcement, no sense of progression. Everyone around me stared forward, not speaking, not blinking. A man behind me occasionally muttered apologies to someone who wasn't there. A woman in front of me was sobbing quietly, holding a ticket that read, "Now serving infinity." The ticket machine at the front had no numbers, just a screen that pulsed occasionally with the word, "Soon." After what felt like hours or days, someone finally moved. Just one step. That tiny, shuffling inch forward rippled down the line like a whisper through the dead. Everyone else followed in eerie synchrony, as if the very act of stepping had become holy. I shuffled forward too, my shoes making that same sickly slop noise as before. Damp socks still intact, excellent. Then the wait resumed. I tried to talk. The man next to me shook his head before I could even speak. His mouth opened slightly, revealing rows of broken teeth, and he mouthed the word, "Don't." There was a window to my left. I thought maybe I could get a look at what we were even lining up for. But no matter how close I leaned, the view never changed. It showed an empty lobby, clean, serene, unoccupied. The number on the wall behind the desk read, 1. I screamed once. No one even reacted. Eventually, I gave up trying to understand the system. The only way to endure it was to become part of it. I learned to sleep with my eyes open. I counted the hairs on my arms. I bit my tongue just to feel something, and when my knees got tired, the floor softened just enough to tease relief, but never enough to sit. I started inventing reasons why we were there. Redemption, processing, maybe a psychological experiment run by Satan's version of MIT? Or maybe this was it. Maybe this was all I got. No flames, no monsters. Just line waiting and a gnawing suspicion that I once laughed at someone going through the same exact thing and called them a drama queen. When the floor finally gave out beneath me again, I didn't feel surprised. I felt relieved. I landed in a chair this time. A proper one. Soft, overstuffed, faux leather. The kind you'd find in a waiting room designed to make you forget you're waiting. Across from me sat Garth, sipping from a thermos labeled, "Hope is for quitters." He looked up as I rubbed my eyes and tried to remember how to breathe like a person.
Well, well, well.
he said, grinning like a game show host whose contestants all got electrocuted.
You survived the queue. Color me impressed. Some folks never come out. Others just fold.
I stared at him hollowed out. How long was I in there? He shrugged.
Subjective time. Somewhere between a few weeks and 2 presidential administrations. But don't worry. Your mind will fill in the gaps with a vague sense of failure and lower back pain. That's the magic of the queue. No scars. Just a deep spiritual limp.
I tried to speak, failed, then just laughed soft, bitter, and cracked. Garth stood up, brushed off his blazer, and pointed down another hallway.
All right, champ, time for something a bit more lively. We've done minor pain. We've done psychological drain. Let's give your nerves a real tickle, eh? Next stop's one of my faves, the group chat room.
He leaned in close, whispering like a carnival barker selling haunted meat.
Hope you like being interrupted.
The room itself was a kind of impossible lounge. Equal parts dorm, common area, digital marketing startup, and karaoke bar from hell. There were couches everywhere, all too close together, and every available surface had some kind of screen on it. Some were old CRT TVs flickering with VHS static. Others were plasma monitors cycling through endless chat threads, each one moving too fast. I sat on a beanbag chair that audibly groaned beneath me. Not like an old chair, but like an actual person sighing in disgust. And within seconds, the first barrage began. A chorus of notifications lit up the air like gunfire. Pings from every direction, followed by an overlapping swarm of voices shouting my name, mispronouncing it, tagging it, hashtagging it, and reacting to it with emojis that shouldn't even exist.
Keith!
LOL, who's this?
Who invited Keith? He still owes me $40. Remember that time he cried during the notebook? LOL, soft AF.
Keith, go back to your mom's basement.
Why does he type like that? Can we vote to kick him?
Every message I tried to send out, every word I thought about saying, was hijacked by the room. I opened my mouth to speak, and my voice was immediately projected, distorted, and played back in someone else's accent, like a bad TikTok stitch. I tried to apologize. They screamed louder, I tried to joke. They told me it was offensive. I tried to go silent. A bot started replying to me on my behalf. Then the screens began replaying old conversations. My old conversations. Facebook messages I'd long forgotten, drunken texts, every passive-aggressive K, every time I sent LOL but I was actually dying inside, every time I left someone unread. They were all here, and they were all furious. A giant screen dropped from the ceiling. It played a loop of me typing, "I'm on my way," while still in bed with no pants on. Below it, a scrolling mark read, "Keith Snyder, serial liar, unfunny texter, you up enthusiast." People I hadn't seen since high school emerged from the walls, tagging me in old threads I didn't remember joining. My cousin Dan kept asking why I unfollowed him. An ex-friend sent me an e-card. A frickin' e-card. It sang. The singing was off-key. I screamed. No one listened. I whispered. Everyone heard. I covered my ears. The sound got inside anyway. My phone appeared in my hand, unasked. The screen unlocked itself. The chat was open, the typing bubble was pulsing. I wasn't typing, but something was. I don't know how long I was in there. Time worked different, of course, more elastic, like a bad data plan. Minutes stretched, hours collapsed. I started hearing my own thoughts and hashtags. I began reacting to my emotions with gifs. When the door opened beneath me, I didn't even flinch. I fell. This time I landed face first on Garth's desk. He was sharpening a pen with what looked like a human incisor and humming to himself. All right, there he is. So, how'd it go? Make any new friends? Stir up some old trauma? Get called cringe? I peeled myself off the desk and glared at him. That room is weaponized embarrassment.
Of course it is. Most of hell's digital now. We barely use pitchforks in this part anymore. Just force people to relive every typo they ever made while someone shouts ratio in their ear.
He slid a thermos across the desk. It was labeled Keith's Tears, Organic.
Drink up. Hydration's hell. But you gotta keep that anguish flowing.
I pushed it away. My throat felt like it had been dry for the past 10 years. Garth stood, straightened his crooked tie, and motioned toward another hallway. This one pulsed with a kind of raw, rhythmic energy. Low, thunderous, like a club beat made from broken dreams.
You've done petty pain. You've done bureaucratic stagnation. You've even done performative public shame. Now it's time for something a little more personal.
He grinned wide, teeth catching the flickering light.
Next stop's the diner of regret. And buddy, I hope you brought your appetite.
The hallway to the next stop was narrower and quieter. The kind of quiet that isn't peaceful. It's loaded, like the pause before a fight or the second after someone says, "We need to talk." The walls were stained tile, flickering with a sickly greenish glow that made everything look undercooked. The air smelled of old fry oil, melted vinyl, and, somehow, cheap coffee that had been burnt, reheated, and burnt again. I knew that smell. We all knew that smell. Garth was uncharacteristically silent as we approached the door. No snarky commentary, no jazz hands. Just a grunt and a thumb pointed toward the rusted push bar at the entrance. A sign above the door said, "The Diner of Regret. Open always. No substitutions and no takebacks." He didn't even look at me this time. Just said,
"You're not gonna like this one. And that's the point."
Then he pushed the door open and walked away. The bell above the door jingled, but not pleasantly. It sounded warped, cracked, like someone had hit a tuning fork made of bone. Inside, it was a diner straight out of a dream, or a memory you wish you'd forgotten. Booths lined the walls, their plastic seats cracked and sagging. The tabletops were coated in a sticky layer of something that shimmered slightly, like molasses mixed with sorrow. The lighting was fluorescent and unforgiving. Every sound echoed just a little too much. And behind the counter, wearing a stained apron that read, "How can I make this worse?" stood my high school ex-girlfriend Becky. She didn't look surprised to see me. She looked tired. "Table for one," she said flatly, already grabbing a menu. "Like always." I followed her to a booth near the back. It had a view of a window that didn't show anything. Just a thick wall of gray mist swirling behind the glass, occasionally flashing with things I really didn't want to identify. She slapped the menu down in front of me and walked away without another word. The menu was written in Sharpie. The options were not food. Option 1. The time you lied and it didn't matter, but you did it anyway. Option 2. What you should have said when she was crying. 3. 3 a.m. thoughts you pretend you don't have. Option 4. Missed calls from people you'd claimed you'd always answer. No prices, no specials. I looked around. The other patrons weren't eating. Some were just staring into empty cups. Some were crying into milkshakes that refilled themselves with each sob. One guy was chewing a napkin slowly and deliberately, like it owed him money. A waitress came over. She looked familiar. My old boss, Danielle, from the coffee shop I got fired from for excessive sarcasm and underwhelming team spirit. She still had the same disappointed frown.
"So,"
she said, chewing gum like it was a threat.
"What'll it be?"
I opened my mouth, closed it, finally muttered, "I don't know." She scribbled something on her pad anyway.
"House special, then. That's what most of you order, eventually."
She walked away. A few minutes later, she came back and set a steaming plate in front of me. It was a heaping pile of memories. Not metaphorical ones, actual ones. They shimmered on the plate like heat waves. Little scenes playing out in looping detail. Me ghosting people who didn't deserve it. Me saying something clever instead of something kind. Me choosing silence when someone needed me to speak. And me laughing off something that hurt someone just a little too much. Each bite tasted like guilt in different flavors. Some were sharp and immediate, like biting into a bad text at the worst possible time. Others were slow burns. Things I didn't even realize had hurt someone, but they had. I chewed and I remembered. I chewed and I cringed. I chewed and I hated myself just a little bit more. Halfway through, I started to cry. I didn't want to. I didn't mean to. But the food made it happen. It wasn't about remembering. It was about feeling it again. Exactly the way the other person had. Not from the outside, from inside them. Their confusion, their pain, their disappointment. It was excruciating. But I couldn't stop eating. That was their rule. You don't leave until the plate's clean. When I finally finished, Danielle came back, picked up the plate, and looked down at me with something close to pity. "You always say you're the funny one, but not one of these memories made anybody laugh." She walked away without waiting for a tip. Garth reappeared without ceremony, like a magician pulling himself out of a cigarette cloud. He sat down across from me and slid a coffee cup in my direction. It was already half empty, and somehow it was still warm.
"No one likes the diner, but it's effective. Gets under the armor. You wouldn't believe how many tough guys fold over a little regret a la mode."
I didn't speak. I couldn't. My mouth still tasted like the moment I told my friend I was too busy to talk, knowing full well I wasn't. He'd been crying, I'd made a joke, and I hadn't even asked why. Garth sipped his coffee and tilted his head.
"You think the big tortures break people? The flaying, the pits, the fire and brimstone? Nah, that's dramatic, sure, makes a hell of a mess. But this right here, the quiet booths and the memories that talk back, that's where the real damage happens."
He stood, smoothed out his blazer, and tossed a handful of coins onto the table. They clinked with a hollow echo. One of them had my face on it, and I didn't ask why.
"Come on,"
he said, already moving toward the next door.
"We've got more stops to make. You're starting to crack around the edges, and that's exactly what management likes to see."
I stood up, legs trembling.
"All right, time for your final stop."
I looked at him. Final? He smiled wide.
Oh, yeah, you've seen the petty, you've seen the personal. Now it's time to see the permanent. Come on, Keith, you've earned this next bit. I didn't follow him. I just walked. Because by then I knew I didn't have a choice. The hall we entered next was colder. Not in temperature, but in sensation. The air here didn't press down. It didn't buzz or whisper or hum. It just hung, still and heavy, like it was waiting. Ahead of us stood a set of iron gates, blackened with age and soot, carved with screaming faces whose mouths never moved. No signs, no jokes, no branding. The light here was dim, reddish, but not in that theatrical way. This wasn't a horror movie aesthetic. This was the glow of slow, deep fire, ancient and patient. I slowed, unsure. Garth didn't. He walked up to the gates, reached into his blazer, and pulled out what looked like a half-melted subway token. He flipped it in the air, and the gates creaked open. No fanfare, just rusted metal groaning against its hinges like it was waking from a long, angry sleep. Come on, then. Let's take a walk through the real part. We stepped inside. The smell hit first. Not like anything I'd encountered before. Not just rot, not just fire, not just blood or brimstone. It was the stench of pain. Not metaphorical. Actual pain. Leaking out of the walls like steam from a pressure valve. It clung to the air, sticky and oily, sliding down your throat when you breathed. My stomach churned, my eyes watered instantly. The floor here was stone, rough and pitted and streaked with black, not scorched, stained. Each mark was a history of agony written in something more permanent than blood. And then came the sounds. Screams. Not frantic, not dramatic. These were the low, long, hopeless screams of people who'd run out of options centuries ago. No rhythm, no structure. Just misery, echoing impulses that made my bones hum. We passed through the first chamber. A row of suspended bodies, upside down, their skin peeled in perfect spirals, regenerating just fast enough to be flayed again. Their mouths were sewn shut, but their eyes pleaded constantly. Garth waved us one as we walked by. She was a trafficker. Ran a kids for clicks ring on the surface. Her soul's on a loop. Every time she thinks it's over, the stitching loosens just enough for her to scream. Not that anyone hears, except her. Another chamber opened to our left. This one was filled with cages, hundreds of them, each one the size of a small coffin. Inside, people were folded in on themselves, bone-crunched and bent like paper dolls. Their eyes never closed. A gas seeped in from above, igniting invisible fires beneath their skin. They burned, but nothing charred. Just endless nerve endings dancing on the edge of combustion. Bankers, but not the ones you're thinking of. These were the ones who preyed on dying people. Reverse mortgages, medical loans, predatory scams. We've got a whole wing just for financial sadists. I didn't speak. I couldn't. The pain was thick in the air now. It vibrated, got under the skin, like guilt you could wear. The hallway twisted, widened, and then dropped. We descended a staircase of uneven stone that echoed beneath our feet. As we went deeper, the torment got quieter. Not because it stopped, but because it became internal. We passed a chamber lined with translucent cylinders, each containing a person curled in the fetal position, their faces twitching in terror. They were hooked up to something.
Metal wires, tubes, neural ports, and inside each glass tank a projection plate. Personal silent, looping over and over. Self-loopers. This is hell's efficiency model. We hook you into the worst moment of your life and magnify it until it consumes you. That's Ted over there. Drove drunk. Killed a family of 4. Every time he tries to look away, we increase the clarity. I press forward just to move. More rooms. A pit filled with drowning figures. Just below the surface, always gasping, never reaching air. The water was clear, except for the occasional burst of red as someone tried to claw their way up to the top. War criminals, not generals. The field guys who enjoyed it. It's subtle, but you can tell. Hell knows. He glanced over at me then for the first time in a while. You notice something? I looked around. No jokes. No games. He nodded. That's right. This is the real thing. No personal torment, no clever little dimers, no ironic punishments. This is the core. This is what happens when you've crossed lines that don't uncross. We came to a stop in front of a room that pulsed with heat. Not fire, but hate. It was thick, palpable. Inside, a single figure floated midair, every inch of their skin marked with symbols that glowed white-hot, searing a fresh agony with every breath. They were alone. Absolutely, cosmically alone. Garth didn't speak this time, he just looked in. So did I. It was worse than anything I'd seen. Not because the person wasn't moving, not because they were paralyzed, but because they accepted it. And then Garth turned to me. You're not staying here, he said simply. I blinked, disoriented. What? He sighed and leaned against the stone doorway. Hell tailors itself. Everyone gets what they've earned. Some get flamed, some get mirrors, some get lines, some get lost. You? You lived like a guy who knew better, but didn't always do better. You weren't evil, you weren't good. You were careless, thoughtless. A guy with a laugh track to drown out anything deeper. I swallowed, my throat burned. So, what was all the theme park bullshit for then? That was your hell. Death by 1,000 tiny wounds. Petty regret. Cringe, missed chances. That's what you marinated in. The rooms, the cues, the chats, that diner. It's not random. That's your flavor of damnation. And this? I asked, gesturing around at the burning, writhing, screaming horror. Why show me this if I don't belong here? Garth stepped closer. Because this is where you'll work. I froze. What? You're being hired, Keith. You made it through the tour. You felt it all. You broke just enough. That's how we pick new staff. Only way to guide others through their torment is to remember your own. We're not sadists for fun. We are sadists for purpose. He placed a hand on my shoulder, the heat from his skin oddly comforting now. You won't suffer like this again, but you will see it. You'll walk others through it. And you'll do it with that little smirk, that snarky little voice, and just the right amount of bite. I opened my mouth, but there was nothing to say, because I knew he was right. I had felt every inch of my sentence, and now I was ready to pass it on. And of course, working for hell is much better than suffering in hell. We emerge from the depths of hell's core the way someone crawls out of a collapsed building, half blind, full of dust, and certain the weight still hasn't finished falling. Garth didn't speak. For once, he didn't need to. The silence that hung between us was earned. We just walked through the place where screams outlive their owners and pain becomes architecture. I don't know what I looked like. I didn't want to look. My legs felt like they'd been hollowed out and filled with something heavier than bone. The backs of my eyes ached. My mouth was dry, not from thirst, but from trying to keep in everything I'd wanted to scream back there. The diner had cracked me, but the core had emptied me. And Garth? He looked the same, as if nothing down there ever touched him, as if that place didn't know how to reach him anymore. We stopped in front of a small door, simple, wooden, totally out of place, like it belonged in an old office building that had been condemned and forgotten. A little brass plaque on the front said, HR, Personal Reassignment and Realignment. He opened the door and gestured for me to go in. Inside, the room was blank. Not minimal, blank. No walls, no floor I can make out, even though I was standing on something. Just empty white stretching in every direction, like the loading screen for a forgotten god. Dead silent, but in that loaded, waiting way, like the air itself was holding its breath. A chair appeared in front of me, wooden, plain, stable. Next to it, floating about 2 feet off the ground, was a clipboard. A black pen rested perfectly on top, and it was already uncapped. Garth walked in behind me, hands folded like a teacher trying not to laugh at a student's panic attack during final exams. "Take a seat, Keith." I sat, because of course I did. He circled me once, then leaned against nothing and crossed his arms. "So, you made it through." My throat worked. "Barely." "Barely's enough. That's the trick. We're not looking for saints. We're looking for survivors. People who felt it. Really let it in. You didn't run, you didn't lie. And most importantly, you didn't go quiet. You cracked, yeah, but you stayed present." He gestured to the clipboard. "That's your next step." I picked it up. The form was deceptively simple. 1 page, short questions. Name of soul, Keith Snyder. Status, transition eligible. Recommendation, field agent. Orientation unit. Below that was a single checkbox next to a sentence that read, "I accept the terms of my role and the responsibility of guiding incoming souls through their initiation." No fine print, no screaming souls in the margin, just the box. I didn't reach for the pen, not yet. "So that's it? No ceremony? No pitchforks and dramatic music?" Garth chuckled, low and genuine. "You want a marching band? This isn't graduation. This is a job opening. You're not the hero of your own story anymore, Keith. You're part of someone else's." I stared down at the box. I thought this place was about punishment. "It is, but it's also about continuity. Hell doesn't run on fire. It runs on experience. You think demons are born? No. We're built.
promoted. Every one of us started just like you, screaming, snarking, and breaking.
And if I say no? He gave a soft, tired smile, the kind that says he's seen every answer before.
Then you go back to the top, back to the Hall of Damp Socks, back to the diner, and back to everything, and each time you feel it a little harder, break a little more. Eventually, there's nothing left to promote. Just residue.
The clipboard felt heavier in my hand. Not just the weight of the job, the weight of inevitability. I picked up the pen and checked the box. The ink shimmered as it dried, red-black like old blood in moonlight. The paper dissolved in my hand, burning silently into smoke that curled up and vanished without a trace. And just like that, I felt something shift. Not a jolt, not a transformation, just alignment. Like I'd stepped onto the right rail and the tracks clicked into place beneath me. The nothing room vanished without fanfare. One blink and I was in a hallway I'd never seen before, sleek, black floors that rippled like oil, walls that bent inward like we were inside something alive. No torches, no flames. Just a pulsing, ambient glow from the seams in the walls, like hell's interior mood lighting had been set to vaguely ominous upscale lounge. Garth stood beside me, now wearing a sleeker blazer. No name tag, no visible burns, just quiet authority. He looked different. Taller, maybe. More solid. Or maybe I was just starting to see him the way he really was.
Right then. Transfer's done. Contract signed. Welcome to management.
Come on, really? No initiation rite, no branding iron? No chanting ancient tongues while a goat plays the bongos? He smirked.
Ah, please, that's for the fanatics. We keep things lean in orientation.
A mirror slid out of the wall beside me with a quiet shink. For a moment, I didn't want to look, but curiosity's always been stronger than self-preservation. So I did. It still looked like me, mostly, but there were changes. My skin had taken on a subtle, unnatural hue, not red or charred, just off. Like the color you see on TV static when the signal's dying. My eyes reflected lights in strange ways. Not glowing, not evil, just wrong.
Give it time,
Garth said, watching me.
Your face will catch up with the rest of you. Most of the changes are internal anyway. You'll think faster, hear things before they're said, read souls like menus.
I touched my chest. My heartbeat was still there, but it was slower. And it didn't quite feel like it was beating for me anymore. He led me to a side room. It looked like an old break room from a failing tech startup. Cracked coffee machine, chairs missing legs. A vending machine full of snacks labeled things like guilt chews, shame puffs, and oatmeal, no hope on the far wall. A corkboard held yellowing memos. Do not let souls wander into the mouth room unsupervised. Stop leaving bodies in the lost and found. Keith, if you're reading this, congrats. You're one of us now. There was a uniform hanging on a rack near the corner, tailored just for me. It looked a lot like Garth's. Faded charcoal suit, blazer slightly too long, a lapel pin shaped like a spiral that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking at it directly. Attached to the hanger was a note that read, "Smile. You're the first face they'll see." I put it on. It fit perfectly, because of course it did. As I adjusted the cuffs, Garth handed me a thin black folder. Inside was a single profile. Name redacted. Status fresh arrival. Cause of death complications from pride, envy, chronic denial, disposition, sarcastic, resistant, not without potential. I frowned. No name? He grinned.
You'll find out soon enough. Trust me, you're gonna love this one.
He checked a battered watch that may or may not have been made of teeth.
Right then, I'm off. Got a dismemberment shift down in Circle 6. Lots of screaming, not enough supervision. You've got the floor, Keith.
I blinked. Wait, I'm on my own?
Yep.
Garth pointed back toward a hallway I hadn't noticed until now. Arched, flickering at the edges, with the faintest glow of red behind it.
You'll know what to say. You've lived it.
He started to walk, then paused, turning back over his shoulder.
Oh, and Keith?
Yeah. He smiled, wide, wolfish, and proud.
Make it hurt.
And then he was gone. Just like that. I stood alone, folder in hand, new suit hugging my shoulders, the hum of hell in my ears like background music I hadn't realized I'd grown used to. And down the hallway, I heard footsteps, coming closer. Someone new had just arrived, and I was the one they'd be meeting first. So, yeah, that's the story. Start to finish. Give or take a few screaming detours and a plate of repressed trauma served medium rare. I was Keith Snyder. Mid-30s, overconfident, chronically sarcastic. The kind of guy who could ruin a wedding toast and still get invited to the after party. I laughed through life even when I shouldn't have. Especially when I shouldn't have. That's what landed me here. But now I work here. I wear the blazer. I get the folders, I give the tours. Turns out, that's how it works. Hell doesn't just burn you, it uses you. Melts you down and recasts you into something useful. Durable, custom fit for guiding the next poor bastard through the same spiral. And you, my friend, you're next. Don't look around, there's no one else here. Just you and me. You've already walked through the door. You didn't realize it until now. See, everything I've told you, that wasn't a confession, that wasn't therapy. That was the intro. That, my friend, was your orientation. Welcome packet. Icebreaker. And now that you've heard it, we can get started. The floor under you, that little warm spot that feels like it's pulsing, that's not your nerves. That's the system recognizing you, logging you in, preparing your custom itinerary. Garth was right. Everyone's hell is tailored. Yours? Well, we'll figure it out together. But first things first, let's take a walk. There's a hallway just over there. Black walls, flickering lights. It says, the not-so-good place in big friendly letters. I know, charming, right? You'll love the first stop. It's got wet socks, broken vending machines, and a Bluetooth signal that cuts out just before the drop in every song. Petty, yeah. But that's how it begins. That's how it always begins. So, you ready? Good. Let's begin your tour. After all, I'll be with you the whole way. Wouldn't want you getting lost. My first breath in hell. Tasted like iron and smoke. I opened my eyes to nothing. No sky, no ceiling, no light source. Yet I could see. Not clearly, the world around me was dim, as if lit by embers buried deep beneath the surface. The ground was cracked and uneven, carved with ancient symbols I didn't know. Heat seeped up from beneath the stone, slow and patient, as though it had all the time and eternity to cook me from the feet up. I was naked, lying face down in what felt like ash and shattered bone. My mouth was dry, my tongue was thick. When I tried to breathe, my lungs caught. I pushed myself up to my knees, and my skin was already blistering. There was no sound at first, not even the wind, just the hiss of my own shallow breath. Then, somewhere in the dark, a human scream. High, long, and cut off. I tried to stand. My legs shook beneath me, everything hurt. There was no memory of falling asleep, no tunnel of light, no final goodbye. Just this. I reached up to touch my face. My hands were covered in soot, my left eye swollen, and I could feel glass embedded in my cheekbone. I walked. There was nowhere to go, but I had to move. To stop was to surrender. The terrain shifted underfoot, gravel giving way to something softer and stickier. I didn't look too closely. I kept my eyes ahead, fixed on a distant ridge of jagged rock. It was the only shape that broke the horizon. I didn't know if it was miles away or just minutes. As I walked, the screaming grew louder. Not one person, but dozens, maybe hundreds. But I never saw them. The land remained empty, yet the air was full of suffering. My skin burned with every step, and I started to notice something else. An unseen pressure. Like I was being watched. Not just seen, but examined. Like every inch of me was being studied, cataloged, and weighed. I passed through a narrow canyon carved between two great slabs of black stone. The air grew colder there, not warmer. The walls of the canyon pulsed, not visually, but viscerally. My gut twisted and I hurried through. The next stretch of land was different. Rows of pillars stood in neat grids rising out of the cracked stone. They were carved from salt-colored rock, stained dark with something that looked too red to be rust. Impaled on top of each pillar was a human form. Some still moved, some twitched, some whispered. One turned its head as I passed. It had no eyes, but its mouth moved in silence. I didn't stop. There was no wind here, no time. Just that same dull red glow and the heat that came and went in waves. Like hell itself, breathed. At some point, I stopped trying to understand where I was. This wasn't a dream. Dreams don't flay your feet open and split your lips from dryness. This place was real. More real than the world I left behind. I felt it in my bones. I came to a structure, if you could call it that. Not a building. Just a flat stone surface with steps leading downward into the ground. There were symbols etched into the stone, shallow and precise. I didn't recognize the language, but it made my teeth ache just to look at them. I stood there waiting for something to happen. It felt wrong to just descend, but nothing in this place felt any more right. So I went down. The stairs were narrow and slick, carved into the black rock like veins. As I descended, the air grew thick and humid. The deeper I went, the more it stank. Like sulfur. But sharper. with a metallic tang that settled on the back of my tongue. After what felt like an hour, the stairway opened into a wide chamber. And for the first time, I wasn't alone. Figures moved in the distance, hunched and staggering. Naked, broken. I couldn't tell if they were human. They dragged themselves forward in circles, some crawling with shattered limbs, others sobbing quietly, mouthing things I couldn't hear. Their skin was the color of old bruises. They didn't react to me. It was like I wasn't there, or like they couldn't stop what they were doing. At the far end of the chamber stood a statue, towering, maybe 20 feet high. It was shaped like a man, but the proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, head too narrow. The face had no eyes, just a mouth, open and waiting. Around the base of the statue were kneeling bodies, all facing inwards, heads bowed to the stone and silent. Then something moved. Not among the damned, but behind the statue. I felt the presence before I saw it. The temperature dropped fast, like heat was being pulled away, and my breath caught in my throat. A hand curled around the edge of the statue's base. Not human, too many fingers, too long, skin stretched like leather. The creature emerged slowly, impossibly tall even while crouched. Its face was a blank plane of skin, like it had been skinned alive and the flesh pulled tight over bone. No eyes, no mouth. I froze. It turned its head toward me anyway. I didn't run, I didn't scream, I just waited for it to decide if I mattered to it. It rose higher, unfolding with the patience of something that had never known haste. Its joints cracked like stones splitting, its limbs bending in ways that defied the rhythm of human anatomy. The chamber seemed to recoil from it. The kneeling bodies pressed their heads harder into the stone until their skulls split. Blood smeared the floor, but still no sound came from them. The creature took a step forward. The air grew heavy. My ribs strained as if being squeezed from the inside. The world pressed down until my knees buckled. I fell to the ground under the weight of its judgment. Then came the voice. "You walk. You were not summoned. You walk unmarked." I tried to speak, but my throat was ash. I managed only a cough. My silence was its answer. The air shifted. Something like a claw, but more deliberate, closed around my arm. The heat of its grip seared me. The creature leaned close, filling my vision. My body trembled like it was ready to tear itself apart. "You walk, then you will be carried." I was lifted from the ground as if I weighed nothing. My ribs ground together under the pressure of its hold. The chamber bent and warped. The statue blurred. The kneeling figures collapsed lifeless in perfect unison. The wall cracked open where the creature turned its head, and a passage yawned into the darkness. It carried me inside, the stone closing behind. The walls dripped with heat and moisture. I struggled, but its grip tightened until my vision blurred white. I hung like a doll in its hand. Deeper we went. The air thickened until each breath scraped raw. Shapes shifted along the walls, faces pressed in stone, eyes open but unmoving, mouths stretched as if screaming but frozen forever. I couldn't look at them long. They disappeared into the dark as quickly as they appeared. The creature stopped before a narrow frame rising from the floor. A rack, grown from the stone itself. Without ceremony, it pressed me down onto it. Straps of living metal coiled around my arms and legs, fixing me in place. My jaw was forced open by a bar that slid into existence beneath my chin. I could breathe, but not freely. Each inhale came in a rhythm not my own. The faceless head tilted, and from the seam in its skin, something emerged. A device made of bone and thread, intricate and sharp, pulsing faintly with a lifeless energy. It set the tool against my arm. Threads burrowed under my skin with practiced ease. tried to speak, tried to demand why, but only a rasp escaped. It tilted its head. Because you are here, and because you are not meant to be. Not yet, at least. The words were a blade to me, deep to my soul, into my core. The device worked deeper, peeling my skin like pages and laying them in order on the stone. I was conscious for all of it, denied the mercy of fainting, of going into shock. Every nerve obeyed, reporting its torment. My body was catalogued, measured, and reduced to data. Then, at the edge of my vision, a light flickered. White, not red. A rectangle that hummed with sound. Voices bled through it, urgent and human. A name, my name. The creature stiffened, sensing it, its voice sharpened into fury. You do not go, you do not rise, you are kept. The tool drove across my chest, pain flaring so brightly I saw headlights. I saw glass exploding, the wheel spinning out of my hands. In the same instant, I was back in the chamber, strapped to stone, the faceless thing looming over me. My breaths came measured. Not mine, but as if another world had seized my lungs and forced them to move. Hell bent closer, reality pressed in, and I hung between them, helpless in both. The straps did not cut and the bar at my jaw did not bruise. They simply persisted with the quiet certainty of law, and the device of bone and thread continued its work with that same silent industry, counting me, emptying me, taking notes in a ledger I could not see, and with every measured pull, I felt a thin ribbon of strength leave the arm it attended and coil into the tool as if my body had been an account kept open without my consent. Every time this needle and thread found its way into my very being, and it felt like it was threading me, my essence, into hell. The faceless being hovered over my chest. The seam in its skin held in a patient gape. And from within that vault, a breath passed over me that carried no warmth at all. Only a faint odor of cold metal, sulfur, and old ash. And when it spoke again, it did so without raising its voice, which made the words heavier rather than lighter. Attend, it said, and the threads burrowed deeper and spread along the line of my ribs, unhooking my skin, cataloging each layer, arranging the panels with a care that made the stones beneath my back feel varnished and clean. I tried to turn my head, and the bar allowed the attempt and then corrected it without malice. The white light returned, not as a flare at the edge of thought, but as a pane set square across the darkness. And in it there was motion. Not dream motion, but the ugly clarity of memory. A strip of wet road crawling out of blackness toward a hood. A smear of street lamps that refused to focus properly. A thread of rubber hum where a shoulder began. A warning chime I could not place. Someone spoke my name with their mouth near my ear, and the voice was the simplest thing I had heard since waking in this place. The chamber steadied. The rack steadied. The device steadied, and I watched my own chest rise and fall in a rhythm I did not set, and the pain remained until the creature placed 2 long fingers against my temple, and the white retreated a measure, not gone, only reined in like a dog taught to heel. You are here, it said again, not to persuade me, but to anchor me, and then a secondary phrase. And you are observed. And with that declaration, the work changed from survey to interrogation. A new instrument emerged from the open seam in his head. A narrow spike fashioned from the same pale material as a rack. etched with those shallow characters that made my teeth ache. The point was stained with a darkness that did not reflect light, and I knew before it touched me that the tool had been purposed beyond flesh. It slid in underneath my left eye, not blinking, not rupturing the eye, only entering. As it advanced, I felt a pressure at the rear of the socket, and then a taste at the back of my throat. "Show me," the voices said, layered as before, and this time there was a second voice braided through the first. "Show me what you saw." The road leapt forward, headlights cutting a low wall of rain into segments that fought the glass, wiper blades beating a metered prayer across a view that struggled to resolve, and my hands were on a wheel that twitched every time the tires found the shallow rivers that crossed the lanes. And the black was not pure, but full of reflections from a phone screen face down in the console, its light leaking around the edges with each small vibration, and though I did not reach for it in that instant, my mind flicked to it with the reflex of 1,000 such glances. And that flick was enough to tilt the car a degree, and the degree was enough to begin the arithmetic I had been called a moment ago. I tried to fight the memory back toward ignorance, to blur the edges, to dull the sound. The spike advanced, and resistance made it eager. The straps tightened in calm stages, neither punishing nor restraining beyond necessity, and the bar under my jaw pulsed a slow count that insisted I breathe when commanded and hold still when commanded, and learn the lesson written there. You are the subject. The device along my ribs splayed bone and numbered cartilage, then set the pieces in a tiny row in the floor, as if the room had a table and we were at it. And I watched without fainting and without the mercy of shock, because fainting and shock are only allowed in the human body. In hell, you're more than just a vessel. You are your soul. And everything, and I mean everything, is felt 1,000 times more than in the body. Back to reality, the lane markers ran out. The guardrail loomed, not as a wall to keep me, but as a ripe thing waiting for harvest. The front tire climbed and then lost purchase, and the car leapt with the same eager joy a body feels when a fever breaks, and for a second, there was a noiselessness that had nothing to do with silence, and everything to do with the failure of terms we use to describe air. And then there was the glass, exploding in shards everywhere. The glass found my face and my hands and the soft tissue around my left eye, and in that spread of particulars, a spike inside my head found a twin and sang against it, and the creature shuddered in a manner I would have called delight if delight had any place in that room. "Hold," it said to the straps, and they obeyed. "Measure," and the device obeyed. "Open," it said to me, and I opened, not kindling a lamp or lifting a latch, but letting the crash finish its reach through me until the car folded itself into the ditch and the ditch took it. And I hung a moment sideways against a harness that had not failed and yet had not been enough. And the white pain was gone, replaced by a pattern of red that pulsed without source. A horn sounded until it ran out. A distant motor passed on the roadway above without slowing. Rain entered the car and did not cool anything. Somewhere my name was tried again, first with care, then with a fear that almost looked like anger. "Again," the creature said, and the spike withdrew a little and entered again at a new angle. And now there were images that did not belong to this night. Hands I knew, a dashboard with crumbs that had not been brushed away, a crumpled fast food bag wedged against the passenger footwell, a child's seat ghosted in the rearview mirror that had not been mine and yet insisted on being counted. And with each new detail, the voices inside my chest took notes in a grammar I could not parse, and the ledger that was me filled its lines. The pain did not crest and break. It was a tide that arrived and remained, a static condition that taught my nerves a new alphabet. And when I tried to scream, the bar turned the sound into breath, and the room refused to be impressed. The faceless head bent closer until the seam was inches from my own face, and I could see within it not a throat, but an antechamber crowded with instruments that waited with perfect patience. And as it regarded me, the register of the voice altered from judicial to possessive. A narrow hunger. You are not writ. You are not sealed. You are not signed in the book of the left hand. The spike rotated delicately, scoring an arc that made my left side seize. You fell through. You walked. You were seen. You will be amended. Somewhere behind the creature, a movement scraped. Not large, not near, but real. And the faceless head stilled in listening, and in the pause, a thin human whisper reached me from the dark beyond the frame. A man's voice rubbed raw until the words came out, more breath than speech. Don't let it in your eyes. And the council arrived so late, it felt like mockery, and yet it landed in me with the weight of law. Because the eye had been chosen, and the door had been opened. And there are some warnings whose only purpose is to show you when the damage became inevitable. The spike pressed farther and the pain returned, this time surging from behind the creature rather than within my head. A wash of sterile brightness that overpowered the red and reached for me with gloved hands. And the faceless head reacted at once, the seam cinching, the collar of bone blooming from its throat to clamp the back of my neck to the rack as if to shield me from a theft. And the layered voices braided into a single, furious strand. Attend, it commanded, and the words struck with the force of a blow. And the pain flickered but did not withdraw. A voice beyond the brightness spoke numbers in a cadence that wanted me to return and press my breath into them, while the voice above me pronounced categories that wanted me to remain and finish my being measured. And between those two instructions, a crack opened, not in the room, not in the air, but in a chain of moments I had believed was unbreakable, and I fell into and out of it and was caught by both sides. The spike found the memory it demanded, and the rack accepted the shock that followed, and the straps held their order. Then the world narrowed to a point at the center of my skull, and the point burst and everything went dark without the mercy of sleep, and the last thing I heard before the dark settled into its governance was the creature's voice. Work resumed, counting, filing, the long exact suffering that wastes nothing. And inside that order, a thought appeared with the clarity of a verdict. Not yet. The straps held. The bar under my jaw pulsed its metronome. The spike waited behind my left eye like a key kept in a lock. The bone and thread device drank from my opened arm. I matched my breath to the bar until its vigilance softened, and when the faceless head leaned close enough that its cold breath lay across my lips, I took the slack the apparatus allowed and used it. I drove my forehead into the soft interior of its open seam. The sound was small. The effect was not. The seam cinched. The collar snapped at air, the spike jerked back, and for one counted beat, every strap forgot its orders. I tore my right wrist free, leaving skin on the band. I snatched the length of my own rib from the knee to ray on the floor and jammed its blunt end into the hinge of this left strap until the fibers yielded. Two limbs loose. The bar pressed down to punish. I wedged the cartilage beneath it, twisted, cracked my jaw loose, spat blood and tooth, and broke the last band with short, ugly strokes. The room answered without roar or ceremony. The floor polished itself to a mirror, and hooks grew from it like decisions, but I rolled under the rack before they fully owned their rights and came up on one knee with my breath ragged and my vision burning. Walk, the voices said. And I moved toward the place where the stones made a seam. I pressed both palms to it and insisted. The wall parted with the width of a man and I went through. It closed behind me and took a strip of skin as payment. The passage beyond had no lamps, but I could see enough to run. On my right, a channel carried a black flood, heads surfacing at intervals to breathe what was not air before submerging and returning unmarked. On my left, the rock thinned to reveal faces pressed in stone. A wider hall admitted the moving damned, bodies revised past recognition, all speaking in a single cadence that moved faster than my feet. "Return," the same voice said from everywhere at once. I stopped fighting the pressure, turned my shoulder, slid through on an angle, and gained 10 paces from the seam demon while the house recalculated. The floor roughened and climbed. At a junction that offered the short path back and the long path forward, I chose the narrow fissure meant for smoke and let the stone take what it demanded. Clerk things chittered in the walls, setting bars for my anticipated step. The fissure opened onto a bridge grown from a fused spine from a creature long since gone and colossal in size. Vertebra flattened into a flexing walkway without rail. I crossed with my eyes on the next foothold. When a section buckled, I lowered my weight, spread it, waited for the structure to choose, and slid forward where it took me. A colonnade received me, each column ribbed with living ligatures that tightened and eased. Cold gathered until breath needled the throat. Between two shafts hung a gate without hinges. A voice spoke. "Brian, you are not sealed. You were not summoned. You are not supposed to be here. Your time is not yet up." The floor eased toward the gate. I don't know who that voice was, but it gave me hope. The bones beneath the stones drifted to that gravity, and I set my feet and felt myself losing ground. I still held the shard of cartilage. I drove it into the seam where the gate med-whirled and twisted. The geometry faltered for the length of a breath, and I took the breath and turned it into a step, then a run. The floor leveled, the cold receded, and the voice reduced to a pressure that no longer moved the bones of my ears. I ran until the colonnade gave to raw stone, and the raw stone to a chamber hung with chains. Each chain carried a small, undecorated bell. They were still. I knew if a single tongue moved, the house would speak my position with joy. I went through them as through a nursery, slow, careful, and old for the first time since waking here. Beyond, a low arch emitted a shallow shelter where ceiling and floor nearly met. I folded there, pressed my palm to the socket, and clutched the blood-slicked shard that had been part of me an hour ago. From far back, the measured voices of the damned repeated their observation. "He's trying to leave," like a ledger entry read aloud. The demon didn't hurry. Inside the dark of my good eye, the white pain brightened again, not intruding now, but arriving parallel, and a voice above it counted a pulse that did not match the bar, while another voice used my name with the expectation of an answer. Even with all the parts of me missing that the demon took, you don't die in hell. Yes, you have somewhat of a body, but you are still a soul at heart. I didn't even sleep. There is no sleep here. There is no sleep in hell. Your soul doesn't need rest. Not in eternal torment, where rest is not given. I watched my blood soak and smear with each rise of my chest. I wasn't free. I was only not held in that moment. And in that narrow difference, hope lives, quiet, untrustworthy, but alive. And while I held it with the suspicion it deserved, a pane of glass seemingly, manifested in the air before me. It was a clean light with edges, and behind it a voice counted a pulse that did not belong to hell at all, and another voice spoke my name without ceremony, not as an indictment or an inventory, but as a demand that assumed obedience. "Brian, stay with me." The house that I was in hell did not accept the intrusion with grace. The air thinned, The shelter narrowed as if to deny that window of light a line of sight. Chains beyond the arch stirred without sound. I had learned to fear, a hunger without administration that announced itself by scraping its limbs along stone, not because it needed purchase, but because it wanted me to know the measure of its reach. The demon was close. I did not get to choose whether to run. The choice arrived for me as a hand that missed my shoulder and closed on the wall, leaving grooves where there had been smooth rock. I turned and saw the thing that hunted. This was no faceless minister with a ledger and the law. This one wore its appetite openly, its hide armored in pale plates that overlapped like scales forged from bone, each plate studded with embedded fragments of fingernail and tooth. Its joints articulated in nests so dense that every step offered 3 directions at once. Its head narrow and triangular, and crowded with ocelli that opened and shut as efficiently as a shutter. It walked high and then low, rearing and crouching with the same calm, the long forelimbs ending not in hands, but in tools that I remember hands and had been corrected, hooked, serrated, capable of seizing and holding and tearing in the same motion. When it exhaled, the air stank of old honey and scorched fat. It did not test me with speech. It did not try to reason with me. It crossed the chamber in 2 strides, met my attempt to pass under it with a step that put one barbed limb behind my knees and the other across my chest. It lifted me as easily as ash. The window pane of existence flared to meet the motion, and I saw the silhouette of a head and a cap bend into the light, and a hand rise with 2 fingers to feel for what it expected to find and did not. And while that hand searched my body on the real world, in a world not here where the limb across my chest pressed down until the ribs cracked, and a thin internal whining that I recognize now as the last sound before a void began to build, the demon corrected its hold, as if I were a tool it preferred to use properly, and cradled me against its armored torso and ran. That window pane of existence back on Earth still opened. It still shined brightly, giving me sight into what was happening to my body. EMS. People trying to revive me. It faded out. Then the demon ran as if the corridors had been made to suit its length, which perhaps they were, climbing and dipping in a sequence that kept momentum without ever granting a true descent, and it did not conceal its passage because there was no need. Walls parted where it willed, floors strengthened under its weight, and the room that had been my shelter became a pocket behind a throat swallowed and forgotten. In an antechamber without features, it stopped and affixed me to a frame that rose from the floor. Not the careful rack of the minister from the demon before, but a rougher apparatus, built to deliver pain and punishment. A crossbar locked the shoulders, a board under the spine set to flex, a yoke that took the throat without cutting the airway and made it a handle. It did this with the speed of a crass person who has repeated a task long enough to no longer think, and it stepped back to admire it. Then it began. The first motion was a downward strike of the heel of its limb into the center of my chest, delivered not with rage, but with a measured force that depressed the bone and then allowed it to rise again and again and again, a cadence that wanted 60 to 80 in a minute and took them. A rhythm so familiar that that window pane of existence brightened before me again, and white coats crowded its edges and a gloved hand formed a seal over my mouth, and a nose and another hand squeezed a bulb and my lungs accepted air without my consent. And for a heartbeat that lasted a very long time, I understood 2 truths with the same clarity: that I was being compressed and ventilated in the world above, and that I was being compressed and denied breath in the world below, and that neither would ask me if I agreed. The demon did not look in my face. Its many small eyes tracked the rise of my chest as if it were watching a bellows, and when the rise did not satisfy, it altered the depths without apparent effort, driving the board beneath me to flex, my spine bowing, my ribs protesting, trying to keep my lungs from inhaling. And somewhere inside the pain, a part of me counted with the other voice, the one that spoke numbers in a calm that did not belong here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, breathe. And on the 5th compression in hell, a hand squeezed a bag up there on the earth, and on the 10th, a second hand took over the compressions there, while a barbed limb replaced a wedge here, and the two met in the center of me like disputing jurisdictions. The memory that the minister had wanted now unfolded in full without the spike to guide it. The road returned, not in fragments, but as a long coil of wet blackness and sporadic light. The phone screen that had bled around its edges earlier now turned full face up and glowing with a name I did not need to see to understand. The sound of an alert that had no business meaning more than the work of the wheel. My eyes flicking for a fraction that cost more than I earned. The right tire catching the slick lip where asphalt gave to gravel. The weight shift that starts everything and it pretends to be a correction. The rail ahead not a wall but an invitation. I tried to turn the memory away, and the demon pressed with its heel to remind me that this effort belonged to it now. And up there someone said my name again with irritation and fear braided together. And here the yoke tightened to keep the throat within reach. When the first shock came up there, I felt it down here. Not as electricity, no current travels this stone, but as a seizure of time that pulled every motion tight and then let it go. The demon froze with its heel in the air, and the small eyes opened and shut in a random scatter, and the yoke bit down, and the board flexed in a single hard bend. And the window plane of existence flashed, and a voice said, "Clear." And another said, "Shock delivered." And the monitor declared a flat refusal to be encouraged. And the heel descended when the rhythm resumed, deeper and angrier in its precision. I did not know when I began to speak. I heard my voice before I recognized it as mine, asking a question that did not belong to this room or that apparatus or the pains of the rails. Why me? Not as innocence, not as a plea, but as a poor attempt to understand aim. And the demon ignored the words because it cared not for explanations. It cared for possession, and possession does not condescend to reason. Instead, it changed implements and drew out from behind its body a tongue of dark metal that steamed in the air and pressed it across the notches of my ribs, and listened to the sound those notches made when heated. And above, a nurse said, "Bag 'em," and the bulb squeezed and my lungs took air they had not earned. The room around us changed without moving, which is to say its law shifted. A wind that had no origin pressed from the ministerial corridors through this rough chamber like an argument, and the bells I had threaded earlier rang without hands. And from the threshold of the antechamber, a voice that had once measured and now counted narrowed to a single score. It called across to the hunter without looking to me at all. "Return it." The hunter pretended not to hear and drove its heel again, and the pain flared until the light hurt even a dead eye, and the world above thinned the barrier with the sound of tires grinding gravel and an engine ticking as it cooled, and a man in a uniform swearing under his breath because my pulse would not present itself. "It's not fair," the hunter screamed, and its voice was many discordant notes crushed together, insect and man and metal abused, the words dragging across the throats until they found one we both understood. "He's mine!" And the light answered with gloves and paste and pads and a command for quiet that no one obeyed because a heart ignores decorum when it chooses. And the heel struck and the board bent, and the bag filled my lungs and a tube slid against my tongue and the world tried to choose. I called out to God. One of the few words I even uttered down in hell. I called out to him. I called out to Jesus. I called out for help. A moment passed, just a moment, and the most brilliant light of warmth and love burst into the room. A hand bigger and more beautiful than I can ever comprehend came into the room, tossed the demon aside with a flick, and picked me up in its loving embrace. The window pane of existence flashed before me again. We got something," and another said, charging to 200, and the numbers felt like psalms spoken under breath at the edge of a war, and the pane widened until I could see the ceiling of a vehicle, and straps that were not demonic at all, and a light meant for healing. And the hunter howled a grievance that shook dust from the stone. "He's mine," it said again, breaking the sentence across its own teeth. And the voice replied in the same patient register it used to name me. "He is writ elsewhere." And to hear that pronouncement with my name somewhere in its shadow was the strangest mercy I had ever known. He was only meant to see, not meant to stay. The hand lifted me up. It lifted me up and up and up until I could register it no more. There was no fade. There was a break. Heat left without negotiation. Love that enveloped me in more ways than I can ever put to words. Cold brightness flooded. The collar's pressure fell away, and the board under my back became plastic, and straps that had not grown out of stone but stitched from fabric settled across my shoulders and broke free. And the first sound that meant life stuttered into the room. A coarse rhythm on a screen that someone called out as a number, and then guarded like a candle in the wind. I coughed around an airway that had been placed while I belonged to someone else and tasted antiseptic and copper, the way you can tell when a rainstorm's about to hit. Hands held me, but not in a negative way. It was compassionate and calm. And a voice near my ear said, "Brian, stay with me." And another voice counted compressions even as my chest began to rise on its own because the habit of forcing breath outlasted the need for it by a few beats. Doors banged, a ramp lifted. Fluorescent light pinned me to the present. The vehicle lurched and steadied, and a siren's wail did what it always does, which is nothing to the dead and everything to the living. And I felt each squeal of the tires along the frame patted beneath me, and understood in that mechanical translation that the world had its own cruel ways that were aimed at last toward keeping. In the emergency room, the sound widened into a whole choir of useful noise. Overhead tones, curtain rings, metal trays. The clipped exchange of people who do not need to raise their voices to command time. I watched gloved hands peel away tape that had been laid in a different jurisdiction and replace it with their own. Watched a syringe crack its cap and feed a clear line. Watched a pen light strike my left eye and held my body still when every nerve wanted to recoil from that familiar intrusion. Hell did not vanish right away. It retreated to the edges and wore the shapes of the room for a while. A seam in a curtain that looked too much like a fault in rock. The curve of a ceiling track that remembered hooks. The shadow in the corner that had the patience of... Once, like a draft under a door, the hunter's grievance returned, thin now. A voice carried down a long stone hall. "He's mine." No decree answered it aloud this time. There was only a cooling at my left ear, and the sense of an entry in a ledger that did not allow argument. A physician bent into the frame of me, eyes clear, face open with the professional distance that is its own kind of compassion. "Brian, can you hear me?" I could. and the nod I gave cost more than speech and brought more than an essay. He touched my wrist where a pulse should be and found it. Pressed the diaphragm of a stethoscope against my ribs that ached from good violence and listened hard enough that his own breath stopped. Shone the light again and watched the pupil answer with annoyance rather than fear. A man with Middle Eastern tan bronze skin and long hair stood next to me. A gray beard, a halo of light surrounding him. So beautiful. It was hard to look at, but impossible to look away. He squeezed my hand and said my name like it belonged to me again and to him. Then the purge. Because the body, when it returns, throws off what's trying to keep it. I retched around the adjunct and tears ran without permission and a shudder went through me that rattled the rails, and no one scolded and no one turned away, and even that was a mercy. And no one saw the man who held my hand and said my name. No one but me. The room found its slower machinery. The steady nag of the monitor. A drip ticking through its chamber, voices dropping to working quiet. The beautiful man next to me gave me a smile and a nod. And he slowly began to fade away. But his love didn't. It stayed with me. I looked at the band on my wrist and saw my name spelled right and the date printed in a font that did not judge me. I drew a breath that was mine from start to finish, and it hurt and I kept it. The sedation brushed past and I refused to follow it all the way down, guarding the doorway of my mind, because some part of me remembered a collar that could close without warning. And instead of sleep, I took inventory. 10 fingers and moved when told. Toes that answered late but answered. A throat that swallowed because I willed it, not because a bag demanded it. All my ribs were there, all my skin. A nurse dimmed the light and said the sentence you cannot hear down there because truth is contraband. You're safe. And it landed. I formed one word in my head. I held it there until it stopped being a thought and became a vow. Enough. Not shouted. Enough of the glances that buy you a fraction and cost you a life. Enough of the small thefts that add to a large sum, larger than you meant to owe. Enough of the sliding that calls itself lucky and is only practice for falling. The ribs hurt. The air tasted like placid and salvation. I would change my life. I would dedicate it to God. The work would start while it still hurt. Because if I waited for comfort, the house below would have its say again. And I have no interest in being summoned there a second time. I'll have faith in his Son and the many rooms he has prepared for us. I close my eyes, not to surrender, but to hold on to what I have been given without dropping it. I don't sleep much anymore. Most nights I just sit in the dark, letting the glow of the TV paint everything in that cold electric light. The clock says 3:17 a.m. The air feels thick, like the night itself doesn't want me awake. But I'm not fighting it. My body's tired, but my mind won't shut up. The remote is warm in my hand from overuse. I click through channel after channel. Old infomercials, static. Some black and white cop show with the audio warped like it's underwater. It's all noise. All background. I'm not really watching anything. And then the screen goes black. Not off, just black. No channel logo, No volume bar. No signal warning. Just a blackness, like the TV's waiting for something. Then a slow fade in. White text, center screen. Now playing Soulmate Search, hosted by him. I blink. What the hell is this? No channel number, no guide info. I try clicking the remote. Nothing happens. Volume buttons do nothing. The screen stays frozen for just a second longer than it should. Then, cut to black. The host. He steps into frame like he owns the place. Black suit, deep red tie, perfectly styled hair, face like it was carved by a sculptor with a mean streak, smiling but not happy, like he's in on a joke and I'm the punchline. "Good evening, Night Owl," he says. His voice is warm, smooth, dangerous. "You look restless. Can't sleep? Don't worry. I have just the thing. Something to fill that hollow little heart of yours. Welcome to Soulmate Search, where love never dies." He leans forward, eyes gleaming. "But you might." He grins. A theme song plays. Something syrupy sweet. A perfect match for those mindless dating shows. But there's something beneath it. A dissonant hum, like something screaming in reverse just under the surface. I should have turned it off. I wanted to, but I didn't. The show begins. The screen cuts to what looks like the opening shot of a dating reality show. The camera sweeps across a ridiculous mansion perched on a cliffside. Blinding sunlight, an infinity pool shimmering like molten glass, a perfectly curated backdrop. Everything about it looks expensive, glossy, fake. Like someone tried to design paradise from memory and got the details just slightly wrong. A soft focus filter gives the whole screen a dreamlike haze. But there's something beneath it. A vibration in the music. A flicker in the corners, like the video's been looped too many times and it's starting to fray. Then the first contestant appears. A man, tall, athletic, and tanned, walks into frame. He's smiling like this is the best day of his life. The name card at the bottom reads, Brandon, 32, ready to find forever. He waves at the camera, says something charming about opening his heart. There's a confidence in him that immediately pisses me off, like he's never had anything truly awful happen to him. The host's voice cuts in, rich, syrupy, and soaked in sarcasm. Our leading man thinks he's here for love, and maybe he is. Or maybe she's already waiting. Cue the music. Cheap strings, too upbeat. Almost parody, but not quite. 3 women step onto the set one by one, all smiles and dead behind the eyes. You can tell right away they're just scenery. Then she shows up. Lilith. She doesn't enter. She appears. Camera cuts to her mid-step, like a second of footage is missing. She's wearing a blood-red dress, her hair slick and dark, her skin so smooth it looks airbrushed. She moves like she's being pulled by invisible strings. Too graceful. Too deliberate. Brandon lights up when he sees her. You can practically see the cartoon hearts floating off of his head. They talk, they flirt, they laugh. She mimics his every quirk, matches his body language, his pacing, even his eye contact. A little too perfectly. I've seen enough of these shows to know what chemistry looks like, and this isn't it. This is imitation, mimicry, predatory. Brandon's completely oblivious, of course, all in, and telling her about his childhood dog and his love for vintage records. She hangs on every word, and tilting her head like she's studying him. And maybe she is. They fall for each other fast, Brandon and Lilith. The edit moves like a montage now. Wine glasses clinking under moonlight, fingers brushing on a balcony, stupid slow-motion laughter by the pool. It's all too clean, too scripted. Their moments don't feel captured, they feel placed. I start noticing things. First, the other contestants vanish. Not eliminated, gone. One day they're in the group date, the next day Brandon's alone with Lilith, and no one ever mentions the others again. No final rose, no farewells. Just erased. Then the sky starts acting up. There's a sunset sequence. Gorgeous, pink and gold. That Instagram filter kind of beautiful. And I swear it rewinds mid-frame. The colors melt back into noon. The shadows unstretch. Brandon blinks like nothing happened. Lilith just smiles. I sit up on the couch. Not scared. Not yet. Just alert. I lean in. Brandon starts getting nervous. Not openly, but you can see it. In the way his smile sticks too long. How his eyes flick past the camera. Like he's looking for someone, anyone off-screen to tell him what's happening. One night he wanders the villa alone. The lights are off, the soundtrack is gone. All you hear are his bare feet on tile and this faint, distant whispering. Like he's not really alone. He opens the door. It leads back to the same hallway. Again and again. He tests the theory, leaves a shoe by the door, opens another, and sees the same hallway and the same shoe. The show doesn't cut away. It lingers, like it wants me to sit in that rising panic with him. And I do. And eventually Lilith changes. She doesn't come unhinged all at once. It's subtle, patient. A look that lingers too long, a comment that doesn't quite fit. He tells her a story about his mother and she finishes it for him. He laughs nervously. Did I already tell you that? No, I just know you. Then her smile goes too wide. Her lips stretch almost to her ears. And her teeth. There's too many of them. Just for a second. Then everything snaps back, like the frame glitched. Brandon blinks and says nothing. I grip the couch cushion. My palms are sweating. The shot changes. Brandon sleeping in bed. Peaceful, lights low. Then the mirror above the dresser catches movement. Lilith standing by the bed. Not moving. Just staring. The camera doesn't cut away. It just holds. And she doesn't blink. The shot has to be held for over a minute. Then her smile twitches wider, and my skin goes cold. We get a shot of the final episode. No suspense, no final rose, no eliminations. Brandon's in a tux, eyes sunken, barely there. Lilith walks toward him in a crimson wedding gown, veil fluttering even though there's no wind. The sky behind them is gray, like static-colored fog. The devil appears again, the host, this time as the officiant. His grin's wider now, his suit is darker, his voice, silk wrapped around something sharp. And you, Brandon, give your heart, your soul, and every last inch of yourself for eternity. Brandon barely whispers. Yes. They kiss. Lilith opens her mouth, and her jaw splits sideways, not unhinged, unzipped. Rows of teeth spiral inward, too many, too deep. Her tongue lashes around his face. His scream gets swallowed whole. The screen turns black. It stays black for a moment too long. I sit frozen, eyes wide, heart hammering in my chest. I can still hear Brandon's last scream echoing in my ears, even though there's no sound anymore. Then, the devil reappears. Same perfect hair, same dark suit, but now his shirt's unbuttoned, stained with something too dark to be wine. His smile is wider than before, loose, wolfish. He straightens his tie and looks directly into the camera. A love story for the ages and the agonies. Don't worry. Brandon and Lilith will have forever to work through their issues. Give or take a few eternities. He chuckles. It's low, casual, like he just made a clever dinner party joke. I stare at the screen, trying to make sense of what I just saw. Was it a movie? A prank? An elaborate horror short? But it didn't feel like fiction. It felt targeted. Like the show wasn't just meant for me to watch, but to see me back. I reach for the remote. Just as my thumb touches the power button, the devil snaps his fingers. Up next, something a little more introspective. A man, a chair, and the lies he tells himself. The screen flickers. The lights in my apartment dim, just for a second. On the TV, a new set fades in. Cold, sterile, a single couch, a notebook, and a man I don't recognize sitting down nervously as a disembodied voice welcomes him. Welcome to the session. My hand drops the remote, and I keep watching. The screen fades in from black. Not quickly, not cleanly, like whatever's behind the image is reluctant to be seen. The transition drags. Grainy, ghosted frames flicker for a few seconds before it all snaps into place. A man sits on the couch upright. He doesn't lounge, he doesn't relax. His back is too straight, his palms flat against his thighs. The kind of posture that says, I'm here to prove something. Michael, 41, seeking closure. That's the caption. It disappears before I can fully process it. He's already there, in the chair across from Michael. The devil, the host, recast again. This time he plays it low-key. Wire-frame glasses, dark turtleneck under a pinstripe suit. Less flashy, more refined. The kind of man you'd confess to because you think he can fix you. A pad of paper rests on one knee. He holds a pen so white it's almost glowing. Maybe it isn't a pen, but an instrument of judgment. He doesn't introduce himself. He just smiles and says, Thank you for being here, Michael. This is a safe space. You're in between now. Somewhere suspended between what you were and what you deserve. Michael clears his throat, puts on a voice like someone ordering coffee. I just want to make peace with it, all of it, if that's even possible. The host nods, encouraging, patient. Then let's begin. Michael doesn't ease into it. He goes for the most familiar pain first. My marriage ended badly. I think that's what started all of this. He shifts on the couch, suddenly unsure of the ground under his own words. We were together 15 years, 2 kids, mortgage. I did everything I was supposed to do. I provided. But she wanted more, always more. Emotional crap, presence, intimacy. He tries to laugh. It's dry and hollow, like something shaken out of an old bottle. I know I made mistakes. I had affairs, I won't deny it. They didn't mean anything, though. They were just escapes. Just brief moments where I didn't feel like I was drowning in guilt or pressure or expectations. He looks to the host like he expects a response. None comes. So he goes on. She always said I scared her. Not physically, I never hurt her. But my words. I guess I knew where to aim. I could shut her down with a look. I could win an argument by walking away from it. And I walked away a lot. I can feel the lie. It clings to the air. The host writes something. It doesn't make a sound, even though I swear I hear something scratching under the noise. Michael pushes forward now, like he's convincing himself. She left and took the kids. Said I was toxic. Said I damaged them, but they're fine. They've got therapy, a new house. Probably a stepdad with a ponytail and feelings. He smiles, but his eyes aren't laughing. The host sets the pen down for a moment. Do you believe they're better without you, Michael? Michael swallows. I don't know. Probably. But it wasn't my fault. None of it was. We were both broken. He nods once, like that settles it. But the room gets a little dimmer. There's a pause. The host flips to a fresh page, even though I can't see anything written on the first. Tell me about the boy. Michael stiffens. That wasn't intentional. It was a mistake. A moment. He rubs his face hard. I've been out with some coworkers. A few drinks. Not drunk. Just loose. It was raining. Dark. No lights on that stretch of road. He was just there, in the street. His hands are shaking now. I feel the thud. The way the car rocked when it hit him. The sound. I still hear it when I close my eyes. He closes them now. The image flashes on the screen. A bent bike, twisted metal, one shoe in the middle of the road. I stopped. I got out. I saw him. He was still breathing and kind of twitching, and I just stood there. I didn't help. I didn't call. I thought I'd lose my job, my family, my record, my freedom. So I got back in the car and I drove. And I told myself he was probably dead already. I told myself it wouldn't change anything. He looks at the host, desperate. It wouldn't have brought him back, would it? The host smiles. But it would have revealed you. Held you accountable for your actions. Michael slumps forward now. The performance is slipping. His hands hang between his knees. It didn't start with the marriage, or the boy. He doesn't wait for a prompt. He just begins. I've always been like this, since I was a kid. I remember in kindergarten, there was this shy girl who stuttered. I used to mimic her until she cried. In middle school, I figured out how to make people disappear without touching them. Just a few well-placed words. A rumor, a name. He smiles, nostalgic. It felt good. And power always does. You don't get it from being loved. You get it from being feared. His tone is steady now, honest, but still not sorry. I pushed a kid so far in high school he swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills. He lived. Barely. I laughed about it for years. At work, I'd pick out the soft ones, the sensitive interns. I could ruin their week with a shrug. I got promotions for being decisive, efficient. They called me a natural leader. I didn't see them as people. Not really. There's a silence now that presses on the air like a boot on a chest. The host rises slowly, like someone savoring the moment before the plunge. Michael, he says softly. You're not here to confess. You're here to clarify. The floor cracks open beneath the couch. The white room tears like paper. From the chasm below, screams, 1,000 hands, faces blurred and broken reaching upward. The host removes his glasses. His eyes are pure black, not reflective, not empty, devouring. You don't get therapy, Michael. You get repetition. You will live through their pain, every second, every wound, and you will feel it worse than they did, because now you'll know why. Michael tries to run. The hands grab his ankles. He's pulled under, screaming his victims' names. I'm shaken. The room feels smaller, tighter. I swear I hear breathing behind me, but I don't look. The screen is black for a moment. Then he appears. The host. No longer kind. His skin is cracked. His teeth are too long. His voice is velvet soaked in rot. Pain shed is pain endured, but pain denied
That's where the real art is. He looks into the camera. Let's change gears, shall we? You've seen love, you've seen therapy. Now it's time to see if the strong can survive. He licks his teeth. Next up, the gauntlet. The screen explodes in red light, and I can't look away, because the devil isn't done. The screen stutters, just once, then snaps into a new tone, harsh, loud, industrial. Suddenly, I'm looking at a camera sprinting down a metallic corridor, pipes overhead, lights flickering and alarms blaring. The whole place feels like a war zone built by a game show set designer on a 3-day psychotic break. It barrels through a hallway and skids to a halt in front of a massive industrial arena. Sirens scream. Sparks rain from somewhere unseen. A neon sign buzzes overhead, barely clinging to life. Welcome to the gauntlet. The letters pulse like they're alive. Beneath them, flickering in sickly red, one survivor, one chance. The ground shakes, and then I hear him again. He's already in the spotlight, standing on a metal platform above the arena like a Roman emperor about to watch lions tear someone apart for sport. But there's no toga now. He wears a crimson blazer with glimmering lapels, headset and mic attached, like he's about to call a pay-per-view fight between the damned. His eyes gleam like a hot coal soaked in oil. Ladies and gentlemen and everything damned in between, we've wept, we've confessed, and now it's time to bleed. The crowd roars, except there is no crowd, just disembodied voices shrieking from nowhere and everywhere. Tonight's challenger, a real knuckle slinger. Meet Brent, bouncer, brawler, and breaker of bones. Once put a man in a coma because he didn't say "excuse me" fast enough. Real charmer, this one. A metal door slides open with a thunderous slam. Smoke pours out. Brent stumbles into frame, shirtless, barefoot, wide-eyed, and bleeding from the elbow like he's already lost the first round. He's built like a tank, thick muscle layered with tattoos, wings on his back, scripture down one arm. Across his chest in bold black ink, "Only God can judge me." I almost laugh. Almost. His breathing is fast, animalistic, fight or flight mode. But there's no flight in this place, just walls and weapons. Welcome to Sinner's Run, Brent. Touch that red button at the end, and maybe, just maybe, you'll earn your way out. A massive red exit button glows on the screen, far, far away from where he is now, almost like it's winking at him. But between here and there, hell waits. The floor trembles as Brent steps forward, barely catching his footing. He enters a long corridor, maybe 30 feet, dimly lit, rusted metal walls that seem to sweat. The air is thick, hot, like being inside of a mouth. Then I see them. Arms. Dozens of them reaching from both sides of the corridor. Some mechanical, some fleshy and veined, others a nightmarish hybrid of both. They twitch in anticipation, covered in barbed gloves, broken knuckles, bandaged fingers. They're modeled after real people. I don't know how I know that, I just do. One has a cracked glass ring, another has a missing pinky. One hand holds a hospital bracelet. Brent's victims. All the people he's bruised, broken, and dominated. The corridor narrows behind him as he hesitates, the walls creaking inward like they're pushing him into the jaws. Clock's ticking, tough guy. You've got hands to shake. Brent growls, low and guttural, and charges forward. The hands come alive. They slam into his ribs, grab at his throat, punch from behind. Each hit lands with a sick, wet sound that even through the TV makes me wince. He tries to dodge, duck, spin, use his momentum, but there's too many, too fast.
One mechanical fist hits his temple. He staggers, almost drops. Another grabs his ankle. The wrist twists in an impossible direction and yanks. He falls hard, slamming into the metal floor, coughing blood. He kicks, thrashes, elbows a human-looking arm in the face, but it doesn't bleed. It doesn't pull back. Somehow it laughs. I can hear them whispering through the speakers. Not the devil, not the crowd. The hands. "You laughed when I begged." "I still have the scar." "You didn't care. You liked it." Brent screams back, teeth bloodied. "Shut up!" He rises, limping now. One arm limp, shoulder dislocated. His chest is a patchwork of bruises and deep red. He reaches the end of the corridor, stumbles through, and collapses onto the floor beyond it. He looks like he wants to puke, maybe cry, but he spits instead. Somewhere above, the devil claps slowly. "Round 1 complete. Look at our little savage go. But the only thing harder than those fists is what's coming next." The lights shift. The ground shakes again. Ahead of Brent, the furnace climb begins to rise. And I stay on the couch, paralyzed, watching the blood drip across the steel. Brent drags himself across the metal floor, each breath ragged and wet. He spits a molar, a full tooth onto the ground, stares at it like it betrayed him, and then slaps the floor and pushes himself up. The camera tilts up slowly, panning toward what waits next. It's a tower, 30, maybe 40 feet straight up, surrounded by glowing heat and the hiss of pressurized steam. It's just a vertical shaft bathed in orange light and rising waves of dry, scorching air that shimmers like a mirage. Metal rungs line the center, unevenly spaced, narrow, some bent, some glowing red. The entire thing looks like it was designed to dare someone to climb it, then punish them for trying. Brent squints up, swallows hard. The platform at the top is marked with a single word in seared steel. Forward. The devil's voice drips from above, smug and slithering. "Ah, the furnace climb, a classic. Nothing like the illusion of progress to keep a sinner moving. Climb, Brent. Rise above. Pull yourself out of the muck like you always did. After all, you're not like them, are you? You're special." Brent doesn't respond. He just grabs the first rung and immediately screams. The metal hisses as his palm touches it, searing hot. Skin peels like wax paper. He lets go and stumbles back, shaking his hand violently. Then he looks at the ladder again, at the top, at that word, forward. And then he does what he always does. He clenches his jaw and pushes through the pain. He grabs the second rung with both hands. Flesh sizzles, muscles tremble, and starts to climb. Each rung is a lesson in agony. Some are white-hot, others only scalding. None are safe. The further he climbs, the worse it gets. Like the heat isn't coming from the top, but from inside the ladder itself. He pants, grunts, chokes back sobs. Blood drips from his hands. His skin tears in long strips as he pulls himself upward, refusing to let go. Halfway up, steam jets from a side pipe. He screams and loses his grip with one hand, swings sideways, arms flailing and legs kicking at open air. For a second, I think he's gonna fall. But he doesn't. He bites down on his lip, re-grabs the rung with blistered fingers, and keeps climbing. "There's our boy," the devil coos, mock proud. "Pain is just weakness leaving the body, right? Let's see what's left once all the pain is gone." Brent's face is slick with sweat and blood. His breathing is high and fast, panic setting in. His forearms tremble violently as he reaches the final rung. His legs dangle. His arms look like boiled meat, His back is striped red from when he scraped the support beams. And then he reaches it. The top. He throws himself over the edge and collapses on the platform, skin smoking, hands shaking so badly he can't stop him. He rolls onto his back, staring at the ceiling of the arena. He doesn't smile. He doesn't scream. He just laughs. One sharp, bitter bark. A laugh that says, "Screw you. I'm still here." Then the platform shrieks. Brent freezes. The devil's voice echoes like it's right behind me. "You climbed higher than anyone expected, Brent. But here in the gauntlet, the higher you climb, the further you get to fall." A hatch opens beneath Brent's body. He drops straight down, screaming and crashing through a chute of spinning metal and flame. The screen blurs with motion, heat, and blood. Brent slams down hard on the metal floor, fresh from the fall. The platform above seals shut with a thunderous clang, trapping the heat inside. He rolls over, groaning, leaving streaks of blood like skid marks behind him. His hands are ruined, skin peeled back, nerves exposed, tendons twitching with every breath. I think he's going to stay down, but he doesn't. He pushes up on one arm, stumbles to his feet and staggers forward, wobbling like a man too stubborn to die. Ahead of him, a new space yawns open. Not a platform, not a corridor. A pit. Long and narrow, just wide enough to crawl through. Pipes line the ceiling, dripping something black and slow. The walls pulse slightly, alive, waiting. In the center of the crawl space, chains, tangled, twisting, hanging from above, dragging along the floor. Some twitch, some writhe. Some snap taut and still, like they've already found what they want. There's no other way forward. The devil's voice slithers down from the ceiling like fog. "Ah, the final stretch. You've fought, you've climbed, you bled. But now it's time to submit. After all, Brent, you controlled so many in your life. Told them when to move, when to flinch, when to beg. It seems only fair that it's your turn now." Brent limps to the edge of the pit. He doesn't speak, doesn't curse. He just drops to his knees and crawls in. Inside is worse than it looked. The moment his foot crosses the threshold, a chain wraps around his ankle tight and fast. He jerks, trying to pull free, and another chain slithers over his shoulder, another across his back. He crawls. Every movement forward, a new chain grabs him. Some coil lovingly around his wrists, others slap across his face like wet ropes. One wraps around his chest, pulling tight enough to make breathing a luxury. Brent growls like a wounded animal and rips forward. The chains resist. They don't want to let go. Some of them whisper, not words, names. Tomas. Emily. Marcus. The guy in the alley. The girl outside the club. Each link a memory. Each named someone he bent or broke or silenced. One chain loops around his neck. He claws at it, fingers slick with blood, and tears it loose, leaving a red welt behind. "You belong to us. We remember you forgot." The chains hiss together. I'm sweating just watching. Brent drags himself forward, now crawling only with one arm, the other bound completely. His legs shake, knees grinding against rusted grates. The last 10 feet are pure agony. But he makes it. Somehow he makes it. He flops out of the other side of the mall like a corpse tossed from a hearse, gasping, moaning. Chains still hang from him, coiled around his limbs like leeches too full to let go. But he's out. He looks up. There it is. The button. Massive, red, glowing like the heart of a furnace. A single word stamped above it in thick, bold letters. Exit. Brent starts to cry, and then he crawls forward. He reaches it, lifts one shredded hand, looks at the glowing red surface like it's going to answer a prayer no one ever heard. Then he slams it. The screen goes white. For one long moment, there's nothing. No sound, no movement. Just that blank, empty brightness that feels less like light and more like blindness. And then, clack. A fluorescent light buzzes overhead. A dull, familiar flicker. The screen fades back in. Brent is standing, healed, clean, upright. Back in the prep room. Same rusted walls, same concrete floor, same buzzing sign overhead. Welcome to the Gauntlet. He blinks, looks around. Hands tremble at his sides. He's breathing too fast. His eyes widen. No, 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 no. He turns in a slow circle. Everything is exactly the same. Except now, he remembers. The pain, the chains, the heat. Everything. A man in a headset, face expressionless, mouth too wide, leans in through a doorway. "You're up next, champ." Brent stumbles backward, then collapses to his knees. He doesn't scream. He just whispers it once more. "No." And then the door opens anyway. The devil returns, and he appears in the center of the screen, seated in a throne made of bent scaffolding and melted steel. His red jacket now tattered, eyes glowing so bright they flicker like dying stars. Let's give Brent a round of applause, folks. What a fighter! What a survivor! He raises his arms. Invisible applause echoes throughout the TV, distant and mocking. You see, the button does work. It just doesn't do what he thinks it does. You don't win the gauntlet. You repeat it. He leans closer to the camera, smiling wide. The teeth are too long now, too sharp. Forever's funny that way. The screen glitches. Static eats the frame for a heartbeat. Then everything goes still. The TV is silent. I don't move. I can hear the hum of the refrigerator behind me, the ticking of the baseboard heater, the faint, familiar creak of the apartment settling. Those subtle nighttime noises that usually bring comfort. But now, they feel stretched thin and brittle, like the walls themselves are holding their breath. There's a pressure in the air, the kind that coils at the base of the spine. Instinct whispering that something is off even though everything looks the same. And then I notice the screen has changed. It's no longer the arena. No fire or chains or blood. It's my living room. Not a living room. Mine. From a high, unnatural angle, like there's a camera tucked into the corner of the ceiling, showing the couch I'm sitting on. The same glass on the table, the same dim light bleeding in from the hallway. Only, I'm not in the picture. The room on screen is empty, vacant, waiting. And then the lights flicker. Not on the screen, but behind me. In here, something else is in the room. A voice hums through the silence, smooth and low, warm like a secret and far too close to be coming from the screen. You've been such a loyal viewer, Josh. Patient, quiet, always watching. A pause. You can almost hear him smile. But the credits are rolling on everyone else. And now it's time for the final feature. Another flicker. The room's dimmed to black. You. Hey there. My name is Max Rayner. My story begins at the end, if there is an end. I've been consigned to the fourth circle of hell. If you've ever read Dante's Inferno, or even if not, you might remember that it punishes greed. Misers and spenders toil on opposite sides of a circle, rolling huge bags of money with their chests until they crash into one another. The sinner that falls to the ground first is a loser, who gets whipped by a demon until they stand back up and try again. The winner receives 1 gold coin, tradable for 1 minute's rest before they face their next opponent. You might not think there's any rest where we are, but it exists to remind us of what we're missing before our torments begin anew. I don't know how long I've been here. I almost don't care. And time is elastic in this place, stretching as far into the past, present, and future as a sunset on the beach. The grunts and screams of my fellow damned ring in my ears. I block them out as best I can. There may be rest in this godforsaken place, but there's no empathy. That's why I'm suffering now. Still, can you blame me for looking out for number 1? I worked 70 hours a week as a hospital janitor to make ends meet. Let me tell you, you haven't seen shit until you've seen literal shit all over the place. People are disgusting. They do disgusting things when you're not looking, like stuff dirty diapers and paper towels down the toilet. Haven't they heard of garbage cans? I had to empty those. They were just as gross. I should have earned a fortune, but of course I didn't. After taxes, my take-home pay was shit too. Another fighter. Another miser. I jut my chest forward as hard as I can and push. My bag of loot smashes into his. He tumbles to the muddy ground. A demon is on him in a flash, beating him with a braided whip. He howls in agony, struggles to get up, and falls again. After enduring another lash, the hoarder scrambles to his feet and shoves his way past me. The demon hands me a doubloon. I could save it and earn more coins for rest, but I'm not allowed to keep any more than I can carry in the holy pockets of my rags. I give it back. 60 seconds to catch my breath. 60 seconds to reassess my existence. A minute lasts an eternity here. I remember one chilly Friday in October. I was eating lunch in the cafeteria, as I usually did. Rain drooled down the nearest window pane, obscuring my view of the parking lot. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. I didn't have much of an appetite for chicken tenders and potato wedges, but I needed protein and carbs to get me through the rest of the day. The food was hot, if a bit bland. I chewed it mechanically, reviewing my morning. 2 of our toilets overflowed. Piss, feces, and gigantic wads of soggy toilet paper littered the floor and leaked into nearby stalls. The creators of this chaos had fled the scene. I wasn't happy. And neither was my supervisor, who objected to my use of colorful language when he entered the restroom, like he'd never heard the F word before. He wrote me up, and I got even angrier. That was my second reprimand in 2 weeks. One more and my pay would get docked. I couldn't afford that. Not with the rent due and my car in the shop. Someone had left the day's newspaper on a nearby table. I went and picked it up. There had to be better opportunities for a college grad majoring in computer science. But entry-level techs were everywhere. I had $40,000 in student loan debts to pay off. This gig kept me hanging on by the skin of my teeth. The classifieds offered the usual jobs: truck drivers, CNAs, waitstaff, etc. An ad caught my eye. A background of stars and planets with a slogan: "Gateway Travel. It's out of this world." Cheesy, I know, but it made me smile. I needed something to cheer me up on that dreary day. I checked out the place's address and phone number. It wasn't that far from the hospital. I made a deal with myself. If the rain stopped by the time I took my afternoon break, I'd leave early and scope Gateway Travel out. If not, I'd keep plugging away and forget all about it. I'd like to think the weather sealed my fate, but in hell, I know better. The rain had turned to a cold mist by the time 3 o'clock rolled around. I decided I needed to take the rest of the day off. Again, my boss wasn't pleased, but I didn't give a damn. He wasn't the one who got him down and dirty. Speaking of which, I had to dodge several puddles on the way to my destination. It was located in a strip mall next to a Chinese restaurant and across the street from a shop called Cinderella's Curios. I smiled at the cutesy name, but had no intention of going there. The sign on the door to Gateway Travel read open. The place was small and unassuming, with travel brochures all over the walls. Most of them showed tropical paradises: Hawaii, Fiji, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. There were several showing national parks, too. I'd never gone to any of those places. Odds were I never would. That didn't stop me from approaching the gorgeous receptionist. "Hey, I'm looking to go on vacation." "And then you've come to the right place." She smiled with perfectly white teeth. "Welcome to Gateway Travel. I'm Rachel. I'll tell my boss you're here." She pushed a button on an intercom and did just that. "And please have a seat. It'll be a few minutes." I sat down, admiring the view of her cleavage. Rachel cleared her throat. "Excuse me, my eyes are up here." "Sorry." She sounded pissed, but when she winked at me, my insides got all hot. I whipped out my phone and looked to see if I had any new texts. None. I was about to check my Instagram feed when a man in a business suit approached me. "Good afternoon. My name is Richard Plutus. How may I help you today?" Hey, I'm looking to get away from it all." "Do you have anywhere special in mind?" "Nope, just somewhere from this city. "I understand. What do you enjoy doing when you're away?" "I've never been away." "Don't know. Relax, I guess. Veg out in front of the TV." "You can do that at home. How about something a little more exciting? I run a casino you might have heard of. Plutus Palazzo." Hard pass. I don't gamble." "You don't have to. There are shows you might find entertaining." "Sounds great, but I don't have the money right now." "I'm offering a complimentary voucher good for tomorrow only." "Oh, yeah? Oh, I'm still broke." "The buffet is excellent." The thought of food barely appealed. "Thanks, but no thanks." "How about I sweeten the deal? $200 comped to your tab." "Seriously?" "Seriously, sir." You know what? You've just made my day. It was true. The man was highly amusing in his rush to offer me free stuff. "Nice place you've got here. I wish you luck, but I've got to go." "Your name is Max Rayner. You're 28 with nothing to show for your bachelor's degree, but $40,000 in the hole. You don't gamble, not because you don't like it or because it's wrong, but because you're scared of digging even deeper. You hate your job and wish your supervisor would go to hell. I can arrange that." "What? How do you know? You're some kind of scammer, aren't you?" "No." The word sent shivers up and down my spine. "I can make you a very rich man. That's my domain. I'm Plutus, the mythological god of wealth." "Okay, you're also insane. I'm out of here." I stood up, then froze. He held the voucher out to me. I stared at it. "See if I'm as good as my word. Come tomorrow to the local riverboat. The address is listed here." I should have torn the voucher up. I took it and put it in my pocket instead. "Good man." Mr. Plutus turned and left. Rachel waited for me to show myself out. I did, but not before asking her for her phone number. To my surprise, she gave it. I wish I could tell you that I came to my senses as soon as I got home. However, I thought that there was no harm in going to Plutus's place and seeing if the voucher was genuine. If it was fake, I'd lose nothing. If it was real, what could I gain? Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought him back. Saturday, my official day off, was as bright and clear as Friday had been, gray and miserable. Jogging down to the riverboat in the brisk fall air was a joy. A bouncer greeted me at the top of his gangplank. I handed the voucher over, and he gave me a curt nod. How many other folks had gotten one of these? The casino was hella crowded, and people sat at banks of noisy slot and video poker machines, mindlessly pushing buttons and or waiting for the autoplay feature to finish. Servers brought drinks which may or may not have been free. No one was at the roulette wheel, keno board, blackjack, or poker tables, which I thought was odd. Maybe they'd be active at night. I went to one of the vacant devices. It hungrily sucked my dollar into its slot, then showed several rows of digital symbols. I pushed play. The symbols spun and spun. I noticed I had a chance of winning on any of the displayed rows. Unfortunately, none of the 777s, cherries, and bars ended up matching. Not even two. The machine played its loser theme, womp womp womp, and reset itself. So much for excitement. I vowed that I wasn't going to lose one more cent to that one-armed bandit. As I stood up and got ready to leave the riverboat, a cute cocktail waitress approached and asked if I wanted a drink. Sure, I enjoyed alcohol but didn't want to get drunk at... What time was it anyway? My phone didn't get any reception, so I couldn't tell. There were also no clocks anywhere. If the head of Gateway Travel was right, I had $200 on my voucher. Great, but what else could I do besides feed the monsters? Machines? There you are! Richard Plutus, wearing a snazzy red suit and black bow tie, came up to me. I've been looking for you everywhere. Let me see your voucher. I offered it to him. He scanned it with something that looked like a laser pointer. Congratulations! You're the lucky winner of a stay in my VIP lounge. Whatever you wish is my command, and everything is free. Drinks, games, girls, and so on. Girls? The creme de la creme. Or, if you prefer, the company of gentlemen. No, I'm straight. How long can I stay in the lounge? 3 hours. Like I said, you're very fortunate. Plutus led the way through the maze of occupied machines and empty game tables. The riverboat seemed way bigger on the inside than the outside. Maybe that was because I could barely see in the dim ambient lighting. Another piece of hired muscle greeted us at the door to the VIP lounge. Hey, boss, he said, then glared at me. Password, asshole. Plutus answered something that wasn't in English. Lucrum super omnia. Give him your voucher, Max. He'll keep it until your session is complete. I obeyed. The bouncer punched in a code on the door's keypad and it clicked open. Unlike the rest of the casino, the VIP lounge was brightly lit, with velvet furniture and a crystal chandelier. Very classy, but the female servers' outfits left nothing to the imagination. G-strings and tassels. I swallowed so hard it hurt. Hi, what would you like? One of them asked, pursing her full red lips. I almost said you, but took a deep breath instead. I never got my club soda. How about a real drink? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I smiled and shrugged. What the hell? I'll have a double on the rocks. It tasted so good going down. The burn in my throat, the ease with which the liquid flowed into my stomach, the aftertaste. What kind of bourbon was it? Not the kind I usually bought. This was top shelf. Maybe off the shelf. After that, things got a little blurry. The waitresses brought me hors d'oeuvres, including stuffed mushrooms and chicken sautés. It was all scrumptious. I couldn't stop stuffing my face. I asked for another double. I heard the words lap dance and free. I obliged. If this was heaven, I never wanted to get off the boat. In the corner of my eye, I spotted Plutus. "Having a good time?" he asked. "The best. Thanks for bringing me here." "My pleasure. At the Palazzo, unlike other casinos, luck favors the luckless. I knew you were a winner the first time I met you at Gateway Travel. Let's talk business." "Huh?" "This way." He beckoned to me with a finger. I tried to stand up, but my legs wobbled like crazy. I plopped back down in the velvet chair. He grabbed my hand. His felt like stone. Disgust swept through me. Did Plutus have bad arthritis? Once he yanked me off my feet, I followed him to his office. You know the kind I'm talking about. Huge wooden desk polished to a mirror shine with a nameplate. Persian rug on the floor. Real potted plant in the corner. Bookshelves lining the back wall. I wondered if there was a safe behind them. "No," said Plutus. I jumped back. Had he read my mind? "Sit down." I practically fell into the chair, hardwood instead of velvet with a flimsy cushion. "You're Max. You can call me Rich." Hey, Rich."
"Now that we're reacquainted, I'll get to the point. I need a partner, someone who appreciates the finer things and hates when circumstances get in their way. Someone hungry to improve their lot in life. More importantly, someone who hates losing."
Rich tipped his fingers into a pyramid shape.
"Do you, Max?"
"Hell yeah."
"In my lines of work, I face much competition. There are many other casinos and travel agencies in the area. I'm looking to expand. Name recognition and branding are everything. But so far, I've kept a low profile. That needs to change. You are skilled across several social media platforms, yes?"
I nod.
"Good. You'll help me increase my company's visibility and banish trolls and naysayers."
"Right."
"You'll also learn the trade of money management, which isn't so difficult if you apply yourself. Stocks, bonds, hedge funds. I own them all. You'll receive a tidy share of the profits. Everything else you want will come along with it."
"Like more strippers and booze?" I thought. "Like a nice house and maybe some servants?" I asked.
"If you so desire. 3 things remain. What of your job at the hospital?"
"Screw it. Someone else can clean up people's shit for a living. I'm all in."
"What of your current boss? Do you still wish to confine him to the pits of hell?"
"Uh-huh. The sooner the better. I hope he has a heart attack or stroke."
"Harboring hatred in your heart can bring one on. All of that stress."
"I don't care. He's used and abused me at work long enough."
"Understood. 3rd, the price for failure in our partnership is high. Are you willing to assume the ultimate risk? Your soul against your burning desire for wealth?"
"I don't think there is such a thing as a soul. But if you want to put it that way, then yeah." For some reason, I couldn't stop trembling.
"Then welcome aboard. Plutus and Reyna. It has a nice ring to it."
I agreed. We shook hands, and his felt like a stone slab once again. He explained the password to the VIP lounge, which soon became my motto. Lucrum super omnia. Profit above all. I quit my job, but under Plutus's mentorship, I made a lot more money and had a lot less anxiety. I was able to pay off my student loans. Rachel, the receptionist, and I started dating too. This progressed into the most wonderful relationship I'd ever had. When I asked her to marry me, she said yes without hesitation. Life was great. It got even more so when Rachel told me she was pregnant. I refused to admit that I was living in a house of cards. Plutus called me into his office on my 3rd anniversary of meeting him. "Max, my boy, have a seat." This time I didn't fall into the chair. "First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on your progress. I've seen quick studies, but the business of finance suits you like water suits a duck. You've done a magnificent job managing my portfolios. Second, I hear you're about to become a father. Would you like a cigar? The finest from Havana." I paused. I didn't smoke. Well, the next thing I had to tell you is quite personal on my part." I leaned forward. "Go ahead." Plutus coughed into his sleeve. "As I told you at Gateway Travel, I'm something more than mortal. I'm a god, but not the omnipotent or omniscient kind. If I were, I'd have figured out the problem of mortality. I haven't yet, and I only know a stopgap measure to hold off death. In short, I need a new body." I trembled all over, as I had before. "You need me. That's why you picked me. I'm young and strong, only 31. I can give you a nice life." "Indeed you can. But I was thinking of someone much younger." "You want my child?" Plutus pointed his index finger at me like a gun. "Bingo!" "No way, I'll never give it to you, or her." I started breathing hard. "I don't think you understand. If you refuse me now, it will be as if you always had. Like if you'd gone to Gateway Travel and turned down my casino voucher. However, I can't rewind time. All I can do is cancel our contract and impose a penalty. The good things you have right now will disappear. Your career, your mansion, your employees, your wealth portfolio, everything. All gone for good." "Rachel, too?" Plutus nodded. "That can't be. She loves me and won't leave me." "She'll do as I say. We entered into a lesser arrangement, since she works as my receptionist instead of my financer, but she's still responsible for upholding it." "What did my wife want?" "To pay off her student loans, lo and behold. I was disappointed in her lack of ambition, but I gave her what she wanted. Also, free travel." He grinned with a new set of teeth that had points. I never noticed he had dentures before. "So, whether I say yes or no, you're still gonna take my kid?" Another nod. "If you choose to give them up voluntarily, so much the better. Life will get even sweeter for you. You'll join the ranks of the multi-millionaires. If not..." "I'm afraid the penalty is joining the ranks of the damned on my home plane. My travel agency is only a portal. I rule the 4th circle of hell." Words fell out of my mouth that I regret every single moment I'm here. "Make me a billionaire instead, and we have a deal." "Your wife will have to agree to these terms.
She is the child's mother.
Don't worry. Doubt flashed through my mind. She was so excited about our future bundle of joy that I was sure nothing could make her happier, not even millions of dollars. I'll convince her.
You must. Otherwise, this contract is null and void along with the old one.
My mouth fell open. Plutus shrugged.
I told you the risks were high.
When I got home, Rachel and I had the biggest fight of our 2.5-year marriage. She said she'd rather die than give our son or daughter to Plutus. I pointed out that she'd bargained with him too. Why hadn't he approached her? Rachel said he might. She had an appointment with him the next day. I told her not to go. She said she had free will and could do as she pleased. She also said that if this new deal was legit, she'd give anything to stop it. Even her own soul. You'd rather go to hell than save yourself and everything we've gained so far? Rachel's eyes teared up.
Sacrifice, Max. It's what parents make for their children.
She stunned me with that statement. So simple, so true. So eternally binding. The next day, we went to see Plutus together. He granted us 3 more years as billionaires. Although we spent our money hand over fist, we donated a ton to charitable causes. We also got to know our adorable son, whom we named Caden Maximilian. We arranged for his adoption by mutual friends of ours. They didn't understand why we'd give him up. We told them that we'd be going around the world on a luxurious multi-year cruise arranged through Gateway Travel and needed someone to take care of him. Selfish, 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 our friend grumbled. Never mind. I'll raise him to be a good boy who cares about others and doesn't let money get in their way. Those words stung, but not as much as the truth. On December 31st of that year, Rachel and I went to Gateway one last time. Greetings, said Plutus. His skin looked like it would slough off his bones, just like a cooked Thanksgiving turkey. I see, you haven't brought me whom I seek. No, and we never will. I squared my shoulders and squeezed Rachel's hand. Then you'll both accompany me to the emergency exit at the rear of this facility, which you've never used. Not even in a fire drill. Plutus chuckled, then cackled, then howled in an unearthly rage. His human form morphed into that of a monstrous beast with a wolf's head and a man's nearly naked body. In a hilarious parody of modesty, he wore a gold lame loincloth, and we were too terrified to laugh. Bye, sweetie, I said, my eyes welling. I might never see you again. Bye, honey. I might never see you again. We embraced and said, Bye, Caden, before following Plutus at last. So, that's why I'm here. That's why we're here. You might think that we would have been saved due to our sacrifice, but that's not the way things work. Our contracts are as binding here as they are on Earth. As above, so below. The only breaks we've gotten are that we don't have to fight each other. We're both spenders, so we're on the same side. And that we get glimpses of Caden from time to time. As our friend had promised, he helped our son become an honest and caring man, unspoiled by the power of greed. Did he grow up hating us? No. He barely remembers us. But that's part of the bargain. Our friend had told him that we drowned when our cruise ship had sunk. My next opponent is coming. Tall and reeking, he broadcasts a familiar smile. Hello, Max. So wonderful to see you after all. This time. My former boss at the hospital, Scrooge 2.0, charges towards me. His bag of money bludgeons me in the chest. I fall to my knees. Before a demon can whip me, though, the monster Plutus arrives and devours its head. Blood and gore rain down on me, but I don't care. I feel baptized by it. Thank you, sir. I blutter in abject gratitude. And Plutus grunts, then leaves my side. Some people are buying a stairway to heaven, but not Rachel and me. We chose hell. I'll confess that it's been very difficult for me to write this account, as I finally reveal my family's dark secret to the world. A few years ago, I would have never considered going public about the twisted collection that I inherited, painstakingly maintained, and added to for all my life. And to do so on an internet forum. I despise the World Wide Web and electronic books. Those soulless digital documents are slowly strangling the life out of this business. I've devoted my existence to vintage titles, living for the smell of leather bindings and sorties to obscure bookshops and fairs in all corners of the world. This calling has dominated my life so completely that I've isolated myself from everybody else. I have no friends outside of my professional contacts. I never married or had kids, and all my family members are now deceased. I am the last in my line, and so I have nobody to leave my rare collection to after I die. No museum or library on the planet would wish to take on my back catalog, and I'm unwilling to put my family's collection up for sale. Oh, I know there are those who would pay anything to acquire certain books in my catalog. But these nefarious characters will never get their claws in my volumes. Honestly, I have come to detest my lifelong role as custodian of this devilish collection, and so I intend to burn several of my once cherished books before I take my last breath. Frankly, many of these texts should never have fallen into mortal hands, and so it's best they return to the fire from whence they came. But I digress. It's not my intention to tell my life story, which in any case would be of little interest to anybody out here. However, I feel it's necessary to reveal something of my family's dark history to provide context for the tales to come. Our most unusual collection was started by my great-grandfather sometime in the late 1800s. I know little about my ancestor other than that he was the unsavory youngest son of an English duke. Known for his wild and hedonistic ways, my ancestor was said to have a fling with a young serving girl who subsequently got pregnant. His father made discreet arrangements, forcing the girl to visit a backstreet abortionist. She didn't survive the procedure, though, and my great-grandfather was sent away in disgrace, receiving a comfortable allowance from his father on the condition that he never darkened the family's doors again. In the years that followed, my ancestor's life took an even darker turn as he indulged himself in a self-destructive binge of alcoholism, womanizing, and ultimately, an opium addiction that would be the death of him. It was at some point during his downward spiral that my great-grandfather developed yet another unhealthy and dangerous obsession, this one being in the occult. I don't know which book he acquired first or where he found it, but the story is that my ancestor was seeking to make a Faustian-type deal with the devil, trading his soul in exchange for earthly pleasures. I doubt he succeeded in his ill-advised venture, but that's how it started. His hellish collection grew in the years before his death, as he acquired rare and often banned works on occult rituals and paranormal occurrences originating from all corners of the globe. In between his book hunts and opium binges, my great-grandfather got yet another girl pregnant and became father to a son. I understand he played little to no role in my grandfather's upbringing, but he did write a will. But all the wretched man had left to bequeath upon his untimely death was his damned book collection. And so the tradition continued, although frankly it's more like a curse our family has had to live with for well over a century. You might ask how this hideous custom has been passed down through 4 generations. Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I was only 12 years old when my father took me aside and told me the secret his father had passed on to him. I almost laughed when I listened to my dad talking of books penned by demons, histories of human sacrifices, and field journals of cryptozoologists. Initially, I didn't believe a word of it. But then my old man took me to the basement vault where the ever-growing collection was held. I remember walking down the aisles and carefully lifting the ancient, leather-bound books under my father's strict supervision and delicately flicking through the pages, reading the words and absorbing the dark energy within them. That was how it began for me. I don't know how to explain it, but those books and their pages, they take a hold of you somehow, latching on to a darkness deep inside. Those words have a terrible power, and if you're not careful, they will eat you whole. The collection now consists of several hundred works of various descriptions. They are written in numerous different languages and emanate from countless cultures and civilizations. Some are centuries old, having been painstakingly written by ink and quill, while others are modern, mass-produced paperbacks. The catalog has grown substantially over the course of 4 generations, and I myself have added dozens of titles during the past few decades. Like the books I inherited from my ancestors, these works vary in age and content, but they all have something in common. Every book in my macabre catalog tells a story from a world beyond conventional human understanding, and each offers a glimpse into the dark abyss that exists on the edges of our all-too-fragile civilization. So, for what it's worth, that's my family's sordid history, providing a brief explanation of how this hellish catalog came to be in my possession. So, if you stuck with me this far, I guess you're hoping to learn the contents of what my family has come to call Hell's Library. Well, I must tell you, there are some works within my collection that I shall never transcribe, as their contents are simply too evil or too dangerous. As much as it pains me, those publications will end up on the bonfire. Nevertheless, I do intend to share extracts from several of my favorite works so I can preserve at least some of my family's dubious legacy. To begin, let me introduce you to The Secret Atlas by Diabolus. Now, before I begin with my excerpts, I will provide some context about this book. The Atlas is a relatively recent publication, originating at some point during the early years of the 21st century. It is written in English and first emerged in North America. Although there is no named publisher and the author's name is clearly an alias, there are likely less than a dozen copies still in existence, and I was fortunate enough to discover one in the back shelves of a New Orleans second-hand bookstore during the summer of 2010. The copy I own is hardback and nearly 500 pages in length. The Atlas does contain maps, but this is not its main appeal. What interests me is the secret locations it reveals to the reader. forgotten places with dark histories that have been erased from the history books. The anonymous author of this secret history has painstakingly researched and sourced these extraordinary and often terrifying stories and brought them to life through first-hand accounts. So now, I will share with you 4 stories I've selected from Diabolus's masterpiece of secret geography: a tragic tale of a noble woman's daughter, the last known inhabitant of a legendary phantom island, an account from foreign legionnaires stationed in a remote desert fortress assaulted by a hellish beast, a totalitarian prison camp where a dark ritual awakened an ancient evil, and finally, a town exposed to a terrible energy which allows it to shift in space and time. Chapter 1: The Isle of Demons, also known as Santiago or Santanés. Location: the North Atlantic, somewhere off the coast of Newfoundland, although in reality, this island does not appear on any modern map, and so is not believed to be literally located on our plane of existence. Category: Phantom Island, legendary or lost island, demonic or supernatural realm. Primary source: The Lost Diary of Emily de la Roque. Introduction: Diabolus. The story of the legendary Isle of Demons is hardly a secret, as accounts of this so-called Phantom Island appear in several historical texts. The isle began appearing on maps during the 16th century and was the subject of considerable speculation and fear amongst the early sailors traveling to the shores of North America. It was said that the island was inhabited by demons and wild beasts, dangerous creatures that would torment or attack any ships that passed the isle's coastline and devour anyone foolish enough to set foot on its shoreline. Early accounts described the barren island as being covered by thousands of screeching birds and populated by sea creatures as big as oxen, with teeth in their mouth like an elephant, and bears as big as a cow and white like a swan. It is highly likely that these vivid descriptions come from sightings of local wildlife, namely flocks of gannets, walruses, and polar bears. Other stories are harder to explain away, though. Accounts from French and Portuguese mariners spoke of low moans, guttural growls, and unnatural voices calling out whenever they approached the cursed shores of the dreaded island. And so the rumors persisted of a land ruled by demons that should be avoided by all mortal, God-fearing men. But the Isle of Demons gained notoriety due to a now famous tale of love, tragedy, and betrayal. Marguerite de la Roque was a French noblewoman who set sail on board a small fleet of ships destined for Canada during the early 1540s. While on board, Marguerite entered into a passionate but illicit affair with a young officer. Unfortunately, their liaisons were discovered by the fleet's commander, who happened to be Marguerite's cruel and fundamentalist uncle, Sieur de Roberval. Angered at his niece's forbidden love, Roberval marooned the couple on the dreaded Isle of Demons, leaving them with meager supplies and a few weapons, muskets and gunpowder, but otherwise abandoning the ill-fated lovers to their fate. What followed was a battle for survival against the odds as Marguerite and her officer-lover faced not just the brutal elements, but also the dangerous wild beasts and of course the feared demons of legend. The polar bears were vulnerable to gunfire and steel, but the demons could not be slayed by any man-made weapons. When the dark entities emerged, the couple retreated to the small stone cottage they built in the island's center, where they maintained a constant fire to keep their supernatural attackers at bay. This much is well known, but what few realize is that Marguerite and her lover's tryst resulted in a child, a baby girl who was born on the cursed island and raised by her exiled parents. The girl was named Emily, and sadly, she had a very difficult life. True, she had 2 parents who loved her, but they were marooned on the cursed isle without hope of rescue, and so could not give their beloved daughter the life she deserved. Her existence was one of constant fear and an unending fight for survival. Some years ago, I acquired a manuscript purported to be Emily de la Rocque's personal diary. Regrettably, I cannot reveal the identity of the individual who gave me this manuscript, as the person who found the long-lost diary swore me to secrecy. I understand it was found inside a bottle washed up on the east coast of Newfoundland, close to the claimed location of the island. I can say no more as to its origins, other than to confirm that I had the parchment carbon dated by a specialist who confirmed the manuscript is approximately 400 to 500 years old. That said, all accounts suggest that the earthly laws of time and space do not apply on the island. The only fact we know is that poor Emily is trapped in this hellish place, and sadly, her diary only confirms the constant torment the girl faces. The Diary of Emily de la Rocque. The first day. I awoke at dawn, feeling the icy cold as I crawled out from under my fur blanket and placed my bare feet on the dirt floor. I sighed in despair before making myself presentable and getting dressed. I walked to the front room and greeted my mother and father, who both sat by the fading fire, muskets still in hand as they finished their nightly watch. My parents looked exhausted, their faces pale and eyes sunken. Both smiled when they saw me, but I can tell they're only trying to reassure me. Sadly, I know the terrible truth. Every day, Mama and Papa grow weaker, and I fear they will be unable to continue the fight for much longer. But as always, I buried my fear as I went about my day. My parents rested while I left our home and sanctuary in search of firewood and food. I descended the barren rocks surrounding our stone cottage, observing the scars of last night's battle. It was bitterly cold, but I did my duties in relative safety. The huge white bears who inhabit parts of our island no longer approach our home, even in daylight. As vicious as the beasts are, they still fear to tread on the demon's turf. And I shot down a gannet for our breakfast and gathered enough firewood to keep our fire burning for another night. By rights, I should have returned to our cabin, but I had a further task to complete, one that I must keep a secret. Proceeding to the rocky beach on the island's eastern side, I recovered the green glass bottle from its hiding place, my hand shaking as I carefully inserted the rolled-up parchment inside. The letter I so carefully wrote the night before, putting my heart and soul into every word and sentence. I thought of my pen pal as I inserted the cork to secure my heartfelt letter inside the watertight bottle. His reply to my first letter has brought fresh hope to my dreary existence on this savage land, allowing me a glimpse of a world I hope to visit someday. After all these years of loneliness, I have finally made contact, finding a friend on the far side of the ocean. But I must keep our correspondence a secret. My parents would never approve. And then there's the matter of the demons who rule this land. It's dangerous to defy them, but I must take the risk. I cannot live like this any longer. I took a deep breath before lifting my arm and throwing the bottle with all my might, watching as it hit the water, bobbing on the surface before the current slowly swept it out to sea. Tears rolled down my cheeks, but they are tears of joy, because I feel elated at my small act of defiance, as my bottled message represents a lifeline, a chance for me to finally escape this hellish isle and seek companionship and happiness in a land far from here. Despite all the fear and horror, I still have hope in my heart. The second day. Last night was hell. The demons came with the storm as they always do. I could hear their devilish wailing carried by the wind and was instantly on alert, joining my parents in the desperate defense of our cabin. The battle was fierce and exhausting, but somehow we held the beasts off until dawn, but at considerable cost. Father is ill, as the stresses of the fight might have broken him. Papa is now confined to his bed, and I fear he will not last the week. Mother tries to stay strong for me, but I can tell she too is losing the will to fight. I experience a powerful mixture of emotions as seeing my parents' rapid decline, feeling sorrow, anger, and fear in equal measure. The correspondence with my pen pal is my only lifeline, a beacon of light in a sea of darkness. I read his latest letter again, noting the surprise in his words. He claims it has been years since he received my first letter, but for me it's only been a few short days. I suspect the normal rules of time don't apply in this cursed isle. This scares me, as my chances of escaping to the outside world seem to be fading. But I'm not inclined to give up, not yet. I'll confess that my latest letter has taken on a darker tone. I do not wish to cause my pen pal distress or to come across as a helpless damsel who needs a white knight to save her. Nevertheless, I must take this chance, as I fear my time is limited. So, shortly before dusk, I carefully sealed the parchment inside of the green glass bottle and tossed it out into the cold waters, watching anxiously as the tide washed it out to sea. The third day. My heart is filled with sorrow and grief, and tears of pain roll down my cheeks as I write these words. I am alone now, as both of my beloved parents have succumbed to the terrible affliction which overcame them. Papa died first, and Mama fell into a steep decline, succumbing soon after. I had to bury their bodies myself, digging shallow graves in the cold, hard ground. With this grim task completed, I've fallen into a dark depression, hiding under my fur blanket and crying in despair. The fourth day. Somehow, I have found the strength to go on, although my hope is quickly fading. My thoughts turn to my pen pal and the deep feelings I've developed for him. I sense that he is close, searching for me in a heroic attempt to rescue me from this evil. But alas, it's all to no avail. We live in different worlds, somehow connected by our bottled messages, but otherwise unable to make physical contact. The storm began shortly after dusk, and it was the worst yet. The winds were so strong that I feared our small stone cottage would be blown off the hillside. I hunkered down, musket in hand, as I awaited the inevitable attack. But the demon's assault was not as I anticipated. The wind and rain were pelting down on our roof when the front door suddenly shot open. I jumped up in shock and confronted the intruder, but found myself paralyzed with fear and unable to open fire. The beast didn't take the shape and form I would have expected. It looked like a man clad in a dark robe and hood, but this creature was not a mortal being. I realized as much when the monster slowly dropped its hood to reveal the horror where its face should be, a dark void that I feared would suck in my very soul. Paralyzed by its dark magic, I could neither flee nor fight the beast, and so I merely stood and waited for its killing blow. But the demon elected to spare my life, no doubt wanting to prolong my torment and misery. I don't know whether to feel grateful or not. I was conflicted over whether I would write a further note to my pen pal. As much as I would want to hear from him, I also fear the consequences of involving him further in my most unfortunate situation. In the end, though, I decided to send the bottled message and tell him everything. The brave young man has been searching for me for such a long time, and so I believe he deserves to know the truth. I am lonely, and need to have some kind of human contact, even if it's only in the form of a letter from another realm. I await his response with bated breath. his written words are all I have left. The 5th day. I am beaten, both in body and spirit. I fought for so long, but this evil is too strong for me to defeat alone. I feel immense guilt because I should have never brought my pen pal into this hell. If I had known the consequences for that poor boy, I would not have sent him the first letter. But this was always their plan. I realize this now, and I remember everything. The faceless demon returned during the night, sweeping into my home and former haven with all the confidence and arrogance one would expect from a victor. Whatever defiance I had left in my heart disappeared as the beast forced me to stare into the dark abyss. And I found myself powerless to resist. Suddenly, telling the demon all my secrets and even betraying my beloved pen pal. I surrendered the last part of myself as the darkness overwhelmed me. I understand it all now. The demons have used me as their siren to capture this poor man's soul, as our bottled messages have somehow opened a gateway between our two worlds. They're coming for him now, crossing dimensions and oceans with an unstoppable fury as they seek him out. I've sent one last letter, apologizing with all my heart and providing an advance warning, although I'm sure it's already too late. The worst thing is this isn't the first time this has occurred. I don't know what dark magic these beasts have used to erase my memory, but it's all coming back to me now. This pen pal wasn't my first. The demons have been using me for so long, exploiting my youthful hope and optimism to make me write these letters, reaching out to vulnerable souls and drawing them in so the vile masters of this isle can claim their new victims. I hate them with all my heart for what they've made me do, and I write this account in the hope I will remember, thus escaping their hellish traps so I can finally end this vicious cycle. These vile beings have stolen everything from me, and now all I have in my heart is hatred. I will fight them to my dying breath. Conclusion, Diabolos. For several years now, accounts have emerged on online forums from young men claiming to have received bottled messages from a young French noblewoman trapped on a legendary island in the North Atlantic. These messages have turned up in every corner of the globe, but somehow are always written in the native language of the reader. My research confirms that such tales date back long before the internet age, or indeed before any modern form of communication, with accounts appearing in newspapers and journals going back to the 16th century. The discovery of Emily's diary has shed some light on the dark secrets behind this tragic tale, although many questions remain unanswered. In these days of full global exploration and satellite imagery, we know that the Isle of Demons doesn't physically exist on our planet, but clearly it is possible for beings or objects to cross over to whatever alternate dimension or plane of existence where the isle exists. Emily seems to have little concept of time, and so one can only assume that the normal rules don't apply in the hellish dimension where she's imprisoned. It appears she receives the letters within a matter of days, whereas decades have passed for her pen pal on the other side of the exchange. If Emily truly is the daughter of Marguerite de la Roque and her lover, then that would make her over 400 years old, which is of course impossible. Therefore, the only feasible conclusion is that poor Emily's soul is trapped in some kind of purgatory, where she is forced by demonic entities to assist them in their foul plot to capture the souls of young men and drag them back to their hellish realm. One can only feel sympathy for this poor young lady and hope that one day she manages to break the chain and escape from her demonic tormentors once and for all. Chapter 2. Fort Enfer. Location: the Sahara Desert, approximately 300 miles southwest of Algiers. Category: Cryptozoology, Legendary Beasts. Primary source: The Journal of Legionnaire Patrick Devlin. Introduction Diabolos. The story of Fort Enfer and its doomed garrison has largely been erased from the historical record. What few references I could find within French military records describe a standard block fort built deep in the Sahara and garrisoned by a small company of Foreign Legion soldiers. On the surface, Enfer was no different from the dozens of other bases dotted across the French Sahara in an attempt by the colonial power to wrestle control from the native tribesmen and warlords. Fort Enfer was first constructed between 1863 and 1864, but all references to it end after the spring of 1876. A footnote in the official history of the Legion mentions a major assault on the base at that time, with the entire garrison being killed in action. There are no further details on the nature of the battle. Most historians assume that the fortress was overwhelmed by local rebels, but the evidence I have uncovered suggests differently. The journal that I will quote from is reported to be written by first-class Legionnaire Patrick Devlin, an Irish renegade and volunteer in the Legion. I discovered the century-old journal in a flea market in Tangiers during the early 1990s. The Arab trader manning the stall offered me a cheap price and seemed eager to part with it. I remember returning to my hotel and reading the journal's contents with bated breath, not setting the old book down until I'd read it cover to cover. The story by the late Patrick Devlin seemed unbelievable, and naturally I was suspicious. I've come across a lot of hoax documents over the years, and sometimes they're hard to detect, even for an experienced eye such as mine. Still, I did more research in my due diligence. Carbon dating confirmed that the journal dated back to the late 19th century, and local accounts led me to the conclusion that there was more to this story, and Legionnaire Devlin's account is likely to be the truth. And so, here is the unabridged journal for you to judge for yourself. The Journal of Legionnaire Patrick Devlin, April 17, 1876. They say we Irish are all as mad as cut snakes, and given my current predicament, I can't really argue. Here's me, a young lad from the back end of County Cork, used to rain and bogs and green grass. The English trained me in soldiering, but then forced me out of my home country due to my links with the Fenian movement. And so, I ran to the continent and joined the Foreign Legion in Paris. This is how I came to be here. Fort Enfer, aptly named for its hellish setting, a desert land of intense heat. I stand guard on the fortifications as a fiery sun burns my pale Irish skin, and all I can see is an ocean of hot sands in every direction. I still can't believe my life has come to this, but I'm a soldier and must do my duty. Our base is built in the standard block formation, crudely but firmly constructed from rocks dragged out here on the backs of camels years ago. This is the boundary of the French Empire, sitting right on the edge of the civilized world. There are 40 men in our small company, a mixture of nationalites from all over Europe, German, Italian, Spanish. Predictably, I'm the only Irishman. Many languages are spoken inside Enfer's walls, but we all know enough French to communicate and follow orders. Our commander is Captain Durand, a veteran officer from Toulouse. He's a small man with a Napoleon complex who makes our lives even more miserable. But such is the life of a soldier. Our company is completed by half a dozen local scouts, hardened Bedouin trackers who keep to themselves, rarely speaking, but always praying in the direction of Mecca. They view us with suspicion, and there's always tension, but these natives know the desert better than we ever will, and so we depend on them for our mission. Officially, we're here to project French colonial power in this part of the world, and to put rebellious tribesmen in their place. As an Irishman who was run out of his own country by an imperial power, I have mixed feelings about our job here. But I'm a mercenary serving in a force notorious for harsh discipline. I made my choice and must follow orders. We've received reports of a small band of rebel tribesmen on Camelback roaming just south of our location. Durand has a patrol to intercept this enemy force, and I was lucky enough to be picked for this operation. I suspect we'll face a long, exhausting day trekking through the desert sands, under the baking sun, and find nothing. But orders are orders, and there's soldiering to be done. April 18th, 1876. I thank the Lord that I made it safely back to the fortress, because now I know there is truth to the local legends, and there's a far greater threat than restless tribesmen out in the desert. We set out shortly after dawn, with Captain Durand commanding the patrol of 8 soldiers and 2 of our native trackers, Abdul and Muhammad. We rode on Camelback as we set forth into the desert, the intense sun soon rising and slowly baking us as we rode in circles, searching for any signs of the alleged rebels. The search seemed fruitless, and Durand slowly grew more frustrated and angry as we dealt with the heat and the sand. But then our guides discovered tracks leading deeper into the desert. To our mutual shock, the camel tracks were soon replaced by trails of blood and entrails, and we discovered the scene of a horrific massacre. The sands had been churned up, as if the ground had collapsed from underneath, and the land was covered with mutilated corpses and body parts. Slaughtered man and camels, ripped apart and eviscerated by some unknown attacker. I looked upon the massacre with disgust, shock, and fear. In all my years of soldiering, I'd never seen a bloodbath so gruesome, and I didn't know who or what could have carried out this horrifically violent act. The captain believed the natives were slaughtered by a rival tribe, but even at the time he didn't sound sure. More worrying was the reaction of Abdul and Muhammad. They're hard men of the desert, and I'd never seen them scared before. But when the men saw the massacre, they both became visibly unsettled, whispering to one another in their native tongue, their eyes widening with terror as they spoke. Our guides strongly recommended that we leave the site of the massacre and return to the fort without delay. I was inclined to agree, but Durand wanted to survey the scene to recover weapons and ammunition, so it was some time before we set off for home. I recall the great relief I experienced when we saw Fort Enfer on the far horizon, but this relief soon turned to terror and the desert opened up behind us, the sand collapsing as something huge made its way to the surface. Me and the other troops stood in shocked awe at the scene, but our Bedouin guides broke and ran, riding their camels at great speed as they fled back to the fort. Durand screamed after them, ordering the 2 Arabs to halt and stand, but his authority had broken down. We couldn't see whatever monstrosity had emerged from the depths as the beast remained just below the surface, but clearly it was huge in size and moving quickly in our direction, the sands parting as it tore through the desert as easily as a shark swimming through water. My comrades and I are hardened soldiers and veterans, but we've learned when to fight and when to run. And in that moment, we all fled for our very lives. All except for Captain Durand, that is, our stubborn commander, who stood his ground and screamed back at us, threatening court-martials for abandoning our posts. But even Durand's camel saw the writing on the wall, as it bucked him off his back and galloped back towards the base along with the rest of us. I glanced over my shoulder just long enough to see a screaming Durand disappearing under a wave of sand as the unseen attacker devoured him. We whipped our camels to make them run faster, but they hardly needed the motivation as they recognized the mortal danger. Thankfully, the men on the wall saw our predicament, opening the gate for us to enter the fort. We made it just in the nick of time as our comrades slammed the gate shut behind us. I feared the unseen subterranean beast would simply plow through, as I reckoned the fort's gate and wall couldn't stop it. God must have been looking out for us, though, because the monstrosity abruptly stopped its charge, disappearing back into the ground, whilst leaving a long trench of sand in its wake. We'd survived the first attack, but now our commander is dead, and all the men are terrified, myself included. Discipline is breaking down as angry and frightened mercenaries scream at each other in a multitude of languages, aggressively waving rifles and bayonets as they argue over what to do next. In the end, we have no real choice, though. We must assume that the subterranean monster is still out there in the surrounding desert. The nearest garrison of significant size is close to 100 miles to the north, and there's little chance we would make it there in one piece. It seems our only option is to stay put and defend the fort until the relief column arrives. I hope to get some rest tonight, as tomorrow I'll return to duty on the wall, and I fear there's more bloodshed to come. April 19th, 1876. Our trackers left during the night, abandoning us to our fate. I'm sure they know what's coming and are content to leave us foreign devils to the beast's wrath. Morale plummeted after the men discovered our native guides had deserted. The troops no longer argue and fight, but instead the mood is solemn and depressed, as soldiers mutter silent prayers or write their last wills on rough parchment. We are all renegades and outcasts, foreign mercenaries trapped in this hellish place. And perhaps this monster has been sent to punish us for our collective sins. The beast came again shortly before dusk, circling the desert around our walls as if searching for weakness and a way in. We are yet to see its full form, but the monster must be 40 to 50 feet in length. We fired at it from the walls with our rifles, but our bullets had no impact, and it's clear our weapons are not powerful enough to penetrate its thick hide. The beast has given up for the night, retreating back underneath the sands. But I have no doubt that it will return. We will work through the night, building up our defenses and preparing for our final stand. April 20th, 1876. The beast has launched its final assault, and our defenses are in shatters, with men devoured and slaughtered without mercy. I have seen the monster's true form and can only conclude that the hideous beast has ascended from hell for the sole purpose of preying upon mortal men. The attack came out of nowhere, taking us all off guard. We expected the behemoth to attack the walls, and so underestimated the beast's cunning as it surprised us by burrowing deep, bypassing our walls and emerging on the inside of the base itself. Although taken by surprise, the troops soon rallied, and we turned our rifles around and opened fire. But all hope was lost once we saw the monster's hideous head emerging from the sands. It's difficult for me to describe the beast with my limited vocabulary, as I've never seen anything like it before, nor was I aware that any such creature existed on God's green earth. The beast is in the shape of a worm or a grub, but has grown to an enormous size, its full length being easily 50 feet. Its mouth is similar to a beak, large enough to swallow a man whole and filled with row after row of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes are jet black like those of a shark, although I wonder whether its eyesight is limited as it presumably lives beneath the ground. When the enormous creature opens its mouth, it stinks of death and rotting flesh, and it roars with the ferocity of a dozen lions before launching its savage attacks. Whatever its origins, what is clear is that the beast has a ravenous appetite for human flesh, as within minutes it set upon my comrades, ripping both men and camels limb from limb, and spilling their blood all over the hot sands. The scene descended into bloody chaos as any semblance of organized resistance broke down. We fired at the beast, but to no avail, and our bullets only seemed to anger it more. The troops up on the wall might have thought they were safe due to their elevated position, but the monster had yet another fiendish trick to play. We watched on in horror as it spat a thick fluid from its beak, the stream extending for many yards and striking the men up on the barricades. They screamed as the foul liquid burned through their uniforms and melted their skin. Men were falling dead all around me, dying horribly as the monster carried out its wanton slaughter. Somehow, I managed to escape the killing field with 2 other men, a Spaniard named Diego and a German called Hans. We are all that remains of the company. We fought our way back to the barracks where we barricaded ourselves inside. We plan to make a break for it at dawn, but don't expect to get far. I write this final entry in the hope that this somehow makes it back to my family in Ireland. I want them to know that I died fighting, and I'm sorry. The 3 of us are from different nations, but we share a common faith. We shall pray together before making our break for freedom. But alas, I fear God is absent from this place. We are in the devil's realm here. This land is cursed and should be avoided by all mortal men. Heed my warning, whoever finds this. Do not come here. Conclusion. Diabolus. The journal ends here. I have found no record of Patrick Devlin mentioned again, so can only assume he perished during his attempted escape. But then there's the question of Fort Enfer and what became of it. The Foreign Legion never reoccupied this base or deployed another garrison to the region. Despite Legionnaire Devlin's warning, I did attempt to visit the site in the 1990s, only to find it fenced off and guarded by units of the Algerian army, with access prohibited and signs displaying warning of arrest or lethal force against all trespassers. I was able to talk to the locals who spoke of an ancient demon which has plagued the region for centuries and is rumored to have developed a taste for human flesh. Devlin's description of the beast isn't the most detailed, but it is largely consistent with the other accounts I've collated from local sources. The evidence points towards a previously unknown and officially undocumented alpha predator living in this far-flung quarter of the Sahara Desert, a species possibly related to the Mongolian death worm found in the Gobi, although much more large in size and more aggressive in nature. That said, one cannot fully discount Devlin's theory that the beast is demonic in nature. What's clear is that the French and Algerian governments have gone to considerable length to ensure that the beast's existence remains a secret, and probably they have good reasons for doing so. But unless the beast or species becomes extinct, it seems likely that the truth will eventually come to light. Chapter 3. Gulag 217. Location: Yukat ASSR, the former Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Category: Satanic Ritual, Demonic Entity, State Secrets. Primary source: Declassified NKVD Intelligence Report from 1937. Introduction: Diabolus. The collapse of the Soviet Union during the early 1990s offered a unique opportunity for researchers such as myself, as the breakdown of government structures allowed access to thousands of previously restricted and highly confidential documents from the Soviet era. I was determined to take this opportunity to discover the truth behind a rumored paranormal event that occurred in Siberia during the 1930s. I traveled to Moscow in 1991 and made discreet enquiries amongst my local contacts, eventually being put in touch with a disgruntled civil servant with access to the Kremlin archives. Even then, I didn't hold out much hope of obtaining what I was looking for, given the sheer volume of classified documents dating from that period. Therefore, I was elated when my crusty Russian archivist came up with the file I wanted, and I was more than happy to pay the hefty price in rubles that he demanded. The terrible crimes and mass murder of the Stalinist era are well known, and the huge network of Gulag prison camps constructed across Soviet territory held hundreds of thousands of alleged political and religious dissidents. As Stalin's paranoia grew, more and more supposed enemies were shipped off to these isolated camps, where conditions were brutal and many thousands died due to the harsh weather, and the horrible violence dished out by the sadistic guards. The gulags were run by the NKVD, Stalin's notorious secret police, which grew so powerful that they had their own military force and an economic network based on slave labor in the camps. In addition to political dissidents, the gulags also held various non-political criminals as well as religious groups whose beliefs were opposed by the communist regime. Orthodox Christians, Jews, and Muslims were all targeted by Stalin's henchmen, but so were smaller and less well-known religious factions, including underground groups who engaged in dark rituals and blood sacrifices. One such cult was rounded up and sent to the now-forgotten Gulag 217 in eastern Siberia, south of the Arctic Circle. 217 was typical of many of the camps in this region. The prisoners were forced to work in mines under horrendous conditions, and the guards would dish out violent punishments for the slightest of provocations. But what marks out the unnamed camp from hundreds of others is the bizarre events that occurred during the autumn of 1937, shortly after the arrival of the aforementioned satanic cult from Central Asia. And this horrifying incident is recorded in the NKVD report from the time, which I have translated from the original Russian to transcribe here. NKVD report on the Gulag 217 incident, dated November 5, 1937. Mass casualty event. Estimated death toll, 4,500 to 5,000. Perpetrator of unknown origin. Status, highly classified. For Politburo eyes only. Content not to be shared under any circumstances. The penalty for breaking the party's ruling is a mandatory death sentence. Gulag 217 is, or rather was, a work camp holding approximately 5,000 enemies of the people, the majority of whom were serving their debt to the state by working in the nearby iron mines. The camp was garrisoned by a battalion of 500 NKVD guards and infantrymen equipped with standard small arms but lacking in heavy munitions. The work camp experienced some minor discipline problems in the past, but nothing that caused command serious concern. On the 3rd of September 1937, around 100 religious dissidents arrived at Gulag 217 and were processed by the camp's commander, Major Sergei Ivanov. Footnote: Major Ivanov's whereabouts are unknown following the incident. His current status is missing, presumed dead. The new batch of prisoners all originated from the Central Asian Soviet republics and belonged to a religious sect under the leadership of a Kazakh man calling himself Cain. Command holds little intelligence on this nameless sect, but it appears their philosophy runs contrary to the Abrahamic religions. Local party officials condemned Cain's group as enemies of the people, citing barbaric pagan-like rituals and blood sacrifices. Survivor accounts and reports received by command prior to the incident all point to a deterioration in discipline following the arrival of Cain's group. Comrade Major Ivanov's situation report of September 14th states that the sect continued to practice bizarre rituals after their arrival in camp, despite the blanket ban on all religious ceremonies. Ivanov also reported several unexplained deaths which occurred shortly after the group's arrival, and noted this as a cause for concern. The next report received by command was dated September 21st. The content of this second report from Ivanov took on a darker tone, noting how morale amongst his men had plummeted, while the prisoners were becoming increasingly restless. The religious dissidents were continuing their prohibited activities despite the threat of severe punishment. What's more, the sect was said to be growing, with more prisoners joining them and engaging in their increasingly violent rituals. In an attempt to curtail the faction's activities, Major Ivanov placed Cain in solitary confinement, but he reported that this action had only led to a further escalation, with violent clashes between prisoners and guards occurring daily. After this, Ivanov's report became increasingly bizarre, as he spoke of the ground trembling and disembodied voices heard in the dead of night. There had also been further unexplained deaths and disappearances within both the camp and the mine. The reply from command to Ivanov was direct and unambiguous, stating that the major must restore discipline within the camp immediately, or face being removed from his position and branded an enemy of the people. In any event, This was the last situation report received from Major Ivanov before the incident took place. The next communication received from Gulag 217 was a frantic SOS radio transmission broadcast on September 25th, reporting a full-scale prisoner uprising and requesting immediate reinforcements. A rapid response company of NKVD mechanized troops was dispatched within a matter of hours, but all contact was lost with the relief column soon after. At this point, the situation was escalated to Moscow and brought to the attention of the General Secretary. A full brigade of the Red Army was mobilized and sent north to investigate. What they found was a massacre, with thousands of badly burnt and dismembered corpses strewn all across the site, while the Gulag itself was reduced to a ruin, with structures burnt to the ground and a huge borehole in the center of the camp, suggesting that a major seismic event had taken place. A handful of shaken and terrified survivors were discovered hiding amongst the burnt-out ruins. Troops took them and they returned to Moscow for interrogation at NKVD headquarters. Their accounts provide a vivid picture of what happened at Gulag 217. Although their stories are outlandish, superstitious, and counter-revolutionary in nature, our investigators had not been able to determine a feasible alternative explanation for the sheer scale of the massacre that occurred at this location. Whilst survivor accounts differ on some details, guards and prisoners both agree that the trouble began at dusk on September 25th, when Major Ivanov ordered all prisoners to assemble in the main yard, where they were instructed to stand and salute as a collective punishment for the previous incidents. It was a freezing cold morning with snow coming down in a heavy blizzard, and so conditions would have been uncomfortable for the prisoners. After several hours of this treatment, the prisoners became increasingly agitated, Kane's followers and their recent converts apparently taking center stage and drumming up dissent. The tension built until all hell broke loose in the middle of the morning, as suddenly several thousand prisoners broke and charged maniacally at the guards, fighting them off with improvised weapons in their bare hands. At this point, Major Ivanov ordered his men to open fire with rifles and submachine guns, slaughtering the hundreds of rebellious prisoners in a hail of bullets. But the rebels had the advantage of numbers and their ferocious assault was relentless. Soon, the guards were overwhelmed as men were beaten to death in the snow, and the prisoners armed themselves with their discarded weapons. The surviving guards fled to their barracks, as did Major Ivanov, and rioters took control of the camp. Their first action was to free Kane from solitary confinement, and the cultist was said to have received a hero's welcome in the yard, as almost all the prisoners rallied behind him. It was during the afternoon that the SOS call was radioed in, and local headquarters mobilized the Rapid Response Company. Meanwhile, a standoff ensued at Gulag 217, with Ivanov and his remaining men barricaded inside of their barracks, while Kane's rebels controlled the rest of the camp. During the chaos of battle, Kane had taken around 50 NKVD guards as hostages. It was initially assumed that the cult leader planned to use the hostages as bargaining chips, but in actual fact, he had more sinister plans in store for them. The ritual began sometime after dusk on September 26, the snow still falling as Kane's men made bonfires out of the guard towers using siphoned petrol, as they forced the guards down to their knees in a perfect circle in the center of the yard. There is some confusion about the sequence of events that night. One thing all accounts agree on is that a mass chanting began at midnight, as thousands sung in unison in a language unknown in the Soviet Union. The meaning behind the words chanted are also unknown, but all who heard it spoke of a dark and foreboding mood which overcame them, as it seemed clear that something claustrophobic was about to occur. As the chanting reached a crescendo, 50 of Kane's original cult members stepped forward, using knives and bayonets to cut the throats of their hostages, spilling the warm blood of the 50 guards onto the snow-covered ground. The tremors began shortly after, as the earth shook violently and the ground began to crack open. Witnesses say there was a sudden spike in temperature as the snow began to melt, and then the ground collapsed as men fell into a huge borehole close to 100 feet wide. Although the situation was confused to the point of anarchy, all witnesses agree on what happened next. The entity which emerged from the borehole, having apparently ascended from the depths of the earth, was said to have been the height of 10 men with a vast chest adorned with thick steel armor. Witnesses described the entity as having the torso and thick arms of a giant man, but the head and hooves of a beast. Its head was topped with horns, its eyes burnt a bright red, and its mouth was filled with sharpened teeth. The beast roared like an alpha predator and unveiled a weapon close to 20 feet in length, described as a sword of pure fire. Although Kane and his collaborators had orchestrated this event, it seems they were unable to control the beast they had summoned, as within minutes the monstrosity set upon the rebels, slaughtering dozens with a few swipes of its sword. Our witnesses say the scene descended into pandemonium as terrified prisoners fled in all directions, but the slaughter continued unabated as the monster stomped through the snow, slicing men in two and stomping them underfoot. It seems that the guards and prisoners set aside their previous differences as they joined forces in an attempt to fight their attacker, but by all accounts, the small arm bullets simply bounced off the beast's thick armor without causing it any harm. Much was lost in the chaos of battle, as the camp structures were burnt to the ground and hundreds of men died in the flames or under the beast's sword. It is assumed that both Ivanov and Kane died during the onslaught, although neither of their bodies has ever been identified. The NKVD relief column would have arrived at the camp during the early morning, but without heavy weapons they met the same fate as the others, their trucks being destroyed on the road and the troops slaughtered, their corpses left in the snow. Our witnesses are unclear as to what happened to the beast once this massacre was complete, with some saying it descended back into the borehole, while others are certain it marched northwards into the blizzard. In any event, the entity was no longer present when our mechanized brigade arrived on site, although the beast had left behind huge tracks, a burning camp, and thousands of dead bodies. It is of the utmost importance to state security that all evidence of the Gulag 217 incident is tightly contained. As a result, the work camp has been permanently decommissioned, and all survivors have been detained and shipped to separate gulags across the Soviet Union. The site has been cordoned off by the military and shall remain strictly off-limits for the foreseeable future, while the few surviving members of Kane's counter-revolutionary sect have been tried by closed court and sentenced to death by firing squad. The General Secretary has directed that it is paramount to state security that all evidence of the entity and its assault on 217 is erased, and that no reference whatsoever to the incident reaches our capitalist enemies in the West. Conclusion. Diabolus. The NKVD report speaks for itself. It may seem difficult to comprehend how such a major paranormal incident resulting in huge loss of life could have been covered up so effectively. But one must remember the extreme levels of secrecy within Stalin's Russia and the huge death toll that occurred during his horrendous purges. What's interesting about the secret report is that it makes no reference to Satanism, hell, or a demon, as if even using such words would constitute an existential threat to their Soviet atheist ideology. I was able to visit the former site of the former Gulag 217 during the chaotic period in the early 1990s. The Siberian locals are still very wary of the site, and so I was forced to travel the last number of miles alone. There was little physical evidence left there, although the burnt-out skeletons of the buildings remain, and so does the massive borehole descending deep into the earth. And I felt a cold chill as I looked into the darkness and visualized the monster that had ascended from it decades before. Locals say you can hear the screams and cries of the damned from the depths of hell emanating from the hole, but thankfully I heard no such thing. They also say that the victims were buried in a mass grave nearby, although no one I spoke with knows the exact location. although the deaths were hidden amongst the mass murders of Stalin's purges, I am glad to finally be able to reveal the truth of what happened to the victims of Gulag 217. Chapter 4. Resurrection Town. Location: Yucca Flat, Nevada testing site, originally. Various locations throughout the state of Nevada since 1961. Category: Ghost Town, Alternate Dimension, Transdimensional Entity. Primary source: unpublished blog of Jason Burnside, student and amateur journalist. Introduction: Diabolus. Most students of history will be familiar with the early atomic age, when nuclear weapons tests by the superpowers were common as the United States and Soviet Union competed to build even more powerful bombs. While the first ever atomic weapon was tested in the deserts of New Mexico in July 1945, the majority of American tests were carried out at the Nevada test site from 1951 onwards. Many of the iconic photographs of mushroom clouds towering above bleak desert landscapes date from that time, and detonations could even be seen from nearby Las Vegas during the 1950s and 60s. This was during the period when above-ground tests were still carried out, and the consequences of deadly fallout were not fully understood. Another interesting aspect of the testing site were the dummy towns constructed by the Department of Defense planners. A little slice of 1950s suburbia, built right on the edge of the blast zone. These purposefully constructed fake settlements were incredibly detailed, complete with cars, homes, furniture, household items, and even fully dressed mannequins standing in for citizens. The purpose of these constructs was obviously to give an idea of the effects of a nuclear blast on a civilian area, and the results were both devastating and terrifying in equal measure. Two of the test sites, Doomtown and Survival Town, are fairly well known. But in fact, there was a third site, which has been all but erased from the historical record, and its name was Resurrection Town. I spent years chasing the urban legend that is Resurrection Town, traveling through DoD records with no success, as all the files referencing this obscure location were either missing or heavily redacted. I'd almost given up all hope of finding the truth behind this fascinating legend when I received a most unexpected lead. Believe it or not, I actually acquired the source material during a game of poker played in a Las Vegas casino during the summer of 2000. The man I won it from was an eccentric Texan wearing a cowboy hat and calfskin boots, looking like he'd stepped right off the ranch. The Texan was quite a character and took his loss pretty well, although he gave me no information on how the source material had come into his possession, only saying that it contained the key to unlocking the Resurrection Town mystery. The material itself came in the form of a floppy disk containing a single Word document. The text was written by a young man called Jason Burnside, and its contents are incredible. I was able to track down Mr. Burnside and interview him to confirm the details of his account, but sadly, there was a tragic end to his story. I'll come to that in due course, but before I get to the conclusion, here is Mr. Burnside's story in its unedited text. Unpublished blog of Jason Burnside. Andy Simpson was my best friend, and I miss him every day. We met in middle school and bonded, staying together as we progressed into high school, and had to deal with the usual array of bullies and ill-fated crushes on girls who were way out of our league. We were nerds, I suppose, more interested in playing video games and D&D rather than throwing a football outdoors. Andy had a particular interest in the whole world of urban legends, government conspiracies, alien abductions. My friend was a big X-Files fan, so anything out of the ordinary piqued his excitement. We went to separate colleges but kept in touch, and it was spring break 1999 when Andy invited me to go on a trip to Nevada with him. Now, when you think of a vacation in Nevada, the first thing that comes to mind is surely Las Vegas. Casinos, cocktails, strippers. This isn't what my friend Andy had in store for us, though. Instead, we set off into the desert in search of the fabled Resurrection Town. I'd never heard of this legend before, but Andy had become a self-taught expert. In fact, he'd become obsessed with the place. Andy told me how Resurrection Town had been built by the government sometime in the late 50s and was originally located on the Yucca Flat in the Nevada testing site. The official story is that the town was destroyed by a nuclear detonation, but the legend said different. For 4 decades, there were reported sightings of Resurrection Town fully intact. The buildings, the cars, and fittings having not aged in all those years. But that wasn't the strangest part. You see, Resurrection Town was originally located in the testing site, which is of course a restricted zone. But in keeping with its name, the dummy town would pop up in locations all across the state of Nevada, materializing as if out of thin air along some lonely desert road where a random traveler would unwittingly stumble across it. The town would never stay in one place, though, disappearing within a matter of hours. It could be months or even years before it appeared again, but never in the same location. The sites of this legendary ghost town varied in detail, but there were various accounts of bizarre and unnerving occurrences, including those of a strange man dressed in black who wasn't what he appeared to be. Now, the problem with searching for this legendary town was obvious. No one knew when or where it would appear, so finding it was surely impossible. Andy, though, thought differently. He'd spent countless hours tracking down all accounts of the town over the decades, noting the reported times and locations. He claimed he'd found a pattern, developing an algorithm to predict the exact date, time, and GPS coordinates of when it would next appear. I'll be honest, I thought it was all BS. But Andy had some crazy scheme in his head, and he wanted to chase it. I planned to humor him by driving around the desert for a few hours, and when we found nothing, we'd head to Vegas and play the slots. If I'd have known what would actually happen, I would have never gone along with it. We set off from our cheap motel shortly after daybreak, driving out into the desert in Andy's old Chevy. I was navigating, following the X Andy had carefully marked on the map, which was, of course, in the middle of nowhere, forcing us onto back roads and then dirt tracks as we drove further and further out from civilization. Andy was tense, keeping a close eye on the clock and constantly badgering me for directions. It was a boiling hot day and the car's AC was barely working, and so naturally, I was getting increasingly pissed off with what I considered a wild goose chase. I was about to lose my temper and call my friend out. But then, to my utter astonishment, we saw buildings on the horizon. At first I thought it was a mirage, but then Andy cried out in excited triumph as he put his foot down on the accelerator. And I was in a state of stunned shock, because my friend had been right all along. Resurrection Town did exist, and we had found it. I was in a daze as we drove up to the small settlement, trying to tune out my friend's excited ramblings as he parked up in sand and we observed the scene. The town was small, consisting of 5 bungalows, 2 double-story buildings, and even an old-fashioned gas station. There were no signs of decay or decomposition, and one might have believed the structure had been built yesterday. Andy jumped out in excitement, tossing his keys on the dashboard as he grabbed a heavy bag from the back seat and ran towards the inexplicable town. I cautiously followed, still in a state of disbelief, as I cast my eyes upon the scene. I noted the vintage 50s cars parked along the asphalt street, Cadillacs, Chevrolets, and Lincolns, all in pristine condition, shining like new under the hot Nevada sun. I recall having an eerie and unsettling feeling deep in the pit of my stomach, thinking I shouldn't go any further. I watched as Andy removed equipment from his bag, a camera, camcorder, and some sort of sensor I didn't recognize. He switched it on, and it started making a foreboding clicking sound. As Andy studied the dial display, he frowned when he saw the results, prompting me to ask questions. What is that thing? I inquired nervously. A Geiger counter, Andy replied without hesitation. Ex-Soviet military. Radiation levels are higher than they should be in this area. I was understandably concerned by his statement, exclaiming, Radiation? Holy shit, man, are we gonna get sick? No, man, don't worry. These readings are within safe levels. I expected this. That's why I came prepared. My friend sounded confident, but I was still scared. Andy's unhealthy obsession had brought us to this place, but I feared he wasn't in control of the situation. Come on, let's explore, Andy exclaimed, as he ran off the sand and onto the hot tarmac. I wanted to run back to the car and lock myself in, but I had the feeling my friend would need backup, so I reluctantly followed. I experienced a strange energy as we marched along the road, cautiously looking through the transparent windows of the cars whilst feeling like we were intruding in a foreign land. Even Andy seemed to become apprehensive, his previous confidence slowly ebbing away. Nevertheless, he was determined to proceed, pointing towards the open door of the first bungalow. Come on, man, let's look inside. Despite my fear, I'll confess to feeling curious, and so I cautiously followed my friend in. What we saw was unnerving, to say the least. The living room was immaculately furnished and decorated with no signs of decay or damage despite it being decades old. On the couch sat a family of fully clothed mannequins, a suited father, a mother in a summer dress, and 2 young children, a boy and a girl. All the mannequins were wide-eyed and had fake smiles painted onto their faces. The dummies looked sinister as they all faced towards a black and white television set. Inexplicably, the TV was switched on, displaying a constant static even though it had no visible power source. Occasionally, there was a break in the static transmission, and I swore I could see an image of a black-suited man for a brief second, hearing words spoken in a language I couldn't recognize. I felt a cold chill run through me as I shot my friend a look and said, What the hell was that? Andy shrugged his shoulders before replying, I don't know, man, probably just interference. He removed the camcorder from his bag and started to film, taking a long shot of the mannequins on the couch before moving on. Let's have a look in here, he said, continuing to film as he walked towards the kitchen. There we found tidy worktops and 50s appliances, but we didn't have long to explore before suddenly being distracted. There was a heavy bang from behind, making both of us jump. Looking back, my heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw it. The mannequins had all previously faced the TV set, but now, their heads had turned and all 4 were facing Andy and I, looking up upon us with dead eyes and twisted smiles. Jesus! I screamed, backing up against the wall in a panic. What is it? Andy asked. The mannequins! They were looking the other way a second ago. No way, man, said Andy, shaking his head in denial. Are you serious, man? Take a look at the recording. Andy frowned, although he did look at the camcorder display screen and attempted to rewind. Shit, the camera's dead. It must be the battery. I knew he was lying, and I'd reached the end of my tether. Come on, Andy, let's get the hell out of here. He seemed reluctant, but nodded his head nevertheless. I walked out cautiously, half expecting the eerie mannequins to come to life and chase after us, but thankfully they didn't. We were soon back out on the street, and I was eager to return to our car, but Andy hesitated. Come on, man, let's get out of here. Andy looked over at me and shook his head vigorously. I can't, man, not yet. I might never get this opportunity again. I couldn't believe my friend's attitude, as his dark obsession had overcome his common sense. You can't be serious, Andy. This town isn't safe. Just one more house, man, and then we'll go home. I promise. I sighed in exasperation, but didn't argue. God knows I should have fought him. I should have dragged him back to the car, kicking and screaming. I'll regret not doing so for the rest of my days. We cautiously walked along the pavement to the next bungalow as Andy slowly pushed open the door. I expected to see more of those freaky mannequins sitting in the front room, but instead, we came face to face with something far more terrifying. The figure who sat on the leather couch was apparently waiting for us to arrive, because he stood up to greet Andy and I with what I assumed was meant to be a smile. It's difficult to describe the figure we encountered. He took the form of a middle-aged man, standing at roughly 6 feet and wearing an ill-fitting black suit, black shoes, white shirt, and dark tie. But what I really found unsettling was his face. It just didn't look right. His skin seemed like it was stretched too tightly against his skull, and his bloodshot eyes bulged with a fiery intensity. His cheeks and lips were lacking in color, and his head was totally bald. The figure didn't look human. Instead, he seemed like an otherworldly entity impersonating a human being. I knew from first glance that he was dangerous, but found myself frozen to the spot, unable to escape his predatory gaze. He opened what I assumed was his mouth and spoke in a low, unnatural voice, saying, "Greetings, visitors. Welcome to my home." I was still pondering the meaning behind his words when Andy spoke. "My God, it's really you! The man in black!" "Yes. This is one of the names I'm known by. I understand you have come far to visit me." "Yes, I've been searching for so long." "I commend your persistence, and you are both welcome, as long as you follow the rules. There must be no photographic or recorded evidence of your visit to Resurrection Town." My mind was racing as I tried to make sense of this craziness. I don't understand. Who are you, and what is this place?" The man in black emitted what might have been a laugh before he answered my question. "You seem less well informed than your companion, but never mind. I am content to explain. As you may have guessed, I am not from your world, and this settlement technically does not exist in your dimension. I fear the science is beyond your understanding, as is often the case for your species. You humans are keen to bend the rules of the universe in your relentless quest for power. But splitting the atom and other such actions do have consequences. This anomaly in the fabric of space and time is one of them." My jaw dropped at this point. What I'd just been told was truly astonishing and beyond my wildest imagination. I wondered how much of this Andy already knew, but I never got the chance to ask him. I glanced over at my friend and saw the camera in his hand, but didn't have time to shout out a warning before he pointed and clicked, the bright flash filling the room. The man in black's reaction was swift, furious, and brutal. He shot forward at rapid speed, his eyes filled with a murderous rage as he grabbed a hold of my friend's throat and snapped his neck like a twig. I watched on in shocked horror as Andy's lifeless body fell to the floor. And then the attacker turned on me, grabbing my body and pinning me against the wall, his hideous face only millimeters from my own as he spoke with anger and hatred. "Damn you wretched humans!
I gave your friend a clear instruction, and he paid the price for disobeying me. Was I not clear?
My legs felt weak and I stood stunned, unable to speak and feeling certain my neck would be the next to snap. But to my relief, some of the anger faded from my assailant's eyes.
I should not blame you for your companion's indiscretions. He has paid the ultimate price, but you were not to know. I will allow you to leave unharmed, but heed my warning, human. Your species has broken barriers before, and no doubt will again. A new era awaits for your civilization, and your scientists will make new discoveries in the years to come. I will let you live, so you can communicate this message to your people.
He paused briefly, not releasing me from his tight grip, and continuing to glare through me with his intense inhuman eyes.
If your species continues to play fast and loose with the rules of the universe, you will face consequences far more serious than this small anomaly. You have been warned.
With that, he finally released me and motioned for me to leave. I cast one last look at my dead friend, feeling a twinge of guilt before I fled. I ran down the street, glancing back over my shoulder to see the man in black glaring at me and watching me retreat. And then I looked to the window of the first bungalow and saw the 4 mannequins, now standing and watching me with their terrible dead eyes. I totally lost it at that point, sprinting down the tarmac until I was back on the sand. Then, I leapt into Andy's car and started the engine, speeding away into the desert and back towards civilization. I only briefly glanced into the rearview mirror in time to see Resurrection Town fading and then disappearing completely, returning to whatever alternate dimension it had come from, taking the dead body of my best friend with it. So, this is my story, and whether you believe it or not, it is the truth. I have seen the puppet behind the curtain, and can never go back to the life I knew before. Conclusion, Diabolus. This is the end of Mr. Burnside's account, but not quite the end of the story. I was actually able to meet the unfortunate Mr. Burnside after reading his diary. I tracked him down and visited him in his new residence, which, I'm sorry to say, was the Nevada Secure Psychiatric Hospital, where the poor man had been detained following a mental breakdown. Sadly, I was unable to get much additional information from the troubled man, other than his constant rambling and references to the man in black, who he now claimed was haunting his dreams. The tragic saga of Mr. Burnside ended a few short weeks after our meeting, when he hung himself in his room, seemingly unable to live with what he'd seen. Meanwhile, tales of Resurrection Town's sudden appearances and disappearances continue. Most have been undetailed and confused, although the late Mr. Burnside's account does shed some light to the mystery. It's interesting to note how some scientists involved in the Manhattan Project believed the first nuclear test could result in catastrophic consequences for all life on our planet. Clearly, this didn't happen. But perhaps the tests during these early decades of the atomic era led to other events which we don't understand or even notice. The accounts of Resurrection Town suggest this is the case. And perhaps the most chilling aspect of the ill-fated Mr. Burnside's account is the terrifying warning from the man in black, and what it might mean for the future of human civilization. Alas, only time will tell. Epilogue: The Librarian. Well, readers, it is I, here to sum up and offer my final thoughts on Diabolus's masterpiece of hidden history. I have shared just 4 short chapters from the Secret Atlas, and perhaps I shall transcribe more in due course. And this is only one book from my collection, a literal library from hell, which it has been my destiny and misfortune to inherit and preserve. And so, good listeners, perhaps you will choose to join me again if you wish to learn more of the worlds that exist beyond the edges of our civilized society. But be warned, one can never tell where these dark tales will lead you. Until next time. Hey everybody, Kevin from Nightmares Nightly here. If you made it this far, I want to thank you for listening. I love bringing these stories to life, and I've recently been writing a lot of my own. If you'd like to support the channel and what I do, and hear more of my own stories, please consider becoming a member, where I try to upload exclusive, ad-free stories every week. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody.